Girl, you gotta relax. Ooh, let me show you what you got to do. You gotta lay it back. Matter of fact, yeah, show how to lay it back. Show how to lay it back. Show how to lay it back now. Ow. Show how to lay it back right now. Alright.
Do-wop a do-wop shoo, be-doo-be-doo-wop a do-wop a do-wop shoo, be-doo-be-doo-wop a do-wop a do-wop shoo, be-doo-be-doo-wop a do-wop a do-wop shoo, be-doo-be-doo-wop.
She give me cotton all night long. She give me cotton all night long. Well, it's been such a long day. I'm kinda tired, bring 'em soothing arms my way. My back is aching and my body's sore. Don't stop, honey, you know that I want more. She give me cotton all night long. She give me cotton all night long.
Do-wop a do-wop shoo, be-doo-be-doo-wop a do-wop a do-wop shoo, be-doo-be-doo-wop a do-wop a do-wop shoo, be-doo-be-doo-wop a do-wop a do-wop shoo, be-doo-be-doo-wop.
I went on down to Leon's place. He had such a beat look on his face. I said, hey man, where'd you get those eyes? He met a girl that could hypnotize. She give me cotton all night long. She give me cotton all night long. All right. She give me cotton. She give me cotton. Well, she give me cotton.
Is she the one? The one you've been waiting for? Is she the one? Is she the one? The one you've been dreaming of? Is she the one? I'm tired of staying up all night with you on my mind. Still I'm laying here. Yeah, I'm laying in the shirt you used to like. No, I shouldn't mind. All I think about is, does she move your body like I moved your body? 'Cause I wanna know, yeah, I wanna know. Does she make you feel wanted? Is she all you wanted? 'Cause I wanna know, yeah, I wanna know. I want to know. I want to know. Is she all you wanted? 'Cause I wanna know, yeah, I wanna know. Is she the one that I couldn't be for you? Is she the one? Hate that you were the one that I'll never get over, that I wanna get closer to. I'm tired of staying up all night with you on my mind. Still I'm laying here. Yeah, I'm laying in the shirt you used to like. No, I shouldn't mind. All I think about is, does she move your body like I moved your body? 'Cause I wanna know, yeah, I wanna know. Does she make you feel wanted? Is she all you wanted? 'Cause I wanna know, yeah, I wanna know. I want to know.
morning, everyone. I'd like to call this Tampa City Council meeting to order. I yield to Councilmember Dingfelder for the invocation. Councilmember.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, gentlemen, and public. It's my honor to introduce the assistant rabbi at Congregation Shaare Zedek, my synagogue, for the invocation. Rabbi Michael Weiss was ordained as a rabbi from Hebrew Union College in Cincinnati just last year in May of 2020, after having served as a student rabbi in Richmond, Indiana, and Sioux Falls, South Dakota. That must have been interesting, Rabbi. He was also the rabbinic intern at Rockdale Temple in Cincinnati. He grew up in Connecticut and Toronto and is delighted to be serving as our rabbi at Shaare Zedek as of this past summer. Rabbi Michael Weiss is deeply committed to accompanying people on their religious journey and inspiring a love of prayer, study, and acts of kindness and justice. And as a side, he's also a big fan of Broadway and gave a great course on Jews on Broadway recently. Anyway, we're pleased to have Rabbi Michael Weiss give us the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank
Rabbi?
you very much. Please stand for the invocation and remain standing for the pledge.
Well, thank you so much. Before I begin, I want to thank City Councilman Dingfelder and all of you for inviting me to be here this morning. I am a new resident of Tampa and the newest rabbi at Congregation Shaare Zedek, but both the city and congregation already feel like home. It is clear that all of you sitting here care about your home, in that you put in the time and energy to make it a wonderful place to live. And that is why I'm grateful to be here to offer a blessing. The most sacred text of the Jewish people is the Torah, the 5 books of Moses, which we read in full each year, 1 section a week. This past week, our Torah portion described our patriarch Jacob going to sleep in the wilderness and dreaming of a ladder between heaven and earth, with angels descending up and down. Now, our traditional commentators, as they always do, ask a question about a seemingly insignificant detail. Why does it say up and down instead of down and then up? Angels live in heaven, so you would think that they would need to come down first. The ancient rabbis had their own answers, but modern Rabbi Lawrence Kushner offers us this beautiful explanation. He writes, "The angels did not reside in heaven at all. They lived on earth. They were ordinary human beings. And like ordinary human beings, they shuttled back and forth between heaven and earth." The Hebrew word for angel, malach, simply means a messenger or helper. There is no divine implication. In this way, we can learn that any and all of us can be angels when we accept that we have a job to do here on earth, that all of us are partners with the divine in building a better, safer, and kinder world. Eloheinu v'Elohei avotenu v'imotenu, our God and the God of our ancestors, may you fill the hearts of our leaders with love for their fellow human beings, endow them with strength, patience, and wisdom. Help them see each other and the people they serve as fellow partners in the work of repairing our world, beginning with our community. And may our city serve as an example to the wider world of a place where peace and justice dwell. Baruch atah Adonai, Eloheinu melech haolam, asher kiddushanu b'mitzvotav v'tzivanu la'asok b'tzorkei hatzibor. Blessed are you, Adonai, our God, sovereign of the universe, who fills us with purpose and inspires us to fulfill the needs of the community. And we say together, Amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God,
indivisible.
Roll call, please. And after roll call, I'm going to yield to
Thank you, Rabbi.
Councilmember Goods. Thank you very much.
And Rabbi, from now on, will be referred to as Guido's Angels.
Yeah, thank you.
Why not? Thank you so much.
Vieira.
Here.
Goods.
Here.
Carlson.
Here.
Dingfelder.
Here.
Citro.
Here.
Miranda.
Here.
Maniscalco.
Here, all right, Councilmember Goods, and then we'll go to Mr. Shelby.
I
Go
just
ahead,
want to
sir.
announce we have a physical quorum.
We do, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for your indulgence this morning. I needed to make a statement to the general public, especially in my district, in this community. A great man passed on last weekend. Our community is hurting Bishop Matthew Williams of Browns Memorial. Bishop Williams is considered an anointed bishop. People leave their churches on Sunday to get to his church by the end of his service because of his anointing words and the way he touches and lays hands on folks to heal the sick, to give you comfort, whatever you're doing. I've been there several times after I left my mother's church to go to Bishop Williams' church. He has a special box called God Got It box that people go and they put their needs in that box. He blesses that box. It blesses them. He's a great man, and he's going to be sorry to miss. His services will be this Sunday from 12 to 6 at the church. We will have a lot of distinguished bishops in town from all over the country. Bishop Williams serves on the General Assembly of the Church of God in Christ, which is known as COGIC. He's a very powerful bishop. When I say the word bishop, I mean bishop. He does what God tells him and he ordained him to do. And again, prelate of the Southwestern Eliscasco jurisdiction and Pastor Brown Memorial. But I'm going to be making a couple of motions at the end of the meeting as it relates to Bishop Williams, and hope the council will indulge me with some motions that I'll try to pass. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Mr. Shelby.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Tampa City Council, Martin Shelby, the City Council Attorney. We're here this morning, Thursday, December 3rd, 2020, for the 9 o'clock meeting at the Tampa Convention Center. And a reminder that the regular agenda meeting of the Tampa City Council is being held during the COVID-19 state of emergency. It is being conducted live with an in-person quorum present, with the option of remote participation using what is referred to by the state of Florida statutes and rules as Communications Media Technology, or CMT. And these meetings are held in accordance with the emergency rules and procedures as adopted by City Council and may be amended from time to time. The public and the citizens of Tampa are able to watch the meeting today on cable TV Spectrum Channel 640 and Frontier Channel 15, and on the internet, excuse me, at tampagov.net/live stream. Now, since this meeting is conducted with the option of CMT, the following alternative methods have been established for members of the public to offer public comment. In person here at the Tampa Convention Center, on the internet or web at tampagov.net/public comment, by email to Tampa City Council at tampagov.net, by U.S. mail, and to speak remotely using CMT, registering in advance of the meeting. And that information is available to council, to the public at tampagov.net/city-council. There's also a kiosk here at the convention center that may be utilized for those members of the public concerned about the COVID-19 state of emergency. Rather than coming into the room, they can utilize the kiosk available outside this room. Now, all written comments for legislative matters must be received no later than 24 hours prior to the meeting in order to be distributed timely to the City Council. And all written comments for quasi-judicial public hearings must be received no later than 24 hours prior to the meeting to be made part of the record. Registration for speaking remotely must be requested at least 24 hours prior to the meeting. Now, public comments, live and remote using CMT, will be heard at the start of the meeting at the direction of the City Council. Comments specific to a public hearing, something that is set for a public hearing, will be heard when it appears on the agenda. Now, Council, as you know, as a result of Council's discussion and direction last week, this notice that has been posted for this week's public meeting did not have the option previously done for pre-recorded voicemail comments. And Council, I just want to bring to the public's attention a couple of points to remember that prior to the COVID-19 pandemic in the state of emergency, there was never an option for pre-recorded public comments. As a matter of fact, there never was an option for remote participation for CMT. And those were put into place in order to get this government back up and running and to get council back up and meeting again. And as you know, the meetings were canceled in March, but did not begin meeting again in person for at least a bit until it had to be canceled again until June. So a reminder, council, that since we've been back in person, the public still has the option to come to council or to participate live remotely. Now, with regard to the voicemails, once we've come back into in-person meetings, it's become obvious that the recorded voicemail comments make the meeting rather unworkable for a couple of reasons. Number one is it is a tremendous demand on the resources and personnel of the city clerk's office to both get CMT ready, the recorded voicemails ready and distributed, and also to be able to conduct a live meeting. With regard to the purpose of a voicemail comment initially, would be that it would be played live at the meeting so that council can hear, played at the meeting while council is meeting. It certainly is pre-recorded. And the reason to do that was to have comments available before council votes. With pre-recorded meetings now, pre-recorded comments now, with live in-person meetings, it is very difficult for the clerk to compile those, distribute them 24 hours in advance, get them to city council, and then make the demand upon you to be able to, on Wednesday night, listen to those pre-recorded comments before the meeting when you have to vote. Because after the meeting, when they're distributed, it's too late for it to have an impact on your vote. So that's why it really is in the best interest of efficiency, both from your time constraints and also from the resources of the clerk, to still allow for remote participation, but not have pre-recorded comments, because now that we're meeting again in person, it makes it unwieldy and, frankly, in my opinion, rather unworkable. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Council.
Thank you very much. All right, we go to approval of the agenda and the addendum to the agenda. May I have a motion to that?
Second.
We have a motion from Councilman Vieira, second from Councilman Goods. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right. We go to ceremonial activities. Item number 1, there's a request to continue that to February 4th, 2021. Can I have a motion, or may I have a motion to
Second.
continue? Who made the motion?
Mr. Vieira,
Councilman Vieira with the motion, second from Councilman Goods. All in favor?
aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. Item number 2 is a virtual presentation to the Honorable Clerk of Courts, Pat Frank, and that was initiated by Councilmember Vieira.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And should I do it from up here, sir, or what? I mean, since it's virtual, should I do it?
As you wish. I mean, we're all on camera, so.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Still see it.
I'll do it from up here if I may.
All right.
And we have here our wonderful clerk of court, Pat Frank, who is with us here virtually. It's a pleasure to have you here. It's my pleasure. I'm not used to doing these from my desk, but it's my pleasure to introduce to our wonderful clerk of court, Pat Frank, who I'll be talking about very briefly her remarkable history, a Tampa City Council commendation for her years and years and years of service to the public here in the Hillsborough County and Tampa area. You know, Pat Frank is a real trailblazer. Often the term trailblazer is liberally used. Here, it is conservatively used when it comes to Pat Frank. Her work throughout our community. I remember the first time I heard about Pat Frank. It was 1996. I was about 18 years old, and I asked some of my parents' friends who they were voting for Congress that year in a primary, and they said one person, Pat Frank. She's a great public servant. And that's when I first heard about Pat Frank. She was the first woman admitted to Georgetown University School of Law. If you tell me you're admitted to Georgetown in 2020, I'm pretty impressed. If you tell me that you're the first woman ever admitted to Georgetown School of Law, well, you've blown me away. That's pretty darn impressive. One of the first women admitted to the University of Florida ever. Again, a pretty hard school to get into today. Whenever friends tell me, my son or daughter got into UF, I go, man, that's hard. One of the first women ever admitted. What a trailblazer. While at Georgetown School of Law, studying to become an attorney, Pat would meet her husband, the late Judge Richard Harlan Frank, who would go on to serve honorably in the 2nd District Court of Appeals. And before going to law school, he would serve our country as an infantryman in Europe during World War II. Ms. Frank's record of service is stellar, and I'll go through that stellar record. After a couple of tries trying to get in public office, she would succeed in 1972, getting onto the Hillsborough County School Board, which she would be a very strong advocate for integration and for civil rights. And this is 1972. The luster of 1964 and 1965 had long passed with many Americans, but Pat Frank was still there, believing in the cause of equality and in the cause of Lincoln in Hillsborough County in 1972. She would serve in the Florida House of Representatives from 1976 to 1978, thereafter as a state senator from 1979, 1 year after I was born, to 1988, thereafter as a county commissioner, and in 2004, she would begin serving as the clerk of court. I'm an attorney. I was admitted to the Florida bar in 2003, and pretty much since I've been a lawyer, I've always worked with the office of Pat Frank, and they've always done a great job. Take it from me as an attorney who liberally uses their services. Her legislative victories are too many to name, but just a few. Mandatory kindergarten and public education. Again, things that we take for granted today. The Equal Rights Amendment, pushing for that. The Florida Commission on the Status of Women, and funding for health examinations for victims of rape, sexual battery, and sexual abuse. Something that I always point to when it comes to just Pat Frank's amazing record is the issue of gay adoption. In 1977, May of 1977, the Florida House of Representatives passed a ban on gay adoption, which passed 98 to 15. To vote against that, you had to be a man or woman before your time, and 15 state representatives were. One of them was Pat Frank. I always joke it with people that she was voting against gay adoption bans before I was born. Something that would horrify, I think, most people today. She tried to call the legislators out, putting up amendments to ban adoptions for those who engage in adultery and fornication, to expose the remarkable hypocrisy of many, many legislators. I had the pleasure of hearing Ms. Frank speak recently, about a year ago, at a City of Tampa event, and, you know, I was just stunned by her candor, by her demeanor. I told her afterwards that she is a Harry Truman, Tampa's Harry Truman. She really tells it like it is, and she speaks truth to power. She served with Tampa Giants and with many Giants that we marvel at today, people like Sam Gibbons, Senator James Hargret, Phyllis Basansky, Betty Castor, Helen Gordon Davis, and so many others. Her name is one of those names that we look to in the Hillsborough County and Tampa area as a giant in public service. Honored by Republicans, by Democrats, and by independents is the good name of Pat Frank. She stands as a trailblazer, and so that is why City Council, I know everybody joins 100% in honoring the legacy of this good woman. So I will stop talking, I should say. If you would like to, ma'am, you may, or do we do first council members?
Councilman Citro.
That's what I thought.
You have your hand up?
Pardon me.
Sir? No. Oh, anybody wish to say? Councilman Goods.
Well, you always thank a person for what they've done, and we have to thank Ms. Frank for the work she has done in our communities and throughout her lifetime. And I just want to say to her, job well done and enjoy your vacation.
Thank you very much. Councilman Dingfeld and then Councilman Citro.
Good morning again, Pat, Ms. Frank. You are a legend. You're an inspiration to all of us. I can't remember when we first met. Feels like quite a while ago. Perhaps county commission. You've been all over this county in every possible position, politically, legislatively, administratively, and like I say, you're an inspiration. We appreciate all your hard work, and we're not letting you off the hook. We expect to hear your advice and your wisdom, and as the years go on. So thank you so much, Pat.
Thank you very much, Councilman
Thank you,
Citro.
John.
Ms. Frank, I want to thank you for all the years that you have worked tirelessly to help Tampa Bay, the state of Florida, and its people here in the city of Tampa and Hillsborough County. You have been a role model, not only for women, but for every young person that is going to come after you. Thank you so much for being the person that you are, Ms. Frank.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Councilman Miranda, and then Councilman Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say, Pat, thank you very much for being who you are. How popular is Pat Frank? When I was training racehorses in Cincinnati, I would get a call during election time from Skippy Garcia telling me, hey, don't forget, there's an election going on. You got to vote for Pat Frank. Make sure you vote absentee. I'm in Michigan judging horse racing for the state of Michigan. Who do I get a call from? Skippy Garcia. And again, don't forget Pat Frank. And I tell you what, it's about her dignity, her honesty, her straightforwardness. And yes, she's been a trailblazer. Yes, she set the standard for many, many things. But above all, she's one hell of a good human being. Thank you very much, Pat, for who you are.
Thank you, Councilman
Charlie,
Carlson.
my friend.
I just want to say thank you so much for all the leadership you've shown over the years and the precedents you've set, and most importantly, the example you've given for good government. I think you've been, one of the big examples that everybody could look up to. And thanks also for, carrying this these values on to the next generation. And we all still miss Stacy, and I'm actually going to catch up with Courtney.
Thank you, Bill.
I'm going to catch up with Courtney soon, and just love your family. Thank you so much for everything.
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your decades of service and inspiration to so many in this community. You are a trailblazer. Councilman Vieira really said it all. An incredible background, an incredible life you have lived, and I hope many, many more years. But you are a legend, and we love you, and we thank you very much. Congratulations. And would you like to say anything?
I want to thank each of you and Councilman Vieira for inspiring the other council members to give me this honor. I'm so blessed, and I thank the people for giving me the opportunity to serve. It's been a joy throughout my life, and Charlie, I'll miss the rides that we take and the stories that you tell me about the good old days. And hopefully we can still do that even after I'm out of office. But all of you, you're so close to the people because you're the government that's closest. The city council is the heartbeat of the city of Tampa. And I'm honored by the comments that you've made very much because you do wonderful work, and you're the ones who take care of the immediate problems of people. And what can be more honorable than that? Thank you for your work.
Thank you so much. All right, next we'll go to item number 3. I was going to hand the gavel to Councilmember Citro as a chair pro tem. He stepped out. I'm going to hand the gavel to Councilmember Goods because you are the CRA chair. I think you're the next in line here. I'm going to present this commendation.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And this is for our purchasing department here in the city of Tampa. I believe if y'all want to come up, we have quite a few that do so much here in service to our city, to the community. And I want to recognize them as the Tampa City Council on the City of Tampa's purchasing department for earning truly through hard work the 2020 Achievement of Excellence in Procurement Award from the National Purchasing Institute. The MPI recognizes procurement organizations that embrace innovation, professionalism, productivity, leadership, and e-procurement. The City of Tampa is one of only 32 agencies in Florida and one of only 69 cities in the United States and Canada to receive this award. So it is with great honor that the Tampa City Council present this commendation to the City of Tampa Purchasing Department on this 3rd day of December 2020. You have received this prestigious recognition of excellence for the 14th year in a row, demonstrating your commitment to the City of Tampa and its citizens, and we are grateful for your diligence. Congratulations.
Thank you, Chairman Maniscalco and members of council. We work very hard for the city. We're very honored and pleased to serve this administration. I report, as you know, directly to the Chief of Staff. We are honored to be able to serve the citizens of the city of Tampa and also our inward-facing and outward-facing departments. So this particular commendation really represents the men and women who stand behind me. These are professionals. Many of them are certified. and others are working on their certification. We keep up with best practices and industry standards because we want to do the very best job possible that we can for the citizens of the city of Tampa. And we thank you that you have trusted us for that. We purchased in the magnitude of $400 to $420 million worth of goods and services for the city of Tampa each and every year. So we are honored to have that responsibility, and we do not take it lightly. So I'm going to ask my two managers to come up briefly and just basically introduce themselves and a little bit about the teams that they manage. Kevin Fry, who's our goods and services manager, and Deanna Marshall, who is our purchasing systems goods and services manager. Kevin.
Good morning, Councilman, and everybody at home watching on TV or on the computer. I want to echo what Greg said. We work hard. COVID's thrown a little curveballs to us this year, so we've been able to survive it, and we're working as we go. I'd like to thank the folks as a team. I can't do it all myself. It's my team members are here. I've got some here I want to introduce, and I've also got some that are remotely. So the ones that are here I want to introduce: Celeste Gibbons-Peoples, raise your hand, just let them know. Yvette Rosario, Joe Benjamin, Constance Andrews. Constance joined us in September. She's our newest buyer. Ingrid Welch, Melina Woodard, Katrina House on my team. Katrina House oversees our job order contracting program and our renewals. At home or on vacation, they're away from the office. We've been working remotely since March. I have Blake Leonard, Michelle Estevez, Karen Johnson, who works for us at the wastewater treatment plant, Bobby Baker at the waste energy plant for solid waste. And Aquanetta Grant is also a support person, works with Lewena for doing all the resos you see for our group. We help put those together for your review. As I mentioned, it's been a tough year. We've been able to survive. I also want to thank, while I'm here, the legal department. They've been a great help for us. Marcy Hamilton is our legal representative. She does a great job. Eric Hayden's group over here on the right is supporting. They also help us also. Risk management. We can't do it without the whole team. As Greg mentioned, we do 440 approximately POs expenditures every year. It all flows through us. We make sure that we follow the policies and procedures of the city. We make sure that we're protecting the taxpayers, doing the best, fair and equitable for everybody. And also we want to make sure we promote the EBO programs. I know that's a big initiative with the city now and the administration. We want to make sure to make you aware that we're doing the best we can to promote those programs. So thank you very much for your support. We have a lot of communications back and forth, and we look forward to serving as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Deanna Marshall. I'm the Purchasing Systems Manager. Here with me today, I have Michael Ashby, who is our Inventory Supervisor. Inventory has been crucial in keeping up with all of the protective supplies and things that are needed across the city to keep all of our employees safe. We've also been helping with the distribution of masks to the public. Also with me is Cheryl Aldridge, who is our purchasing card administrator, so as well as doing system training, things like that. Not with us today is Penny Hammock, who is the fuel card administrator, and she also keeps track of all the city's insurance for all of our contracts across the city, as well as our inventory staff who reports up under Michael. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Council. Just one other quick note. Also not with us today is Michelle Blizzard. She is the department's executive aide, and she does a wonderful job in terms of keeping us on task with our budget, with meetings, and lots of other things that happen in purchasing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councilman Dingfelder.
Greg and your team, I just wanted to echo Councilman Maniscalco's good words about all the great work you guys do. As I've mentioned over the years, my first job out of college was being a government purchasing agent up in Tallahassee. And for better or for worse, I think that those lessons I learned stuck, and you guys are stuck with me. But just know that I believe over the many, many years that Greg and I have known each other, and I've known some of you, that I've admired the work you guys do. I know you work hard. Sometimes I poke and jab, but it's just to make all of us better and to make us a better city, and a city that gets awards and is admired all across the country, which I know you are. So I want to thank you for your hard work, and know that my door is always open. Call me if you need me. Greg and I talk all the time, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Councilman Vieira.
Just wanted to echo what Councilman Dingfelder and Councilman Maniscalco have said. Thank you guys very much for your work. All of y'all do a great job. I'm friends with and know a number of you guys, and we're just, here on council very supportive of the work that all of our staff and leadership do, and very appreciative for all the hard work that y'all do. Y'all make the city run on time in all of our different departments, and you're always appreciated by us. And if you ever don't feel appreciated, knock on our door and let us know, please. I mean that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman?
Councilman Citro.
Thank you very
Who
much,
else wants to
Mr. Chair.
speak after
Greg,
that?
I like the words that were spoken here. Teammates, teamwork. Everybody in this city is a team player, is a teamwork, and thank you for helping us for the city of Tampa. And I think the most wonderful statement that was made here today, saving the taxpayers' dollars. Thank you very, very much. Thanks for all your hard work. Congratulations on the award. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Spearman, anytime a ball club or team gets an award, they have to have a leader at the helm. So obviously, you're doing a good job to receive these type of awards year in and year out. So, like Mr. Dingfelder said, council's just trying to make the city better when we see things or hear things. So it's never personal, and obviously, you are doing a great job, and we're just going to continue to do that, and we're going to continue to help you do this as best we can. So thank you for your service, sir, and your team.
Councilman Dingfelder.
Thank you. And I forgot one thing, Greg. When we first met, was that 2003 or 2004 when you came on? 2003. And I remember we both had more hair, I think. But you managed to lose weight over the years, and I haven't. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you. Enjoy your day. Thank you. All right, we go now to public comment. We have a few members in the audience. Do we have anybody at the kiosk on the other side of this wall? I do not think we do. We'll go to public comment for those in the room, and then we'll go to the registered public comment speakers that have called in. Please use alternating lecterns. We'll sanitize one and then go to the other, and we'll go from there. All right, you have 3 minutes to speak. It's up. It's good. It's good. Pull it down a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, perfect. We can see it all. Thank you. Please state your name for the record, and then you'll have the 3 minutes.
Good morning, gentlemen. My name is Stephanie Pointer. I live at 7709 Landcare Lane, Tampa, Florida, 33616. I'm a licensed realtor, property manager, and advocate for south of Gandy. I am here this morning with actually having a speech for number 67 on the agenda. On a little over a year ago, on November the 14th of 2019, was the first time I came to speak to you about SOG. On that meeting, I told you that there were 2,800 approximately apartments that had been built since the comprehensive plan was put in place in 2016. There are currently 2 of those properties that are not completed for occupancy, which leaves 1,200. Since then, nearly 800 more apartments west of Dale Mabry and south of Gandy have been approved. And so that's going to boost our population again over the next 2 to 3 years. I'd also like to say...
Excuse me. Can we ask the folks in the lobby to keep it down a little bit?
In the planning workshop on October the 22nd, city staff recommended that we suspend plan amendments and rezoning for the comprehensive plan until the comprehensive plan and land development code has been updated for the coastal high hazard area. About half of this area is in the coastal high hazard area. This document, which I have on the overhead, is in draft form, and not only the voters of SOG, but the folks who created this draft document that has not been published completely yet, suggests that the comp plan is vague and should be reevaluated. It seems that the use of dwelling units per gross acre in the coastal high hazard area is a concern per this document, which was created by somebody at the city there's quasi-planning stuff I don't understand. But anyway, they recommend throughout several other counties that the dwellings per acre unit should be right around 6 from what I'm looking at. But RM35, which is what all these apartment complexes are, is 0.6. I'd like to recommend that we just move that decimal over and make it that. In the summer of 2019, I requested that the city council vacate 60 square feet of city property behind one of my houses. I had to notify 250 feet around my property. I did so. I didn't mind doing so. I'm trying to figure out why the same expectation of 250 feet is given to people who are building 250, 500 units. So that 250 to 600 units, when somebody's building that, it doesn't just affect the people who can see it from their backyard. It affects everyone in our community. For example, this is a apartment complex that has been passed. I'm not going to identify the location, but I'd like for you to notice that the 250 feet circle, it includes 2 units in a community that directly leaves directly across from that community. There are 44 homeowners in that community who were not notified that those 200 plus units were being built. That impacts those 44 families every single day when they get up to go to the grocery store, to go to work, or whatnot. By leaving out anything outside of that little pink circle, you are ignoring those folks and their standing in our community.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Could I respond real quick? I know it's unusual to ask.
If that's your wish, sir. Go
Thank
ahead.
you. Stephanie, we don't usually respond to comments, but I think that's a great idea. I think that, there's a thing called, or used to be development of regional impacts, where where there was a lot more scrutiny and a lot more notice for larger projects. But I think at a minimum, additional notice for larger projects is something we should look at. And I promise you we'll bring it up to staff and talk about it.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
1320 is our recommendation.
Thank you very
That's
much.
what's in the comp plan.
All right, next speaker, please. State your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Marissa Bodden. Did you say you needed my address?
No, just your name for the record.
The most important agenda item that I wanted to discuss today is number 11, the Verizon Cellco antenna facilities. I don't know if you guys got the email I sent yesterday morning. It was before 9, so I hope it was distributed with all the attachments. Paragraph 2 of the agreement states that the upgrade will include 5G and technology associated therewith, dubbed upgraded technology. In light of the current COVID crisis, health should be at the forefront of every agenda. However, numerous scientific studies have shown that 5G is harmful to our health and even causes symptoms associated with COVID. The City of Tampa has already taken precautionary measures to defeat and protect our citizens against illness. However, installing 5G technology will render that work moot and cause injury. I'm not a lawyer, but I have heard of that being a liability. I urge you to consider the safety of our citizens and vote against this proposal. If they want to hold the Super Bowl here, they can do so without adding 5G technology. The second thing I wanted to address is numbers 25 and 26, which is relative to that. As long as Microsoft and other technology isn't harmful to the health, then those agenda numbers should be okay. Health should be at the forefront of everybody's minds. The third thing I want to address are all of the agenda items regarding police and firefighters and other public service. There were multiple, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, 25, and 26. All of those things are great. I think anything that the police and firefighters need, we need to just give to them because they are the ones that are there for us in our time of need. So I would vote yay for every one of those. If they need something, let's give it to them. I had a question on number 15, the payment process. As long as it's transparent and the guidelines are followed by the vendor, then that should be fine. Number 28, support of the homeless. I think there should be more items on the agenda for things like that. There was only one, so I was happy to see it, but I think there should be more. Numbers 21 and 22 and 23, kind of the same as the payment process. As long as it's transparent and all the guidelines are followed by the vendor, then those are fine. Number 20 and 44 regarding Celadon economic development tax exemption. It cannot be granted because the requirement herein states the forms must be complete, and Exhibit A is not complete. Nothing is filled out except for the signature. The rest of the form is blank. The next thing I wanted to address is number 36 on the agenda, the Gasparilla Festival of the Arts mural on Kennedy between Nebraska and Meridian to celebrate, quote, unique aspects of our neighborhoods, strengthen community bonds, unquote, etc. As long as the art is not leading to extreme political views, such as to incite hate towards law enforcement or the like, then that should be fine. I'm all for creativity. The same concept for 43.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, Martin
Yes,
Shelby.
sir. Yes, sir.
Ma'am, the Speaker, just to let you know that item number 44 that you had a comment about, that is set for a public hearing, and there'll be an opportunity to comment if you want to be more specific to that item at that time. Okay?
Okay.
When that comes up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
And to not Tampa, Florida. I want to say Pat Frank received an accommodation today. Pat Frank is a good person, very good person. But that Clerk of Circuit Court, the Hillsborough County Court, the State Attorney's Office, we can slide over into the Public Defender's Office, don't do a damn thing for African people. And the statistics, the percentages, ain't nothing changed. Ain't nothing changed. So all them awards and all that garbageness y'all be doing, standing and pledging for the flag and prayers and this and that, handle city business. Handle African people business. And our city council representative from District 5 need to bring that to the forefront. It needs to be a new standard for all black people in the United States. And that new standard is no standing for no red, white, and blue garbage flag. Absolutely not. You're not black. You're not truly black if you're doing it. It needs to be a new standard for our representatives to let everyone know, let the white people know. Since 1777, we've been under that flag, under slavery, under lynchings, under Jim Crow, under black codes, under burning of communities, Rosewood, Black Wall Street. We've been experiencing it. So for our representative, the only way you're going to know if you're truly black, you can't stand for that flag. You cannot stand for it. It's hatred. It represents hatred. And it needs to be changed. It needs to be a new day. And the same way that big truck roll and say, let's get rid of that Confederate flag that we've been standing for, lynched under everything else, while people glorify. It's like asking Jewish people to stand for the Nazi flag. They won't do it. They won't do it. But black people, y'all think we're so ignorant and we're so dispossessed of our human rights, civil rights, constitutional rights, basic rights, environmental rights, that y'all think we're supposed to do it. If you're black and you're standing for that flag, you're not black. You don't know what it means to be black. You don't know what it means to be a slave. You don't know what 620 years of oppression means. All that's going on down there is trickery, nothing more, nothing less. Ain't nothing changing. We 26% of this population. And we deserve 26% of the goodness of it. Not 60 or 70 and 80% of the incarceration. We deserve 26% of the goodness of it. We want our representatives to show the people through inspiration. It's certain things they're not going to do when you get hip to it. Why in the hell are you standing for a red, white, and blue flag? Look what they did to the athletes. The President of the United States calling their mothers bitches and calling them sons of bitches. The mayor of this city, Buckhorn, talking about bring a black man head to him on a platter. And that's the kind of conversations y'all like to engage in. And that's the kind of conversations y'all want black people to think, oh yeah, we cool with you. We ain't cool with you like that. Stop standing for that rag.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
My name is Clay Daniels. I've been coming up here for 30 years about the same complaint. I hope y'all would take me seriously. I gave all y'all a copy of the suffering and the community. It's from the World Organization, the guidelines by the community about the loud music problem in America. This noise is out of control. Only 2 councilmen was kind enough to call me to help me with this problem. I need all of y'all help. My council, Mr. Orlando Goose, told me today that y'all gonna work on this problem, but we can't wait to work on nothing. We need to get started now. Each member need to write a letter to the chief of police and the mayor to let them know that senior citizens are suffering. We the one that got that voting card back there. And I want y'all to take me seriously. I want y'all to take me seriously. Don't play me cheap, because senior citizens, they watching. I'm telling you, don't take me cheap. Don't take me cheap. Mark overtook me cheap. We got Andrew Warren in there. Don't take me cheap. Now, we need y'all help with this here. And I know y'all could do better, and I need y'all help. I'm not talking to the White House in Washington. I'm talking to the city council member here in Tampa. I need y'all help with this loud music problem. I'm asking y'all to write a letter to the chief and the mayor about this, the crackdown on this noise. The law is already there, it just need to be enforced. We can't wait until y'all go back and do something else with this problem. We need to take care of this now, because the people who causing all these problems, they don't have a voting card. They don't own any property. All they do is destroy and tear up the neighborhood with this public nuisance, this garbage noise. That boom, 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 boom. We sick of it. We're tired of it. We need y'all help. And this copy I gave y'all, it says that these people ride around with this noise. They're advertising drugs. And 1/3 of the Justice Department did in a series with Dr. Hagley. It says that these people, some of them have outstanding warrants and have guns. We can take care of the same problem in one. Stop the loud music, crack down on it, and get these guns off the street so the homicide rate will drop in the black community. Take care of 2 in 1. But I'm just old country boy. Y'all don't want to listen to me. But my granddaddy once told me that it come a time where you better listen. You better listen, because this is very important. We senior citizens doing this petition, we got the voting card. That voting is a very powerful tool. So I'm asking y'all again to write a letter to the chief and ask the police department to crack down on this noise. This noise is embarrassing to the city. And this young lady said something about the Super Bowl. You would go back to the last Super Bowl, a family had to move from downtown. The noise was so bad they couldn't even sleep at night. We need to do something. It's an environmental problem, and y'all need to do something about it. You can't let these thugs and these drug dealers take over the neighborhood with this noise. It's out of control. So I'm asking y'all again, and I need a commitment from all 7 of y'all. Will y'all write a letter to the chief to crack down on this loud music from these cars? I'm asking y'all to please do this for me. Because if y'all live in a neighborhood where y'all don't have this problem, and if you're fixing a puzzle, if this puzzle is not completed, if you're fixing a puzzle and this piece is missing, you got a problem. So I'm asking y'all again, I need y'all help. I'm not only asking, I'm begging y'all to write a letter to the chief to ask the police department to crack down on this noise and get a report every 3 months to find out how many tickets they're writing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, next speaker, please.
Hi, good morning, Council. Great to see each of you. My name is Jim Janecko. I'm with the Operating Engineers, and I'm the Secretary-Treasurer of the Florida Gulf Coast Building and Construction Trades Council. We represent thousands of hardworking women and men in the construction industry right here in and around Tampa. Thank you to each of you for the hard work that you've done and the productive conversations that we've had on the apprenticeship ordinance, item number 62 on today's agenda. Special thanks to Councilman Vieira for being such a champion for working families on this issue. It's really important to us investing in the next generation of construction workers is a really urgent issue. Right here in Tampa and across the country, there is a dire shortage of skilled workers and an aging workforce. The average construction worker is over age 50, and we're going to need the next generation of workers to come in and be properly trained and educated with both the on-the-job training component as well as the academic component. And what we have with the ordinance so far as it's written is a fantastic first step. I think if we were in a classroom setting, we'd get a B+ on this, but I know that we all want to be A+ students. So we have a really lot of good things that are going on in the ordinance. We do have one concern that the ordinance right now as it's written is limited to only vertical construction projects. And when we think of this ordinance, we have to think of it in terms of career opportunities for our residents. So by limiting the ordinance to only vertical construction projects, we are limiting career opportunities for that next generation of skilled workers in construction. We love the requirement, the mandate of the mandate component to the ordinance is wonderful. The only thing that we'd urge you to reconsider is instituting all construction projects and not just limiting the ordinance to vertical projects. We need to apply this ordinance to all construction projects. Otherwise, it's fantastic. Looking forward to our continued work together to get this done. I know that we are doing everything we can, and we recognize the hard work that you're doing, everything that you can to provide these excellent opportunities to our residents. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Chair. This is on. Good morning, Chair Maniscalco and fellow council members. My name is Sean McDonald. First off, I want to commend this council for going forward with the apprenticeship ordinance. As I said, my name is Sean McDonald. I completed a 5-year apprenticeship program with the electrical workers. And I can tell you it's opened more doors for me and rewarded me financially more than my bachelor's degree in marketing did as well. As a matter of fact, I walked away owing thousands of dollars when I finished college as opposed to having money in the bank when I finished my apprenticeship. Also requiring a certain percentage of apprentices that are enrolled in the state of Florida Department of Education approved apprenticeship programs on City of Tampa funded projects that exceed a predetermined cost level is a step in the right direction in rebuilding a depleted workforce. Many contractors already have apprenticeships in place, but some do not. It only makes sense to invest in your local residents when funding projects with local money. By drafting and passing an ordinance requiring contractors to use apprentices on city-funded projects, it'll enable those low-road contractors that are not concerned with elevating and training the next skilled workforce to do just that. Over the years, we've put a lot of emphasis on sending kids to college, which is what I did in the beginning, and neglected the trades, and it shows. This ordinance will incentivize a contractor if it wants to compete for work funded by the City of Tampa, as well as a pathway for tradesmen and women that may not otherwise be given a chance to attend a state of Florida Department of Education approved apprenticeship. This ordinance is a win-win-win for everyone. It's a win for the contractor, and that it's training its workforce. It's a win for the worker by getting the training necessary to advance in pay and skill set. And it's a win for the City of Tampa because not only is it investing in its own community with a city-funded project, but more importantly, the City of Tampa would be investing in the human capital of its local residents. Also, most of the apprenticeship programs are funded partially by Hillsborough County School System, so you'll be helping out one of your partners as well. So that just makes sense. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and fellow council members. My name is Ken Williams, 7411 Meadow Drive, Tampa 33634. I'm here today to encourage this council to adopt an apprenticeship ordinance in this city, and with a projected growth of up to 40% in our near future. The United Way put out a Florida report known as ALICE, Asset Limited, Income Constrained, Employed. The 2018 statistics offered that 33% of our population in Florida is at high risk and could fall into financial ruin. They're also known as the working poor. As a 35-year UPS driver, I know firsthand, knocking on my customers' doors, dad coming home from work, handing off the reins, the mom going out and taking her shift. And I've seen what it's done to them. You know, it's hard to live on a gig economy. There's also a lot of talk in the last couple of years about STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math, and what that brings to the table and how we need to promote it. But I'm encouraging you to adopt STEAM, science, technology, apprenticeship, engineering, apprenticeship, and math. So that's what I'd like to see, that apprenticeships are a solid pathway to the middle class that I've experienced in my 37 years at UPS, because I'm still there. So I also think that we can promote and do better than the 3% of women nationally that are in crafts and trades. I think we can make that number drastically improve and improve the lives of family members, male, female, and so forth. So let's adopt this apprenticeship ordinance. Let's raise the city's equity profile, especially in the upcoming Super Bowl. So we can do that prior to Super Bowl so that our city will be built by locals, for locals, and the nation. Truly a city grown at home. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, for item 20, we have 2 registered speakers online that are here to speak on it.
No, I was informed that they're here and they need to speak during public comments, not
So
when the item.
if you're here to speak on item number 20, this is, this will be the time to speak during public comment. It won't be a hearing or public hearing
Actually-
later on, so what?
Mr. Chairman, if I can I address that? It's Martin Shelby,
Okay.
City Council Attorney. Item number 20 is tied to a public hearing. It's item 44, which is an ad valorem, an ordinance for ad valorem tax exemption. So my suggestion, Council, would be procedurally, in the Finance Chair, chaired by Chairman Miranda, that we hold items 20 and 21 because those are both tied to public hearings. Item 20 is tied to item 44, and item 21 is tied to items 46 and 47. So that would be my recommendation, and move those after you close the public hearing and take those ordinances.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, sir. Sorry. Please say your name.
No problem. Thank you. Thank you to the council for letting us speak on this. I'm going to continue on the discussion of the apprenticeship ordinance that has been proposed.
And your name?
My name is Brian Lambert. I'm here today on behalf of ABC, Associated Builders and Contractors, the Florida Gulf Coast chapter, representing almost 500 different contractor member companies. I think just to respond quickly to some of the comments that I heard previously, number one and first and foremost, ABC promotes apprenticeship all day, every day. It's in their blood. It's part of what they do in conjunction with their members. So please do not misunderstand that ABC is against apprenticeship. They are not. They promote it themselves. They have approximately 66 construction firms that participate in their apprenticeship program, and that means there are 66 different member companies that are training and endeavoring to put younger folks to work every day. There are about 500 apprentices in 8 different construction trades. within the ABC program. But I'm here today on behalf of ABC to oppose this amendment, or to oppose this ordinance. And the reason is, there's several reasons. Number one, we feel like it's unnecessary because it's already being done. Number two, it's a mandate. There's not a reason for a mandate. The industry is already tackling this issue themselves. There is no reason to create a barrier to people entering into construction contracts with the city based on a certain percentage number of apprentices, hours being used. While it's great that apprenticeship is being promoted, it is already being promoted in the industry. There is no reason to create a mandate. That the Florida legislature has delegated to the Florida Department of Education to promote, regulate, and stimulate apprenticeship programs. So partially, and I don't know if the council members have heard, ABC is already fighting the city of St. Petersburg on an ordinance that they have enacted, which is almost a replica to this. And the reason, again, is because it's a mandate. It's not, you know, an incentive. I appreciate the city, Councilman Vieira, and speaking with his group in terms of trying to work cohesively with the city to avoid industry shortages that we've just heard about. But we're already addressing it, excuse me, and quite frankly, it's a governmental intrusion upon somebody's choice of workforce. In any other business, in any other industry, we're not telling people who they can hire, what percentage of their workforce is going to be this type of I'll wrap up, but I think you guys get the gist of it.
Motion for another minute.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. In any event, I will go ahead and wrap up. But I guess what my final point, what I wanted to make was, the answer is no. You would not want someone telling you how to run your business. You know for your own you know for your own business, you know the correct percentage of people that you can staff projects with. You know how you can run a project. You don't need the government intruding in that, and that is exactly what is being attempted here. If you want to accomplish this, you can promote apprenticeships in an incentive manner rather than a mandate. Thank you, Council.
Quick procedural question, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Sir, and I want to ask this to the trades folks who were here earlier. We're going to be discussing this later. Are y'all going to be sticking around so in case we have any questions to ask? The chairman doesn't want us to ask questions now, which I agree with, but if I do have some questions, but are you going to stick around later?
My understanding was it was just coming up for a motion for further discussion. So, I mean, I haven't made time for it today. If it's going to be discussed in detail, I guess my
all right, I'll call you with my questions before we put it in ordinance. Thank you.
And if I may, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. If Mr. Lambert, who's a friend and a colleague and a nice gentleman, would like, I can text yourself or Mr. Kona or anybody who's here when the item comes up if y'all want to do virtual or whatever. So I just make that option. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you again, council members.
If I may, Mr. Chair? Excuse me, sir?
Yes?
You may want to contact all of us with your concerns. Mr. Kona?
Absolutely.
I see you shaking your head.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please state your name for the record.
Thank you, Council. My name is Steve Kona. I am the President and CEO of Associated Builders and Contractors. We represent over 470 construction firms on Florida's Gulf Coast. We also represent 500 plus apprentices in our apprentice program. So today I'd like to talk about the apprenticeship ordinance, and I'd like to thank Mr. Vieira, Councilman Vieira, for bringing this up. It's good policy always to promote apprenticeship. It's bad policy to make it punitive to the contractors who are hiring apprentices. That's the problem that we have with the ordinance. When we had conversations with Mr. Vieira, I said the only non-starter we have about any apprenticeship ordinance is the fact that you're going to penalize contractors who are doing work with the city to provide a quality construction project. So this is not an incentive. It is punitive damages to the contractors if they don't meet some sort of random percentage of apprentices on a specific job site. And let me actually just define what an apprentice is. An apprentice is a student who is enrolled in a registered Department of Education educational program. We do not believe that educational programs should be used for construction procurement. These students must, at minimum, do 144 hours of classroom training, 2,000 on-the-job training hours per year. So would you ask yourself this? Would you mandate businesses working with the city to hire students at HCC, USF, or UT to do a percentage of those contracts? The answer is no, so why would you use it for construction projects? Apprentices are not pawns to earn construction jobs. They are students learning their trade. If the city of Tampa wants to make a great impact in apprenticeship education, you should start your own apprenticeship training program. You yourselves employ hundreds of skilled workers in the city of Tampa. You have no apprenticeship programs for your own workforce. So I would encourage you, if you want to make it an incentive, we are all 100% behind that. We've already expressed that to the council. If you are going to make it punitive towards businesses who are hiring apprentices, we are going to be opposed to it. We are already suing the city of St. Pete. That lawsuit is underway. We are hoping to get hearings on that. We do not want to have to continue to battle punitive damages to contractors who are trying to do the right thing in apprenticeship. If you want to make it an incentive, we're 100% behind that. The fact that we continue it continues to be punitive, we have a problem with that. So we're willing to continue to work with the city, and we are one of the largest providers of apprenticeship training. So, we would gain to benefit, but businesses will be harmed in the process to compete for jobs with the city. So we oppose it if it's going to be punitive towards contractors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker,
Mr. Chairman,
please.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is Mr. Kona going to be around later, or again, if we can, we're going to have a discussion. Like him to call me. I've got some questions for him if we're just doing discussion today, because some of his comments, I want to be able to understand some of his comments, 'cause I'm a little confused about some of the comments.
All right, go ahead, sir. Please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
How's it going? My name is Shiv, and I just want to say, damn, it's kind of crazy that the pro-police people are now vying with the 5G conspiracy people now. But I'm usually here to talk about the police department, but I want to start with something else. When I saw that you all wanted to take away the voicemail option for public comment, I don't want to say I was surprised, but I was pretty surprised. So I've been coming to basically every city council meeting for the past couple weeks, and I talk to people who simply can't make it out to the convention center at 9 a.m. on a Thursday. People who go to school and college, people who have family obligations, people who work. Do these people's opinions and comments not matter? We're in the middle of a global pandemic, and the voicemail option is a perfect way for your constituents to tell you how they feel about the issues that matter. That's why so many people utilize it. I think last time someone said that, oh, people can just call in virtually. I don't know if you know this, but because you don't know when your name is going to be called on the virtual comment forum, you have to wait online and pay attention until it's your turn to speak. Like I said before, people have things to do and jobs, and not everyone has the luxury of spending 2 hours on their computer simply to provide a 3-minute comment. You guys are supposed to be our representatives and community leaders. I get that if you don't want to listen to us and take action on what we're saying, but the fact that you don't even want to hear us out and understand what your constituents have to say is just so telling. Look, I get that it can be hard for the clerk's office to manage everything, but there has to be a better option or a better solution than to blindly just take away this option. We should be making it easier for the public to provide input, not harder. So I urge you, we can all brainstorm these ideas and reject this motion. Oh, and also you should probably reject the motion also approving the use of drones for TPD. Actually, nobody except for the TPD and the anti-5G person thinks this is a good idea. Also, I'd like to urge you to adopt the apprenticeship motion. We need to invest in the future of our working class, and this is the perfect way to start. And I think it's very interesting how you motioned for another minute when the business rep was talking and went over his time. But just a couple weeks ago, you were cutting off black activists for going over their time. Funny how that works.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please. Do we have anybody in the public here? Yes, sir.
Good morning. My name is Tim Zozel. I'm the CEO of Celadon Development Corporation. I'm here today to talk about resolution number 20 on the announcement. Basically here to say thank you for taking us under consideration. That this resolution is an important part of our decision making on whether or not to choose Tampa to build our waste paper recycling material system at the port. Port of Tampa is an excellent location for this, but being located in an urban environment introduces several additional costs for this type of facility, and we do appreciate the consideration and the making this opportunity available to us. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker. Next speaker.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes?
Quick question. The gentleman who just spoke, sir, are you from Celadon? Yeah. Okay. Well, I don't think we want to be rude. If you could come back for a second. On behalf of the city, we want to welcome you. We're pleased that you're here, obviously. We're glad to provide some incentives to help it make it work out. I saw you're going to be bringing dozens, maybe more than 50 high-paying jobs to the community, and I just wanted to enunciate that on behalf of all of us, and I'm sure on behalf of the mayor. So.
Well, thank you for that. We hope to bring over 200 high-paying jobs to the community.
That's fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Next speaker.
Good morning, gentlemen. I'm Ken Stoltenberg. I live at 1208 East Kennedy Boulevard, Unit 510. I'm here today to let you know what we'd like. This is in reference to item 68, which is the bonus density workshop, which has been postponed several times. I'm also the president of the CAC for the Channel District, and we've discussed this at several meetings. And we think that while it was well-intentioned 13 years ago, I was one of the people that helped write it and put it into the strategic action plan. It's become problematic for several reasons now. I'm not going to try to explain that to you in 3 minutes. Just to let you know that as the CAC board, we're going to do a write-up for you, sign off on it, and vote on it, and then give you our thoughts on the matter and opinions as a board within the next 30 to 60 days. So we hope that you'll read it and consider our thoughts and wishes on that particular item. Thank you for your time, gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Can you all hear me with my mask on?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great.
Please state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
All right. My name is Samantha, and I live in the Seminole Heights area. I'll be speaking to item 65, in which City Council is considering removing the voicemail option to leave a public comment at City Council meetings. So I understand that the voicemail option was only added to accommodate the pandemic. However, leaving voicemails should have been a public comment option from the start to increase transparency and allow for more voices of City Council's constituents to be heard. So those who have jobs, especially those who have multiple jobs or no job flexibility, will rarely be able to make public comments at the same time as City Council meetings, especially early in the morning on Thursdays in the middle of a weekday. So Councilman Vieira was quoted in a recent article by Creative Loafing, and I would like to respond to those comments. And I quote, "But just giving folks the opportunity to just send a voicemail, I think could overburden the time of council prospectively if abused," end quote. Listening to the concerns of community members is not a burden. It's in your job description. Constituents expressing their concerns is not abusing the system. City Council ought to represent the interests of all community members, not just Mayor Jane Castor, not just Tampa Police Department, and not just the police union. Here's another quote from Councilman Vieira, and I quote, This was never contemplated to be permanent and leads to more tasks for our clerk, whose duties have grown significantly in this pandemic. It's 2020, and we have the technology where it's easy to create and upload audio files. So I have a pretty simple solution for this issue of administrative burden. Constituents could record their 3-minute maximum audio file and upload it to some city web page. And those who don't have access to technology where they can record their voices can just continue on leaving voicemails. So then that'll like rapidly decrease the amount of voicemails that the clerk has to go through. And then at the same time, constituents can, actually have their voices heard in public and increase transparency. Councilman Vieira also said, and I quote, "I know the value of speaking to all of the public and my constituents. I always remain open for meetings and engagement, as do all of my colleagues." This is unfortunately not true. In August, I emailed all city council members to try to meet with them. I was ignored by nearly all of you, only 2 of you responded. And allowing constituents to have their voicemails played at city council meetings actually decreases the burden on city council. I met with Councilman Gudas in August for about an hour and a half. So would city council prefer to have 90-minute meetings with everyone who leaves voicemails, or would they just prefer to listen to 3 minutes about what constituents have to say? And essentially, Councilman Vieira, by saying that meetings with constituents would take up less time than listening to a series of short voicemails, is implying that he wants to decrease the amount of voices that he hears. It's honestly horrid that Tampa City Council wants to suppress the voices of marginalized people as they send money to the Tampa Police Department, money that could go to help the most vulnerable in our communities. Tampa City Council's attempt to remove the voicemail option for public comments completely removes all transparency and silences voices within our community.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I would like to invite the speaker on December 14th at Forest Hills at 5:15 to 6:15. I will be holding what I think will be my 41st probably community meeting. I'd like to invite you to that if you'd like to speak with me or before. Thank you, ma'am.
Sure.
Merry Christmas, happy holidays.
Could you repeat the time for that?
5:15.
5:15.
And
what
you
was the
can
location?
email me at luisv.viera@tampagov.net, and we'd love to have you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker? All right, we go to the registered speakers that are online. I have 9 because one of them on the list was here in person. Madam Clerk, if you'd like to begin with the registered speakers.
Yes, the first speaker that we have is Angel D'Angelo.
Okay.
Angel, if you're on the line, please unmute yourself and you have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, this is Angel D'Angelo, and I'm so glad to be able to speak. I'm actually sitting at my desk at work right now, so that way I can pay all of your salaries. So this is very inconvenient, and I agree with the last speaker that the voicemail should have always been an option. Also, Councilmember Vieira, I saw you look at your phone while that last speaker was addressing you, so way to really show that you respect your constituents. It's really exhausting. It's also really exhausting that all of you are about to hear these hearings about all this money. And I see you laughing, Vieira. Like, I wish I could do what
Please
you do
address
at my
address
job.
the board and not any individual council member.
Point of order, if I may, Mr. Chair, point of order. We have a rule where council members are not to be addressed individually. I suggest we either get rid of that rule or we enforce it. Just my opinion.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, sir.
I suggest we get rid of it as well. Okay, so anyway, you're about to pour a lot of money into TPD. We know that you're going to approve their request for all this money that they're asking for their units and for their weapons and their vests and whatever, after you just defied your constituents' request to defund and reallocate into other means. All we asked for was $30 million to go into another program such as housing, healthcare. We're shooting for a CAHOOTS program, a non-co-responder relationship. I really don't understand what the point of all of this, listening to us and doing all this is if you're just going to do what you need to do. We saw you motion for that extra time for that ABC person. We know that they're contractors. We know that they're the developers' friends and that they donate to most of your campaigns. You're not fooling anyone. It's time for you to actually start listening to the people you work for, which is us. None of your jobs are guaranteed. You don't work for Mayor Jane Castor, you don't work for TPD, and we don't work for all of you. I'm baffled that y'all think you have roles you can put on us. I know you're not going to, but you should reject these requests from TPD and put the money into something else, like you should have done from the beginning. You already gave them 13 million more. We were told the reason you had to do that was for salaries and benefits. So why are you giving them more? It's just a bunch of lies and gaslighting. Bunch of lies and gaslighting. I know you don't like to hear it, and at this point, we're tired of playing nice. I've met with so many of you, and when we meet privately, the conversations are so different than what you all say here. The gaslighting is tiring. I think we should record our meetings with you, and we should have it as public record as these meetings are, because what you all say up here is different. To honor Pat Frank for her record of civil rights, and then to just defy the current civil rights movement going on it's just terrible. It's terrible. She said you're the heartbeat of the city. Time that you all see a cardiologist then, because you're not listening and you're clogged up. Thank you, and have a great year, or have the day you deserve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker?
Chair, the next speaker is going to be Jordana Yampolsky. Jordana, if you're on the line, please unmute yourself and you have 3 minutes to speak.
Yeah, hi, Councilman. My name is Jordana Yampolsky. I'm with the Tampa Bay branch of the Party for Socialism and Liberation. I'm calling specifically about agenda numbers 5 and 8, which give respectively $53,000 and $112,000 to the Tampa Police Department for use in purchasing shields and vests and 3 Ford Police hybrid utility vehicles. It is completely irresponsible for these funds to be approved by the use of the Tampa Police Department while so many people in this community's basic needs are not being met. We have thousands of people sleeping outside. Now that hurricane season is over, cold fronts are here. How is this public safety? How is continuing to let cops loose in underprivileged neighborhoods public safety? We need money from the general fund allocated towards healthcare, childcare, housing, a Tampa Jobs program, and a non-police involved mental health crisis responders. That means alternative responders who do not work with, partner with, or correspond with the police in any way. The police do not provide public safety. How is the murder of Dominique Mulkey public safety? How is the murder of Jonas Joseph public safety? How is the murder of Arthur Green Jr. public safety? Just this morning, as a paying customer, I was chased out of a Wawa by a police officer because I took a photo of him behind the sandwich counter wearing a mask around his chin. He put every single employee and customer of that store at risk with his behavior, and then he harassed me when I tried to make record of it. I was chased out of a store by an ignorant and dangerous man with a gun and a taser who had all the right to do and say whatever he wanted to me and every other person around him. How is this an acceptable reality? How is this public safety? It's not. Please do not approve the reallocation of any more funds to the Tampa Police Department. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker?
The next speaker is going to be Matthew Yampolsky. Matthew, if you're on the line, please unmute yourself and you have 3 minutes to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you. Councilman, I just want to thank each and every one of you. Because of all of your hard work, Jonas Joseph and Dominique Mulkey are dead. Without your diligence, we wouldn't have over 1,650 houseless folks on our streets on any given night. But hey, that's a county problem, isn't it, Citro? Without all of your hard work and outright skill in allocation and reallocation of taxpayer money, the Tampa Police Department might not afford pension increases and new tanks while children starve less than a mile from City Hall. Without your hard work, the $174 million Tampa Police Department budget could be used for something that actually helps your constituents rather than harms them. Without your countless hours of ignoring public comment over the last 6 months and outright failure to do any research on your own, this city could have had a mental health crisis program in place by now. Now that the voicemail public comment option is completely gone, it will be much more efficient to ignore your constituents, though. So, Councilman, I really want, from the bottom of my heart, want to thank each and every one of you. Without all of your hard work and kowtowing to the PBA and Mayor Castor, Tampa could be a better place. So once again, thank you guys for all of your hard work.
All right, thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Chair, the next speaker is going to be Shanavia Smith. Shanavia, if you're on the line, please unmute yourself and you have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, good morning, Council. I am Shay, or Shanavia Smith, an organizer with the Laborers International Union of North America. I am in strong support to adopt Agenda Item 62, create an apprenticeship ordinance. Apprenticeships are imperative and a direct pathway to a high-quality career, allowing for residents such as youth, veterans, and those transitioning employment to build and be retained as a highly skilled construction workforce. For example, the $3.2 billion infrastructure investment through the PIPES program will be a great opportunity to be utilized for local impact. With this ordinance in place, by training new workers in construction certified apprenticeships, this and other projects will provide career opportunities and thousands of man-hours for community members to be included in. When implemented, this will pour back into the community. I am so excited that the City of Tampa is considering this transformational opportunity to have advancement towards economic security, a pathway to the middle class, and benefits on the job, so that equitable access is attainable and not a dream. As Jim Genecco has already stated, I too do ask that this includes all work and not just vertical, to seize every opportunity for the families of Tampa. This ordinance will be a bridge to incentivize constituent prosperity who desire more of the American dream. A better tomorrow needs your support today. Thank you very much for your time and consideration and being advocates for the working family.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is going to be Russell Meyer. Russell, if you're on the line, please unmute yourself and you have 3 minutes to speak.
Reverend Meyer, are you on?
Yeah.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. This is Reverend Dr. Russell Meyer. I want to speak on item 62, the apprenticeship ordinance. As you know, I've been the pastor since the last several years at Lutheran Urban Parish of Tampa, which is St. Paul Lutheran and Faith Lutheran Church. That represents a service area of East Tampa and North Tampa, the urban core of Tampa, where the median household income within that area is well under $30,000 a year. An apprenticeship program is the pathway to social mobility in the urban core of Florida, of Tampa. And this pathway for social mobility has to be constructed. We have to build it. Recent studies over the last several years shows that the city of Tampa and Hillsborough County is at the bottom of the list of social mobility among the largest cities in the country. I appreciate people from the marketplace coming and saying, oh, we're working on this and we're doing well, we don't need any outside intervention. But the fact of the matter is, without outside intervention, the status quo is going to remain in place. And the status quo is that the residents in the urban core of Tampa don't benefit as they should based upon their portion of the population from the standard programs in the marketplace. If the marketplace could solve social mobility on its own, we wouldn't be at the bottom of the pile. And so we need a very robust apprenticeship ordinance, one that makes certain that people in the parish I serve have a real opportunity for gaining those apprentices. Apprenticeship is their future for having a sustainable life that actually gives them something better than the locked-in situation where they are now. Too many young people in my parish simply never get more than a handful of miles outside of where they live in their neighborhood. The opportunities in school and in work have been cut off at the knees through a long legacy of redlining and being looked over and being looked down on. And this is an opportunity where the city of Tampa can say, we really do love all of our residents, and we're going to make certain the people who've been left out for years are going to be included. We're going to change the future for the next generation of the people who've lived in our urban core longer than most people have lived in the suburbs, where I live out in Tampa Palms, where the average turnover is about 2 years when people come and go. So please, please, a very robust apprenticeship program that makes certain people in my parish have the opportunity to rise up and have a great living. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and for listening, and shout out to Councilor Vieira for really pushing hard on this, and I hope the rest of you will join him in doing so.
Thank you very much, sir. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is going to be Carol Ann Bennett. Carol, if you're on the line, please unmute yourself and you have 3 minutes to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Before you start my clock, I want to thank all of you council members for your hard work trying to do what is best for the city. Studies show that people are much more likely to express complaints and compliments. So I would like to go on record saying I believe you guys are doing a good job. I love that you ask us questions. That is how we know you are truly listening to us. So thank you for all of your hard work. And while I'm handing out compliments, Mr. Goods, you are rocking that goatee.
I second that. I second that.
I'm speaking on item 67. You can start my time now. My name is Carol Ann Bennett. I talk to a lot of people who say that the city is allowing unregulated growth because they want the tax money. I quickly set them straight. I tell them we have a great city council and you guys truly try to do what is best for the city. That you are stymied in your efforts to do the right thing by guidelines that do not give the city the power to direct growth into the areas where it is beneficial and away from the areas where it is harmful. I tell them the only people motivated by greed are the builders who do not want zoning, whose only concern is their profits, and who have an enormous sense of entitlement. I am a native Floridian, and if there's one thing we native Floridians hate, it's transplants telling us how they do things up north. Well, my husband is from New York, and one thing New Yorkers do know how to do right is zoning. Up there, the zoning is law. My father-in-law owned a construction company. He bought a 0.92 acre parcel that was zoned for half-acre lots. And even though he was just a hair shy of being able to build 2 houses, he knew when he bought it that he would not be able to. And because of that, the property was priced accordingly, and he built accordingly, and nobody wasted valuable time and money trying to circumvent the zoning. There was certainty and predictability, and that saved everyone money. But here, we chase our tails and waste everyone's valuable time and resources on circumventing the carefully and professionally planned zoning. And the amount of city council's time that is sucked down that drain of waste is escalating. Some builders here are addicted to rezonings. They do not know how to function without it. They feel entitled to build whatever they want, wherever they want it. And when they don't get what they want, they behave like addicts who have been denied their next hit. Well, it's time for a little rehab, and it's the comprehensive plan that needs rehabilitating. The only way to slow the avalanche of rezoning requests is if they become the exception instead of the rule. The more rezonings that are approved, the more requests you will get. If rezonings are hard to get, less people will ask for them, and the city's resources won't be squandered. Please amend the comprehensive plan to make it harder to get rezonings. Please do like many other Florida local governments have done and establish a dwelling units per acre limit for the coastal high hazard area. Please adopt the city staff recommendation of a suspension of multifamily rezonings in the CHHA, and please expand that suspension to include evacuation zone A and B. This is vital to our safety in an emergency. Tampa is not in compliance with its evacuation times. In 2015, our evacuation time was double what it is supposed to be, and it has probably gotten even worse in the last 5 years. And finally, please expand the notification requirement for multifamily rezonings to 1,320 feet. Thank you, and I mean it.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is going to be Jean Strohmeyer. Jean, if you're on the line, please unmute yourself and you have 3 minutes to speak.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hi, well, before you start my clock, I want to echo what Carol Ann said, and thank you guys for all the work you've been doing. You have listened to us on multiple occasions. I feel like we're family now. So with that said, my name is Jean Strohmeyer, and I live in Inner Bay, south of Gandy, and I'm here to talk about item number 67 regarding growth management south of Gandy. Particularly, we are asking for a suspension or moratorium of rezoning or building of any further multiple family complexes, especially in the coastal high hazard evacuation zones A and B. A suspension is needed until the required studies for evacuation times are complete. We ask to amend the Tampa Comprehensive Plan to make it harder for rezoning requests to be approved. We're not talking about a zoning simple change at a person's residence, but about zonings that change the identity of our entire neighborhood. Those many zonings have not only changed the identity of our neighborhood, it has negatively impacted our quality of life. I am also here to ask to expand the notification requirements for rezoning requests from the 250 feet. That measurement is fine for one person to make at the change of their home, but it's not sufficient when rezoning request is going to change the identity of our neighborhood again. This measurement of 250 needs to be expanded. The ladies think maybe a quarter mile. I think a half a mile is even not enough. A major reason for more people were not involved in these rezoning processes and hearings is because they weren't notified and they were not granted standing because of the 250-foot rule. Yet the rezonings and building of these large apartment complexes have negatively impacted the lives of all of us at the peninsula. Now, I have to disagree with the angry man that came and spoke earlier and saying our city is racist. It's not racist. Our city is not, our county is not, our state is not, and our nation is not racist. We are not that kind of people, especially here south of Gandy, who welcome people from all over the world through MacDill Air Force Base. Speaking on a few more items, number 19, I asked about those, I would like those supplies to come from local companies as best as possible. As far as 23 to 26 regarding upgrades of technology, the woman mentioned 5G. I'm not sure if we're ready for that. I just don't know. 27, we have GTE. We're renting for $17,000 per month a property that I don't know why we're renting when we have our own properties that I think we should be using and utilizing instead of spending $17,000 plus a month. Number 29, the Heroes Program. We mentioned certain heroes. I think there's so many heroes in our community that need to be included in that program. If you just look at the ladies that testified and all these other people that testify continuously are heroes that come here before you. The number 36, the art projects. I'm not an art person, but I just echo the one woman who said it should not be divisive and it should be the art project should build up our community and what we're about and our identity as a community. And 39 and 40, the Little Peninsula, I thought that project was fully funded, so I'm not sure why there's a change in funding. And the number 65, Mr. Shelby had already explained why we want to get away from the mass messages being left on the system. I think there should be an avenue for that, but I'm just not sure what the answers are. And again, thank you
very
guys
much
for all you do. I appreciate you. Thank you. And have a great day. And God bless you.
Thank
and
you.
God bless our city, our
Thank you.
county, our state.
Thank you very much. All right, next speaker.
Chair, the next speaker is going to be Erdacia Floyd. Erdacia, if you're on the line, please unmute yourself and you have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, everyone. My name is Erdacia Floyd. I was born and raised here in Tampa. And before I start, actually, I don't know if I can motion to have a minute added onto my time or ask to not start my time yet and then address council members when we were just told we're not supposed to do that. I just wanted to point that out. And also remind City Council that we the people have come in droves to demand reallocation of funding for from policing to community needs, especially in Black and poor communities of Tampa. And we have continued to watch you disappoint and neglect the most vulnerable and the most exploited populations. So I wonder, what you all have learned since my last public comment? Have you taken the time to expand your understanding of policing? I know you probably haven't, so let me just give you a refresher. The police shouldn't exist. They only exist to bring violence to Black and poor communities and to maintain a white supremacist status quo. They don't keep me safe, and giving them more money will not keep me safe either. There was a commenter before saying we should give the police whatever they need, which I just have to laugh at. We just came off of a summer where it was reported that the use of force by TPD increased by 223%. 223%. The use of force by TPD has increased. A summer where they brutalized protesters in the streets all summer, tear gassing them and shooting them with rubber bullets. They just now, not even 2 months ago, shot and killed Dominique Mulkey in cold blood. In cold blood, they shot and killed Dominique Mulkey. That is exactly what happened. If any other person would have done that, they would be in prison right now. So this is exactly how the police continues to enact increasing amounts of violence on Black communities, because their violence is normalized again and again and again, based on their own data they collected themselves. They are becoming more violent by 223%. And all the city of Tampa has done is give them $13 million more. And now today you want to give them more. See, we imagine the police to be this bulwark between order and complete chaos, to be perfect and above scrutiny, to be a force that cannot be questioned. That is what the police is. That is how the police manifests itself in this country. The discretion to use force without question. The discretion to enact violence increasingly on Black and poor communities and not ever be held accountable, not ever have to address the actual harm they cause. So that's the reality. The police don't keep people safe. They literally exist to enact violence. And so you can continue to daydream about what the police actually do while people in my communities are brutalized by them on a daily basis. Once again, I will name that TPD shot and killed Dominique Mulkey in cold blood. And I've yet to see what the city has said about that, other than Jane Castor saying that the officers took actions to protect the community that day. The People's Safety Coalition actually has a workshop coming up on Saturday, December 5th, from 2 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. I suggest you get there and hear what the community has to say and actually expand your understanding of what policing is. You can follow at Tampa Dream Defenders or at PCM Tampa on Instagram to find the link and flyer for that workshop. I strongly urge you not to give the TPD any more money, especially not $55,000 more for vests and shields, or the other over $100,000 for TPD authorizing police vehicles. You can't actually believe you're serving the public by being on city council. You just spend most of your time here kissing the ass of developers.
Thank you very much.
Out your own interests. So you can't.
All right. Do we have anybody else for public comment?
Chair, we had Donna Davis as an attendee on the line, but she is no longer logged in.
All right, thank you very much. That concludes our public comment, unless there's anybody else. No? I received a memo from Councilman Dingfelder. It was sent out yesterday. It came across my desk. It got tied up, I don't know what, but requesting that items 15 and 21 be pulled from the agenda and that staff be available for discussion. I know that 20 and 21 are all related to 44, so that I think is said and done. And then you had questions on item 15. You want them at the beginning of, or when we get to staff reports, correct?
Yeah, 15 I'm okay with.
Okay.
I chatted with staff.
All right,
and,
then.
And I've got answers that. The
All
only
right.
thing I wanted on, I don't know, if 20 and 20, no, not 20 and 21, 21, and I don't know if 22 is still in existence.
It's a duplicate of 21, so we had removed that, 22.
Right. So 21 and the companion one, just to pull those for a separate vote.
All right.
when you get to finance.
Okay, all right. As we begin with the agenda, is there any preference on lunch, to break for lunch from council members? I know that some questions were raised during public comment regarding the apprenticeship issue and discussing with some members that had come here. We'll get through as much of the agenda as we can and break for lunch at 12 o'clock and then reconvene at 1:30 if there is no objection to that. So that would give time for lunch and also an opportunity to reach out to ABC and the unions and whatnot for any questions. Would that work? All right, any objection to that, Councilman Vieira?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. No objection to that at all.
Thank you very much. So we go on to the agenda, item number 4.
Good morning, City Council. This is Deputy City Attorney Morris Massey in connection with item number 4, which is an ordinance for your first reading consideration. It's the same ordinance I presented to you all in draft form at your last meeting. It requires that persons or business entities receiving economic development incentives from the City of Tampa, if they're required to file a monitoring report, must do so with a sworn affidavit from an authorized officer or member affirming the accuracy of the information provided in that report. I had cleaned up a few typos, but otherwise it's exactly the same as I presented to you all at your last meeting. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councilman Carlson.
No, I just wanted to say thank you to Morris and Carol Post and to Rob Rosner for putting this together.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments from council members?
Anybody else who helped with it?
Yes, sir. All right. Councilman Carlson, would you like to read item number 4?
Sure. Marty, I need to read the whole thing?
The title, yes, as it's written.
The title?
Yeah, just read the whole thing.
Okay. Move file number E2020-8 CH2, ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, ordinance of the City of Tampa, Florida pertaining to economic development incentives, amending Chapter 2, Administration of the City of Tampa Code by adding Article X entitled Economic Development Incentives, Division 1, generally, Section 2-800 definitions, Section 2-801 sworn affidavit, and Section 2-802 exceptions, requiring recipients of City of Tampa economic development incentives to execute and submit a sworn affidavit affirming the accuracy of any required reports to the City of Tampa, reserving Sections 2-803 through 2-825, providing for the repeal of all or parts of ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, and providing effective date.
Second.
We have a second from Councilmember Miranda. Roll call vote.
Vieira.
Yes.
Goods.
Yes.
Dingfelder.
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Citro.
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on January 14, 2021 at 9:30 a.m.
And thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, if I apologize, sir, for interrupting. I gotten a message that Ms. Donna Davis.
Yes, I was just going to go to that.
Thank
Donna
you.
Davis is was registered, all, the whole time, but had to disconnect with her. But she's on. We'll allow her to speak for a public comment. If Donna Davis is on the line, please go ahead.
My name is. Can you hear me?
Yes, we are. Go ahead.
Okay, my name is Donna Davis. I want to speak on agenda number 62. I live at 2314 East 10th Avenue in Tampa, Florida. The bedrock of a robust economy is a sound middle class. And the bedrock of a sound middle class is adequately skilled and a capable workforce who earn a living wage. Organizations that have prospered from sizable city and county contracts have a responsibility to demonstrate quantifiable progress in the creation and development of a diverse, skilled workforce of next generation workers that reaches into marginalized populations and other groups that have been historically underrepresented in the building trades. Say that this mandate is required. Tampa has much room to improve its equity index, and Florida has much distance to cover in shoring up a diverse population of next generation workers. As such, I urge the City Council to seriously consider this pathway to social mobility, socioeconomic mobility for Tampa families. Thank you for allowing me to comment. I appreciate that, Councilman Vera.
Thank you very much. All right. We go to the Public Safety Committee with Councilmember Joe Citro, items 5 through 10.
Thank you
Sir.
very much, Mr. Chair. I move items 5 through 10.
We have a motion from Councilman Citro. Do we have a second? Second from Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Any
Mr.
opposed?
Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Just on item 8, in regard to the purchase of 3 hybrid utility vehicles that we just passed, and I just wanted to give a shout out to the purchasing department, to Mr. Bennett, to TPD and everybody else involved, that we're doing hybrid utility vehicles. So we will actually have police officers in hybrid cars, and eventually probably in fully electric cars. So congratulations to staff, and we look forward to having more of those.
Thank you very much. And just
Chair, if I may.
yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Councilman Dingfelder, thank you for articulating that. I think there was some misunderstanding about the word hybrid, and now it is confirmed that these are energy-saving vehicles, not any type of vehicles that are used for any type of different type of force. These will lower our costs not only for carbon, but also for fossil fuels. Thank you, Councilman Dingfelder. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair,
Councilman Goods.
on that note, just want to point out, I know the public talks about a lot of police dollars, but just to point out, a lot of these dollars that I look at and I read in the Public Safety Committee's 5 through 10 are a lot of grants. So sometimes you just can't take a backseat to some free money to help prosper what we need to do in the city. So I just want the public to know that a lot of the programs that are in here are from grants and not just general fund city dollars from what I read.
Thank you very much. Councilman Miranda.
I just want to say one thing. As an owner of a hybrid, there's a way of driving the hybrid that you get the extent of the mileage you're supposed to get. However, if you drive a hybrid and you hit it, floor it, you got to watch the gas gauge go up and down when it turns blue, and the car that I drive tells you you're getting the maximum. But if you drive it like a normal car, you're going to get a little bit better mileage than a normal car. But if you drive it like a real hybrid, then you're going to get the extent of the mileage that's recommended. So whoever drives these cars got to understand how to drive the car.
Very good, sir. And you're right. My father drives a Hyundai Hybrid, and with $10, you can get to Miami and halfway back if you drive it, if you're not flooring it and utilizing it at full power. But it certainly saves a lot of money. If you look at the annual fuel costs and consumption, my father is backwards in a lot of things, but forward thinking, and when it comes to technology and seeing how his vehicle is and using the hybrid. And when I saw this, I thought of him and I said, how much money we can be saving. So I'm glad that we're moving this. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, I won't tell your father you said that.
He's probably watching, as my parents do. Thank you very much. Item number 11, which is Parks, Rec, and Cultural Committee, Councilmember Goods.
Move item number 11, Mr. Chairman.
We have a motion from Councilman Goods, second from Councilman Dingfelder. All in favor? Any opposed? All right. Public Works Committee, Councilmember Dingfelder, you said your questions were answered for item number 15. So if you'd like to move items 12 through 19.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on behalf of Public Works Committee, I'll move items 12 through 19.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Councilmember Miranda with the Finance Committee. I believe 21 was pulled for discussion, and item number 22 was to be removed.
And, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Martin Shelby, also, if you could hold item number 20 to be heard with 44 and 21 to be heard with 46 and 47. And again, as you said, 22 is a duplicate, which should be removed from the agenda, please.
All right. So, Councilmember,
Okay, Mr. Chairman,
go ahead.
if I get it right now, I'll move items, 22 is a duplicate of another, so I'll move items 23 through 26.
Second.
We have a second from Councilmember Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, next up is Councilmember Carlson with Building, Zoning, and Preservation Committee, 27 through 35, sir.
Yes, sir, thank you. I'd like to move items number 27 through 35.
We have a motion from Councilmember Carlson, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, next up is Councilmember Vieira with Transportation Committee, items 36 through 42.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it, sir. I hereby move items 36 through 42.
So we have a motion from Councilmember Vieira. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Goods. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you very much. May I have a motion to open the 9:30 a.m. public hearings?
Second.
Councilmember Citro with a motion, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, that opens items number 43 through 47. These are second readings. Item number 43. Item number 43. Do we have anybody from the public that is here to speak on item number 43? Do we have anybody at the kiosk to speak for item number 43? Hearing none, may I have a motion to close?
So move.
We have a
Second.
motion to close from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Any opposed? Councilmember Miranda, would you mind reading item number 43?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item number 43, file number E2020-8. Ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance in the city of Tampa, Florida, making revisions to the city of Tampa Code of Ordinances, Chapter 12, Human Rights, in order to establish the interval and manner of city training related to harassment, anti-discrimination, implicit bias, and cultural competency. Amending Chapter 12-4, creating a new Section 12-6, repealing all ordinance or parts of ordinances in conflict wherein, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Councilmember Goods. Roll call vote.
Vieira,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
and Miranda.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. Councilman
If I-
Carlson.
If I could just also again thank Angel D'Angelo and Restorative Justice for their input on this, and thanks to Andrea Zellman and others who worked hard on it.
Thank you very much. All right, next up is item number 44, which the agenda says to see item number 20. Mr. Shelby, was 21 related to this as well? Or that was
No,
completely
21
separate?
is related to
this-
46 and 47.
6 and 47. Okay, so 20 goes with item number 44.
That's correct.
Yes, sir.
So if you could just take the public hearing on item 44 when you close and complete that after reading it and voting, then you could just move the resolution on item 20.
Yes, sir. Do we have anybody here to speak on item number 44? Item number 44. Anybody in the kiosk on the other side of the wall for item number 44? Hearing none, may I have a motion to
Move
close?
close.
We have a motion to close from Councilman Goods. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Councilmember Citro, would you mind reading item number 44?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. File E 2020-8, Chapter 27, ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, an ordinance of the City of Tampa, Florida, granting exemption from certain ad valorem taxation for Celadon Development Corporation LLC, a new business to be located in the City of Tampa, providing for short title, providing for definitions of terms, providing a finding that all other requirement applicable, to the grant of such exemption have been met, providing for the amount of revenue available for ad valorem tax sources for the current fiscal year, providing for the amount of revenue lost by virtue of the economic development ad valorem tax exemptions currently in effect, providing for estimated revenue of loss attributed to the exemption of grant to Celadon Development Corporation LLC, providing for the period of time for which the exemption will remain in effect in the expiration date of the exemption, providing requirements associated with the granting and continuation of such exemption, providing for, you know what I'm trying to say there, providing for severability, providing for reveal of laws in conflict, providing for effective date. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Miranda. Do we have, Madam Clerk, before I take the vote, do we have anybody registered to speak on these public hearings up to 47?
No, we do not have anyone registered for any of the public hearings.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilmember Citro. I believe the second was Councilmember Miranda.
Correct.
Roll call vote.
Vieira,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
and Miranda.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
All right, Councilmember Citro, since you read that, would you mind moving item number 20, which is related to
Well,
this?
that was in my committee, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Councilman Miranda.
I
Yes,
don't
sir.
mind that at all. The only thing I was waiting for 20 was that under this agreement, the average salary is going to be $55,675 per individual. And hopefully that's among the employees, not including the management. I don't want it weighted on the management side being part of the employees. I don't know exactly how it was structured, but that's the only thing I'm saying.
All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Miranda. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed?
Could I make one comment?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, I just wanted to say again, I said this last time, but in case anybody's listening for the first time, I'm usually against any kind of subsidy like this, but this one is an environmentally friendly industry by helping us recycle, and also very important to my background is that they're going to help support our container industry by providing a really important backfill to the containers. Most of the containers coming in are bringing things from other countries, but we don't have enough to put on the ships to go back, and this will help us, which creates, we're talking about apprenticeship programs. This will potentially create lots of other jobs outside the immediate jobs in supporting our port industry and high-paying jobs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, item number 45. Do we have anybody here to speak on item number 45? Anybody in the public for item number 45, or anybody in the kiosk for item number 45?
Move
Hearing
close.
none. May I have a motion to close?
Move to close.
Motion to
Second.
close from Councilman Goods, second from Councilman Citro. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, hearing none. Councilmember Dingfelder, were you able, it says you were absent, but were you able to review item number 45? If not, I can move on down.
No, I'm familiar with it, and I will be glad to read it.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Although I am curious, Mr. Carlson, you had voted against it.
Yes.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Can
I didn't
you-
give a reason.
Since I wasn't here for that, can you tell me?
I didn't give a reason, I just voted against it.
I'm sorry?
I didn't give a reason, I just voted against it.
Okay. You didn't want to articulate one now? No. All right. All right. I'll move the following ordinance regarding to item 2020-8, Chapter 14, for second reading and adoption. An ordinance of the City of Tampa, Florida pertaining to the hours of sale and service of alcoholic beverages on and off premises, amending Chapter 14, offenses, Article 2, miscellaneous offenses, Division 10, alcoholic beverages, and Section 14-150.1A, hours of sale for consumption on and off premises of the City of Tampa Code, revising the hours of sale and service of alcoholic beverages on Sunday, providing for uniform hours 7 days a week, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Dingfelder, second from Councilmember Citro. Roll call vote.
Viera.
Yes.
Goods.
Yes.
Dingfelder.
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Carlson.
No.
Citro.
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Motion carried with Carlson voting no.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have item number 46, and we also have 47, which are tied to item number 21. Do we have anybody here to speak on item number 46? Do we have anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item number 46?
Move to close.
We have,
Second.
wait, is there anybody at the kiosk? I had to ask. Councilman Miranda with a motion to close, second from Councilmember Goods. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, Councilmember Goods, would you mind reading item number 46?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. E2020-8, CH19, ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance of the City of Tampa, Florida, relating to the authority of the Director of Code Enforcement, Neighborhood Enhancement, to administer and enforce certain codes and ordinance, amending City of Tampa Code of Ordinances, Chapter 19, Property Maintenance and Structural Standards, Section 19-4, Department of Code Enforcement, duties and scope of authority of the Director, enabling the Director to administer and enforce Hillsborough County ordinances enforceable within the City of Tampa, including Section 36-373 of the Hillsborough County Code pertaining to human trafficking, repealing all ordinance or parts ordinance in conflict therewith, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Vieira. Roll call vote.
Viera.
Yes.
Goods.
Yes.
Dingfelder.
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Citro.
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. We'll go to item number 47, and then we'll go back to 21. Do we have anybody here to speak on item number 47? Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item number 47? Hearing none, do we have anybody at the kiosk? All right, do we have a motion to close? Motion to close from
Second.
Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Citro. All in favor?
No.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, hearing none. Councilmember Vieira, would you mind reading 47?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, sir. I hereby move an ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, ordinance designating portions of the city of Tampa as an event zone, also known as a clean zone, in order to regulate activities between 12:01 a.m., January 28th, 2021, until midnight on February 2nd, strike that, February 9th, 2021, in preparation for, in connection with, and for demobilization of hosting events for the 2021 National Football League Super Bowl LV, providing for regulations in areas designated as event zones for the sale of alcoholic beverages, temporary outdoor activities, tents, signage, prohibiting certain commercial activities in the right-of-way, subject to certain exceptions, providing for First Amendment expression areas, providing for penalties, providing for definitions, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Councilmember Goods. Roll call vote.
Vieira,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
No.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Carlson,
No.
Citro,
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Motion carried with Dingfelder and Carlson voting no.
Thank you very much. Next up, Councilmember Miranda, it was your committee.
Yes,
Would you
sir.
like to move item 21?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I say yes to 21, these events and these things are done way before it comes to us. Like now, these are agreements that have been done between an entity, the city, and another entity, in this case, I would imagine the National Football League and the Super Bowl. So when it comes to us, it's already been not approved, but been discussed. It's coming here for approval. Maybe in the future years, this city and other cities can understand that if you want part of this, yes or nay, you ought to do it before it comes, the agreements are made between the two entities. But I'll move number 21.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Councilmember Dingfelder, no? Okay.
Motion carried with Dingfelder voting no.
And Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
if I can ask Mr. Miranda to remove item 22 from the agenda as being a duplicate.
Remove
Yes.
22 from the agenda.
So
We have a
moved.
motion to remove from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Goods. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much. I did not clarify my motion earlier. Can I get a motion to open item 48 through 55?
So moved. Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, the public hearings are now all open. We'll begin with item number 48.
And if I may, Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. No, just that I was absent for some of these. I've reviewed all of the pertinent materials, and I'm ready to vote, just for the record.
Thank you very much.
Ryan Manassi, do we need to be sworn, sir?
Yes, if you are to speak, please raise your hand and be sworn.
Can we swear everyone in at the same time?
Yeah, if we can get everybody sworn in at the same time, if you're going to speak on items 48 through 55, just so we can keep it moving.
Point of, I'm sorry.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give today is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yes, sir,
Question.
Councilman Dingfelder?
Yes, if I could ask the clerk a question. On the agenda, for example, and this is throughout the rest of these second readings, it says, paren Vieira absent at vote. Is that insinuating it was unanimous, except that Vieira was absent? And I don't mean to point out Lewis. I just need the clarification.
That is correct.
Okay, so other than Vieira, it was 6-0?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, if I can inquire of the
Yes,
clerk,
sir.
if there are people to register, any registered for items 48 through 55?
I did not receive any registrations for these items.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we will go on to item number 48. Go ahead.
Good morning, Council. Ryan Manassi with Development Coordination. Item number 48 is file number REZ 20-45. It's before you for second reading and adoption. This was a plan development. Revised site plans have been submitted to the zoning administrator for certification and turned into the city clerk. Staff is available for any questions you may have.
Do we have any questions or comments at this time? Hearing none. Next. Do we have anybody to speak on item number 48?
morning, Council. Steve Michelini. I was a representative on this project, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Do we have any questions for the gentleman? Hearing none, do we have anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item number 48? Do we have anybody at the kiosk for item number 48?
Move to close.
We have a motion to close from Councilmember Miranda. Do we have a second? Second from Councilmember Dingfelder. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. Councilmember Miranda, would you mind reading item number 48?
No, Mr. Chairman. Item number 48, file number REZ 20-45. Substitute ordinance be presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 3154 and 3200 West Euclid Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described from section 1 from zoning district classification RS60, residential single family, to PD plan development, residential single family detached, providing an effective date.
Do we have a second?
A second?
Second from Councilmember Vieira. Roll call vote.
Vieira.
Yes.
Goods.
Yes.
Dingfelder.
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Citro. Miranda.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously with Citro being absent at vote.
Thank you very much. Next up is item number 49.
Thank you, Chair. Ryan Manassi, Development Coordination. Item number 49 is file number REZ 20-31. This is again before second reading and adoption. This is a plan development, so again, revised site plans have been submitted to the city clerk with corrections required from first reading. Staff is available for any questions that you may have.
Do we have any questions? Hearing none, do we have an applicant for 49 or a speaker for item number 49? Do we have anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item number 49 or anybody at the kiosk for item number 49?
Move to close.
We have a
Second.
motion to close from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Goods. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Citro, would you mind reading item number 49?
With pleasure, sir. File number REZ 20-31. Substitute ordinance being presented for second reading. An ordinance rezoning the property in the general vicinity of 9306 North Armenia Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1, from zoning district classification RS60, residential single family, to PD plan development, medical office, business, and professional office, providing for an effective date.
Second.
We have a second from Councilmember Miranda. Roll call vote.
Vieira.
Yes.
Goods.
Yes.
Dingfelder.
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Citro.
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. All right, item number 50.
Item number 50, Ryan Manassi, Development Coordination. Item number 50 is file number REZ 20-01. This is presented before you for second reading and adoption. This is as well a plan development, so the revised site plans were submitted to the zoning administrator for certification, and that's been submitted to the city clerk. Staff is available for any questions that you may have.
Do we have any questions at this time? Hearing none. Mr. Kramer?
Council members, good morning. Jay Kramer, 401 East Jackson Street, here for the petitioner. We ask for your support today. Here for any questions. Thank you.
Do we have any questions for the gentleman? Hearing none. Do we have anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item number 50? Do we have anybody at the kiosk? Do we have a motion to close?
So moved.
We have a motion to close from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Goods. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Councilmember Carlson, would you mind reading item number 50?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to speak to item 50, and I supported the compromise, and I'm going to continue to support it. But I also wanted to mention one other thing, is on occasion, it's been suggested that PDs, we shouldn't allow PDs on small projects, like a single lot or a double lot. And sometimes I agree with that, because it does feel, and sometimes it feels like spot zoning, which is a little bit concerning, and which is illegal. But then the flip side is, in allowing a PD, for example, like this one, it allows us to place specific conditions to protect that neighborhood and address the neighborhood concerns. So it's sort of a double-edged sword. At this time, I can't think of a better alternative than continuing to allow PDs, and specifically this PD, because in this case, we avoided a lawsuit. We reached a compromise that I think most of the neighborhood's satisfied with, and the developer seems to be happy with. So anyway, I just wanted to mention that as we move forward on these types of projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. All right, Councilmember Carlson?
Yep. Thank you, sir. I'd like to move file number REZ 20-01, ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 111 South Gunlock Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RS60, residential single family to PD, plan development residential single family detached, providing an effective date.
Second?
We have a second from Councilmember Miranda. Roll call vote?
Viera.
Yes.
Goose.
Yes.
Dingfelder.
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Citro.
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. Next up is item number 51.
Ryan Manassi, Development Coordination. Item number 51 is file number REZ 20-53, and this is again before you for second reading and adoption. This is a plan development as well, so revised site plans have been submitted to the zoning administrator for certification, and those plans have been submitted to the city clerk. Staff is available for any questions that you may have.
Do we have any questions for the gentleman? Do we have an applicant? Mr. Michelini, yes, sir?
Yes, sir. I was the representative on this petition as well, and I'm here to answer any questions. We respectfully request your approval.
Do we have any questions for the gentleman? Do we have anybody in the public that wishes to speak here in the chambers or at the kiosk for item number 51?
Move to close.
We have a motion to close from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Goods. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, Councilmember Dingfelder, would you mind reading item number 51?
Gladly, Mr. Chairman. In regard to file number REZ 20-53, I'll move the following ordinance for second reading and adoption. An ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 413 South Melville Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classifications RM16 residential multifamily to PD plan development residential single family attached, providing an effective date.
Second.
We have a second from Councilmember Goods. Roll call vote.
Viera.
Yes.
Goose.
Yes.
Dingfelder.
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Citro.
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Mr.
Thank you very
Chairman,
much. Yes, sir, Councilman Goods.
Item 52 through 55, I've read the documents. I'm prepared to vote.
And Councilmember Vieira, does the
Oh,
same go for you?
similarly, yes, sir, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Item number 52.
Ryan Manassi, Development Coordination. Item number 52 is file number REZ 20-58. This is before you for second reading and adoption. This is another plan development, so there were revisions needed between first and second reading. Those site plans have been turned into the city clerk, and staff is available for any questions that you may have.
Do we have any questions? Hearing none. Mr. Michelini, is this yours as well?
Yes, sir. Steve McElhaney, I was a representative on this, and respectfully request your approval, and I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for the gentleman? Do we have anybody here in the chambers that wishes to speak or at the kiosk for item number 52?
Move to close.
All right, we have a motion to close from Councilman Goods. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Carlson. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, Councilmember, who did I leave off with, Dingfelder or Goods? Goods, Councilmember Goods, item number 52.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. REZ-20-58. Ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 3408 West Wallcraft Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RS60 residential single family to PD plan development residential single family detached, providing an effective date.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Goods, second from Councilmember Miranda. Roll call vote.
Viera.
Yes.
Goose.
Yes.
Dingfelder.
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Citro.
Yes.
And Miranda.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. Next up is item number 53.
Ryan Manassi, Development Coordination. Item number 53 is file number REZ 20-75. This was a Euclidean rezoning, therefore there is no site plan. It was from RM24 to RM18. Staff is available for any questions that you may have.
Do we have any questions? All right, Mr. Michelini?
Yes, sir. Steve McElhaney. I was a representative on this project as well, and respectfully request your approval. I'm certainly be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Do we have any questions for the gentleman? Do we have anybody in the public, in the chambers, or at the kiosk that wishes to speak on item number 53?
Move to close.
We have a motion to
Second.
close from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, any opposed? Councilmember Vieira, would you mind reading item number 53?
I do not mind. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hereby move an ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 203 Danube, hope I'm pronouncing that right, Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RM24, residential multifamily, to RM18, residential multifamily, providing an effective date.
Do we have a second? Second from Councilmember Goods. Roll call vote.
Viera.
Yes.
Goods.
Yes.
Dingfelder.
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Citro.
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. Item number 54.
Ryan Manassi, Development Coordination. Item number 54 is file number REZ 20-77. This is a Euclidean rezoning as well. They were requesting RS60 to RS50, therefore there is no site plan. Staff is available for any questions that you may have.
Do we have any questions for the gentleman? Mr. Michelini, is this yours?
Yes, sir.
All right.
I was also the representative on this one. We respectfully request your approval, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Business is good.
It's just a matter of timing, sir.
I'm joking.
It's the Michelini agenda. All right. Do we have anybody in the public, in the chamber, or at the kiosk that wishes to speak on item number 54?
Move to close.
Second.
We have a motion to close from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Goods. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Councilmember Miranda, would you mind reading item number 54?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item number 54, file number REZ 20-77. An ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance rezoning property, general vicinity of 6223 South Main Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RS60 residential single family to RS50 residential single family, providing an effective date.
We have a motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Citro. Roll call vote.
Viera.
Yes.
Goods.
Yes.
Dingfelder.
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Citro.
Yes.
And Miranda.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to give a shout out to the city staff, particularly during these challenging times, and them being short-staffed over at Land Development. They've done a remarkable job, and as you can see, we've had a number of hearings that got all backed up into one hearing. So I'd like to just thank them for their efforts in these regards. Thank you very much.
The city of Tampa only hires the best. So, unparalleled service. Thank you very much. Item number 55.
Ryan Manassi, Development Coordination. Item number 55 is file number REZ 20-78. This is a plan development PD, so there was a revised site plan that was submitted and certified by the zoning administrator. Those site plans have been turned into the city clerk, and staff is available for any questions that you may have.
Do we have any questions for the gentleman? Mr. Pederica.
Good morning, Council. Ricky Pederica, 308 East 7th Avenue. I appreciate you hearing this case again. Second reading, I'm available for any questions.
Do we have any questions for the gentleman? Do we have anybody in the public, in the chambers, or at the kiosk that wishes to speak now for public comment? Hearing none, do we have a motion to close?
Move to close, Chairman.
Motion to close from Councilmember Good, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Councilmember Citro, would you mind reading item number 55?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Final number REZ 20-78, ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance rezoning the property in the general vicinity of 308 East 7th Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification PD plan development, place of religious assembly, residential, multifamily, office, business professional, to PD plan development, place of religious assembly, residential, multifamily, office, business professional, providing an effective date.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilman Citro, second from Councilmember Miranda. Roll call vote.
Viera.
Yes.
Goods.
Yes.
Dingfelder.
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Citro.
Yes.
And Miranda.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Council.
I can't believe it. It's 11:25 a.m. and we're at staff reports. A miracle. All right, we go to administration update, which I believe will be Osea Wynn and Gene Duncan to introduce our new key hires, and we also have our chief of staff, John Bennett.
All right, it's nice to say good morning, council and public. Actually, I had a request for an update for COVID as well from council, so I can give that real quick before we do the introductions. And if it's council's pleasure, we can continue this at administrator update. Is that pleasure of council?
Thank Any comments, questions, opposition? No? Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Real quick, every morning we put out the emergency operations report through Tampa Fire Rescue, and of course the Emergency Management Office, and we look at Hillsborough County numbers on a 24-hour basis. If there is good news with the increasing around the nation, we are below the statewide average, which is good for the county. We're also below the contiguous and commuter counties around us, and we are below the statewide average of the urbanized counties. Those are three metrics that I had asked for as we started to roll into our special event season. We're not significantly lower, but we are lower than that. And when I look at the contiguous states, Alabama and Georgia, Alabama is sitting at a 35.1% positivity rate, and Hillsborough County's at a 7.6% positivity rate. Same thing with Georgia's at a 10.8 positivity rate, and of course our county is well below that at 7.6. We have talked to USF Public Health, and of course we've met with not only that, but the county health doctor, Dr. Holt, and we are moving into what is being discussed as a second peak, somewhere between late January and maybe mid-February. The peak on the front end seems to be very difficult to manage, which is why everybody's being asked to continue those protective measures that we've been sharing both in the public and in our workforce as we move through that peak. And we do have an opportunity to curtail the back end through good protective measures, as well as the potential of the vaccine, which is a plan that's underway, and I'll get to that in a second. When we look internally at our numbers, we've had 340 positive cases within the city workforce of 4,667 employees, and we've had almost 2,900, matter of fact, 2,899 quarantines associated with this giving essential services to the community and being in proximity of a source positive. We sadly had one fatality out of wastewater, Mr. Gary Horwood, who passed away on 10/16 of this year due to complications of COVID, and we honored his family recently at our internal town hall meeting for his services and his untimely loss of life. So that puts our workforce at about 62% quarantined intervally over the COVID period or the pandemic. And as I mentioned, our team, both Kelly Austin in HR and Tiffany Klein at the Public Safety Campus, are working with Hillsborough County Health Department on a vaccine plan for our employees as it relates to the vaccine plan for the public. And as you know, the EPG meeting is within the county board, so you'd have to tune into that to get those particular updates. We are continuing the campaign, the message on wearing the masks, of course, indoors and in high traffic areas outdoors, especially those pedestrian corridors, maintaining the social distancing. We have added an addendum to any of our special events for a COVID plan that is reviewed by Tampa Fire Rescue and the Marshal's Office, and we continue to support any kind of sanitizing both inside the workplace, in our rolling stock, as well as our public events. So we are happy to work with Chief Tripp and her staff to bring you a COVID update on the regular council sessions during this time, if that is amenable to council. Secondly, before we get to the quick introductions, I just want to remind everybody
Mr.
that...
Mr. Chairman?
Oh, go ahead.
Could we speak about the COVID thing for a second before we move on? Thank you, Mr. Bennett, and great job on staying up on things. We know that you stay up on things, but I think it's important that we inform the community as best we can, and this might be a good vehicle to do it. I just wanted to let the community know that sometimes you'll see us without masks, and it might be a little bit confusing when you see us in this room. But I just wanted to tell people that I just was looking at this room, and it appears to me, and Ms. Garvey can help, but it appears to me this room is about 200, maybe 150 feet wide by about at least 75 feet deep, somewhere in the neighborhood of 15 to 20,000 square feet, and we also have 30-foot ceilings. It's one of the reasons we moved from City Hall to be over here to be safer. And also the distance between council members is about 12 feet, so we're keeping socially distanced, and a lot of times we try and put our mask back on. It's a little bit hard to speak into the microphone with the mask. But anyway, I just want people to know we're not being hypocritical when we leave here, when we come and go from this building, we have our masks on. That's a rule of the convention center. We all follow it. Every building we go into, no matter if it's a city hall or restaurant or whatever, we all wear our masks and we all keep socially distanced. So I just wanted to stress that we're not hypocrites. We're wearing masks, we're keeping distances, and we want to urge the public to continue to do so. And I think that's the message Mr. Bennett was saying. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. And just one final note is we talked to the county administrators of our contiguous counties through Ms. Bonnie Wise's office, and we also talked to our major cities, both Clearwater and St. Pete, and we work on a joint information center through our marketing communications section to make sure the public is aware that we're trying to keep our region as safe as possible. And it looks like, even though the numbers are climbing, we're still winning in the aggregate. Secondly, real quick, just a reminder that, every year for the past, I think now 34 years, started under Sandy Friedman's administration as mayor, the holiday food basket is going out. And I only say that this year because of the great desperation in our food insecurity areas, that a lot of work from the police department, code enforcement, Osea Wynn's portfolio and Carroll Post portfolio, that city employees have done a tremendous job in putting together baskets and toys for the holiday season. The last day of collection is this Friday, and they're supposed to be distributed next Thursday on December 10th. And with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Osea Wynn to make an introduction, followed by Ms. Jean Duncan to make her introduction of new staff members. Osea?
Thank you very much.
Good morning, City Council. Good morning, Chief. I am super excited this morning to present to you the newest member of our Neighborhood and Community Affairs team, Ms. Brand McKenzie. I'm not sure if we can post up her, the slide with her photo.
We got it.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, great, wonderful, thank you. So Brand will be joining us, or has joined us, joined the team with over 25 years of experience in economic development. She has a background in public administration as well as in planning, and has worked for major cities such as Chicago, Boston, and Baltimore. In her capacity as the lead over workforce development and special projects for the city of Tampa, she will leverage her background in public and private partnerships to collaborate with businesses, stakeholders, and residents as she oversees the workforce development initiative and, again, a number of our special projects. So I wanted to present to you Brand McKenzie. If you're on, if you would like to say a few brief, short words.
Thank you. Good morning, City Councilman. It is a pleasure to be with you. I'm truly honored. This is truly going to be a collaborative effort. The lift of bringing a strong, resilient workforce is something that we're really going to need to work collaboratively to make happen. Working with our businesses, our stakeholders, our residents, and I am so looking forward to working with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Chairman, if a little postscript on the introduction, especially for Councilman Goods. I know there was a motion made right before the budget hearings about a chief diversity officer. And I had met with Osea, and we put a kind of a task force together in a commitment to bring data back to council. And when we selected the talent with Brand McKenzie, she's going to be helping Ms. Osea Wynn coordinate some of that data in the internal metrics for the organization of hiring, training, and accountability. So we're really looking forward to her joining the city and working with us. So with that, I'll give it over to Ms. Jean Duncan.
Chief, I was gonna ask that question, but you popped right up and gave me the answer to it, and glad we've got some help over there with Osea and some of the small issues that we do have, and hope to meet this young lady soon and visit some of our communities that are challenged and have an understanding of the city of Tampa. So again, appreciate you for the hire, and I know she's gonna work well with Osea and Janelle and Marie in that group. And thank you very much, Chief.
Thank you very much. Next is Ms. Jean Duncan.
Good morning, City Council members. I'm so pleased this morning to be able to announce our recent hiring of Ms. Brandy Miklas Brandy comes to us with a great palette of information and knowledge. She's got degrees in communication as well as urban planning. She's a certified planner through the AICP process. A lot of experience in transportation projects. She's vested in the city as a Seminole Heights resident and also on the Friends of Union Station board. And we're looking forward to her playing a role in program and project coordination with our infrastructure and mobility projects. We've got billions of dollars of work with pipes projects, mobility projects, stormwater projects. And she's going to be sort of the glue between the technical engineering aspect of these projects and also the communications, working with our marketing team to have better communications on the work that we're doing for our citizens. So I'd like to give Brandy a moment to just say hello. She's so excited to be here, and we certainly are happy to have her on our team now. Brandy, if you want to say a few words.
Sure. Good morning, council members. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you, Jean, for that wonderful introduction. I really look forward to working with all of you, and especially with our mobility plan, Tampa Moves, as well as our massive community infrastructure plan, PIPES. And I look forward to working with Director of Marketing Communications, Ashley, as well, and being able to assist Jean in whatever way I can. So thank you very much.
Thank you very
Welcome
much.
aboard.
All right. Thank you. Chief Bennett, does that wrap up the update?
Let me say, Mr. Chairman, let me say something,
Yes,
Chief
sir.
Bennett.
Councilman Goods.
I think it's, you're doing a great job with trying to get communication within these different departments. I think that's crucial for the citizens, for this council. Information is crucial to everybody, and hopefully we can follow that trail, getting someone in the recreation department, other areas, that we would get these communications out, and I think it's very vital and a great hire, especially with the PIPES program, to make sure we got good communication going on.
All right. Thank you very much. We will move on to item number 56. We have a memo from Mr. Mark Wilfalk regarding this $4.4 million item. Do we have any questions or comments from council members? We do have that memo. If not, Councilman Dingfelder, yes, sir?
Thank you. Is Mark still here?
Yeah, he's over there. Come on down.
Mark's. Hey, gentlemen, not specifically about this item, but as long as y'all are here, I was out at McKay Bay the other day throwing some trash out there at the transfer station, and I saw the construction out there is well underway for the new transfer station, and I was just, I was curious at how that's going. Are we on time, under budget, and moving along tremendously?
Did you have your ID or your water bill?
Huh? Well, I was a little shaky on my ID, so I had to show my city ID.
Good morning, Council. Mark Wilfalk, Department of Solid Waste and Environmental Program Management. Yes, construction is moving along as planned. The team is working good. Our contract administration department is working collectively with our solid waste project coordinator, and I think we have probably about another 6 to 8 months left, and we should be ready to have a nice ribbon cutting and celebration.
We'll be operational maybe by the summer or something, or?
That's the hope, yes.
We will get an invite, right, Ms. Wolfall?
I'm sorry?
We will get an invite, right?
You will get an invite, yes, you will.
That's fantastic. In regard to this item, I'm glad to see that we're able to, I assume, replace some of our older equipment with the new equipment and the side loaders and all that, and I think it makes it made a lot of sense when we switched over to the automatic loading and took a lot of stress off the physical bodies of your folks. So.
That is correct, so we appreciate your support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions or comments? Hearing none, may I have a motion to move the resolution?
So move. Second.
Motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, next up, we have a $3.8 million project with the memo from Mr. Brad Baird. Are there any questions for this? I see he is standing by. Do we have any questions from council members?
Hold on one second. This is 50.
57.
Nope.
No? All right. If there are no questions, may I have a motion to move this resolution?
Second.
Motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Next up is a $3.9 million item with the city and Skanska. I don't see a memo on this. Do we have any questions from council members? Dingfelder.
Thank you. Ms. Garvey, I appreciate you joining us today. At least you didn't have to walk very far. I know we've spoken about this in the past, but I just want to see if we're making any progress. We talked about the possibility of solar on the convention center as part of this Skanska, review, design, build, et cetera. Any word on that yet?
Not to this date. Now, we're still in the preliminary design build stage of developing the whole program for the expansion. This particular item speaks in regards to the early output items that were on the original RFQ to get the building ready for the expansion itself.
Yeah, and I think it's great. It's unfortunate the building is slow right now because of COVID, but it's great that we at least have this opportunity to get some of these construction projects done during a slow period. So, I guess we can look at it, the glass is half full, and we can make progress during this time.
Agreed. Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from council members? If not, may I have a motion for, to move the resolution? Motion from Councilman Dingfelder. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Goods. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Also wanted to compliment staff on that one in regard to Skanska. Does have a good minority, EBO program with a lot of diversity.
Agreed. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is 59 at the $5 million item with ManCon of Virginia. We have a memo from Mr. Pete Brett, who will be making a presentation. And before we begin, Councilmember Vieira, I know there was a request that the apprenticeship item come first under staff reports, but being that some council members had mentioned about contacting and asking questions and us bringing it back after lunch, is that okay, sir?
Oh, yes, sir, Mr. Chair, absolutely. I was, my concern about people being here for commenting on it has been addressed, so no, we can take that after lunch, frankly.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
Go
you,
ahead.
sir.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Council. Sal Ruggiero, Deputy Administrator for Infrastructure Services. I'm here this morning. We're going to have our new manager, Gary Stewart, making a little presentation on this ManCon contract, which we think is a good deal for the city, and it's much needed. I know we haven't been down in front of you quite a bit, and due to the pandemic, I just want to do a couple of introductions. We have Pete Brett, who's the Director over Facilities and Fleet. He's a direct report to me. And Gary Stewart, as of October 1st of 2020, is the new manager of Fleet, and he reports directly to Pete. We also have Rick Clark from ManCon to answer any questions that might come.
I think it's either the Russians or the Chinese. I don't know.
It's the aliens. Sorry,
So
sir.
with that, I'll turn the mic over to Gary Stewart.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, council members. I guess that introduction was for me, right? So I'd like to speak on the ManCon contract. This is the second renewal for this contract.
Here it comes.
So this contract has been in place for, this will be coming up, this is the 6th year going on to the 7th year. This is the second renewal of a 5-year renewal period. It's a $5 million contract, I stated earlier. The inventory value for this contract right now is $1.5 million that Mancon actually oversees for the city. The increase is a $2.2 million increase. This increase is only on the management fee, which is $10,000. I'm sorry, 2.2% increase, which is only a $10,000 increase on the management fee, not on the total $5 million. With this increase, it also brings in extra pay and increases for the 7 employees that oversee this contract. Mancon has complied with all of the SLBE and WIMBY requirements and has sales of $206,000. So they're definitely within the contract requirements. Also, Mancon staff has brought cost savings to the city by having 7 full-time employees. That allows the city to be able to support 2,700 vehicles for first responders and TPD. They've been by our side throughout the whole entire COVID period, working hand in hand with over 50 of the fleet management technicians. One of the benefits of this contract with Mancon is that for a large stock investment, Mancon actually owns the contract, owns all the parts within this contract or within the warehouse. And the city is not billed until we actually apply that to the vehicles. All right, I'm open to questions.
Do you have any questions for the gentleman by any council members? I hear none. Do we have a motion to approve item number 59? Move the resolution.
Yes.
We have a motion from Councilmember Vieira. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Citro. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
All right.
Motion carried with Miranda voting no.
Thank you very much. Item number 60 is a memo from our Chief of Police. Do we have any questions or comments regarding this item? Item number 60.
Yes.
Councilman Dingfelder.
Thank you. Just very quickly, I'm glad we asked this question a year ago. The police department had ordered some drones, and I think there's always concern about the use of drones or any other type of technology that could potentially impose on our civil liberties. We always have to have a healthy balance between our civil liberties on the one hand and our protection of the public on the other hand. So we asked the administration and TPD to monitor closely the use of the drones, and they provided a report that is included in this item 60 that basically says the drones were used for the purpose they were purchased, for training purposes, for monitoring some large crowds, like, for example, I'm sure we'll use it for the Super Bowl, for security and that sort of thing. But otherwise, just for, mundane issue, police protection issues, not to be hovering over homes or doing detective work or that sort of thing. So with that, I don't know, Madam Clerk, I don't know if this original motion a year ago was for an annual report or if it was just an isolated incident for this year. Do you know?
The way it's stated, it's only an isolated incident.
Okay. So with that, I'd like to just roll over this motion to be an annual report on the use of these drones. So that way we can always stay vigilant and make sure that we're all paddling in the same direction.
And Mr. Chair, if I may?
Yes, sir, Councilman Vieira.
I'll second that. I agree with the sentiments there. I think it's always incumbent on all of us as elected officials to make sure that everything our city does is consistent with our Bill of Rights and our Constitution and our civil liberties. And these are questions that have to be asked. Very, very likely, we all know 99.9%. The answer is going to be consistent with what our aspirations are, but asking the questions, I think, is sensible, so I'll second.
If I may, Mr. Chair, Councilman Dingfelder, this is going to be a written report, not a personal appearance?
Yes, that would be fine, just like it was this year. Thank you, Mr. Citro.
All right, we have a motion from Councilman Dingfelder with a second from Councilman Vieira. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you, council.
Thank you very much. Next up is item.
Mr. Chairman?
Councilman Goose.
Just one point.
Yes, sir.
I see the manager is still here. The motion is already carried and voted on item 59, but if something popped in my head, I need to ask that question, if you don't mind, sir.
Go ahead, sir.
Would the manager from Fleet, and probably Mr. Wolf will probably be able to answer this as well. I know when we first came into office, we had an issue with the solid waste vehicles being down a lot and guys standing around the water cooler waiting for vehicles to be fixed. And we just approved this contract for parts. Is this going to help with the efficiency now having parts on the shelves to be able to get these vehicles going, or has that already been improved already?
Yes, sir. It will help, and also it has been improved. They've been instrumental in helping us start a second shift for the truck line that repairs the garbage trucks. So they have been there to support us, and it has helped a lot.
Thank you, sir. You answered my question.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All righty. We are at item number 61. Mr. Wilfalk did send out well, he transmitted a report here. Do we have any questions or comments?
Yeah, if Ms. Juro can just go over that report a little bit so staff can understand. The reason I made that motion, I had some union representatives talk to me, and also some of the people in the field talked about the alleyways in the city, especially South Tampa. You know, a lot of these alleyways are very small, and we have bigger trucks now. And some of them complain that those alleyways aren't being cleaned, and some of our citizens complain at times alleyways not being clean. And we're still using those alleyways to pick up trash. That was a concern that vehicles were being damaged, and some of the employees may have been disciplined because of alleyways not being cleared or cleaned, and feeling that it's not their fault because the size of the truck is bigger than what the alleyway is. So that's why I made the motion, to get some clarification on what we are doing about those particular alleyways. Is there a process these drivers can alert management about these alleyways? What about the truck size and so on, to make sure that people don't get disciplined unfairly because it's something that's not their fault?
Sal Ruggiero, Deputy Administrator for Infrastructure Services. Before I turn it over to Mr. Wilfalk, I just want to ensure council that, number one, all discipline is vetted through human resources, you know, to make sure that everything is progressive and up and up. And I think Mark is going to kind of explain to you that there isn't a tendency to over-discipline drivers, that there is a program to address these alleys, and that there is a fair and equitable disciplinary process. So with that being said, I'll turn it over to Mark Wilfalk.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sal. Good morning, Council. Mark Wilfalk, Department of Solid Waste and Environmental Program Management, here to address motion CM 20-65-29-2. Before I go any further, I'd like to thank my counterpart, Mr. Stewart and Mr. Ruggiero. Some of the organizational changes that have been made thus far have really improved the availability of fleet equipment for our personnel, which is also translated into lower operating costs, reduced overtime and whatnot. So thanks again, gentlemen, for your support. I was asked to come today to kind of talk about, as was mentioned earlier, corrective action that's involved with drivers in our department who get in accidents while performing their assignments, and then address a continuous issue regarding overgrowth in the alleys, as well as development that's in the alleyways of some of our neighborhoods throughout the city. It's important to remember that all of our collection staff that we hire are trained and evaluated on their ability to safely maneuver those large collection vehicles through challenging roadways, alleyways, low-hanging obstacles, and obstructions that may come out into the road. Whenever there's a safety-related incident that occurs with an employee or a driver, all of those matters are reviewed by our incident review panel. That incident review panel consists of peers, so people who perform the same duties, as well as a combination of some of our leaders in the department. So it's not just me saying, oh, you should have done that better. I wouldn't dare do that to our professionals, because we have a tremendous appreciation of what they do, and we understand the difficulties that are involved in that process. Once that matter is reviewed, there's a rendering that comes out, which is either preventable, non-preventable, and in either case, or sometimes there may be an undetermined. In either case, there's either a management opportunity or an employee opportunity. We really like to try to take those moments to train our employees to reduce that, the number of accidents that they have. And I'm proud to say that over the past few years, we've seen a significant decline in the number of incidents that we have and accidents that we have in our department. If corrective action is warranted, it can come in many different forms. It can come by way of making physical changes to something in that collection environment. So if a driver is trying to collect a dumpster and he or she is having a tough time navigating that vehicle to get into that dumpster because of some other obstacles, our team will go out and work with those locations to make sure that they can safely perform their duties in certain situations. Other forms of corrective action may include administrative personnel action, which could include counseling or coaching to performance, or maybe more progressive disciplinary approaches that are available. Several factors are considered prior to administering disciplinary action, including the years of experience, complexity of the situation that they're involved in, and previous history as well. I did when I got the request, I did an evaluation, just a cursory review over the last couple of years of the number of accidents that we've had in alleyways, and proud to say that we only came up with 4. None of them resulted in lost time, and the discipline administered in all of those was not severe. Those drivers are still with us, and they've gotten the training that they need in order to reduce those incidents from reoccurring. But and as Sal mentioned earlier, it's important to remember that any sort of discipline that we administer, personnel action that we take for employees, is always vetted in conjunction with our HR department, Employment Services Department. They've been a great resource for us, and they're also instrumental in making sure that if corrective action is warranted, that it's applied fairly. We are not in the business of trying to remove drivers. Trust me, it is too difficult to recruit talented drivers to do the job that these professionals do on a daily basis. And I think that's also reflected in our attrition rate. And I don't know about the rest of the city departments. I haven't looked at it that closely, but our attrition rate in the department is pretty well. I mean, I'm gonna gamble and say it's between 85 and 90%. In fact, we're getting ready to celebrate the retirement of Mr. Willie Kennedy, who's a 33-year veteran on our collection team. So it kind of speaks to our attrition rate. Navigating those collection vehicles through the roadways and curbside parking and alleyways is challenging. And it also increases the risk, and it definitely provides challenges to our collection staff. Always like to say it's equivalent to me trying to get in the same pair of jeans that I tried to wear in college. It's just not a good look. So I always applaud our drivers, and I'm gonna kind of veer off script a little bit. I've actually had the opportunity to try to drive some of those challenging alleyways, and just when I thought I cleared it, I turned the truck and flattened the tire. So I truly admire the work of our employees who go in that. And to the same token, we've also made significant adjustments and appropriated some funding so that we can maintain the conditions of the alleyways to keep it as safe as possible for our drivers. They know, all of our drivers know that if they encounter challenges, obstacles while performing their duties, they can call our centralized dispatch unit and give the exact location. We have a couple of contracts valued at about $65,000 that we have no problem getting out, trimming those trees and opening up the alleyways for our team. And even though we do that, it's still challenging. That's because we also have to work with our code enforcement and other departments within the city to make sure that when zoning permits and buildings and PDs are approved, that they're followed according to the plan. And often we will encounter developers who may encroach into that alleyway 1 or 2 feet, which is pretty significant when you're trying to navigate a 15-ton vehicle through the alleyways. So We appreciate the partnership that we have with those. There's still some that get by and they create challenging situations for us. So we've ordered smaller vehicles in some case, but smaller vehicles can't be used in all situations. It's just not efficient for collection operations. So just wanted to again, reemphasize the fact that we are cognizant of it, we are aware of it, and we have an open door policy. So anytime a driver has a problem, that they can always come in and talk to us about it.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate the information.
All right.
Thank you
Available to
very
answer any
much.
questions. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
I guess.
Yes, sir, Councilman Vieira.
If I may, just wanted to say how much we appreciate all the work of our solid waste drivers. For probably before I was in city council for 10 years at my old firm, I used to represent a lot of big trucking companies and CDL drivers, so I understand that when you're driving a big vehicle like that, it's very difficult. I mean, it really is. And especially, just my experience in talking with drivers who get into one accident, the repercussions of that, sometimes even if you're not at fault, even if it's just an argument, somebody in our present age, if you get into an impact with a commercial vehicle, odds are you're going to have a claim made against you and against your CDL and your driving history and, you know, just so many different issues. So just that we appreciate all the hard work that your drivers do. I know I used to deal with you all, if you remember the Civil Service Review Board.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I know that it's a hard job. I mean, it really, really is. So just on so many ways. So thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Okay, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Mark, just on a lighter note, I had to laugh really hard when you said about the jeans, because I think it was the day after Thanksgiving. I tried on a few of mine, and I had to run over to the mall and get 2 new pair.
I know the feeling. Yeah.
On that note, I was in my storage unit the other day, and I put on my jeans from college, and they fit.
Oh,
And they
rub
fit.
it in.
Not to
Rub
make
it in.
anybody feel
You
good.
must have been in the wrong unit.
All right, we're in recess until 1:30 for lunch. Thank you. I got it.
Doing well.
I know.
Just driving you home, yeah. I'll pick you up at 8, no need to complicate. It's that old school love. Flowers in my hand, I'm gonna take it back. It's that old school love. It's that old school love.
All right. Council meeting to order. If we could have roll call, please.
Vieira.
Here.
Goods.
Here.
Carlson.
Here.
Dingfelder. Citro.
Here.
Miranda. Maniscalco.
Here.
We have a physical form.
Thank you very much. We'll continue with the agenda. We have item number 62, the draft apprenticeship ordinance. Whoever would like to begin with that, Ms. Zellman, I see you.
Good afternoon, Council. As you know, this is an ordinance that we're presenting in draft form for discussion purposes only. It was prepared in response to a motion made by City Council. And before I talk more about the ordinance, I do want to remind both the members of the City Council and any members of the public who are watching that in addition, of course, both the members of this City Council and the mayor have made it a goal to build a stronger, more talented, more diverse workforce in the city. And we hope that everyone keeps in mind that this ordinance is just one piece of that puzzle. It can't fix everything. But as you learned this morning, or you were introduced to this morning, the city just announced the hiring of Brenda McKenzie, who's the Workforce Partnerships and Special Projects Director. And I've spoken with her as well. And she's going to be working on other programs at the city that hopefully will increase the diversity and strengthen and make the workforce in the city more resilient. So I just want everyone to keep that in mind. Another item to keep in mind is that for all the CCNA contracts that the city enters into, and those are the ones that, as I understand it, where the work requires either an engineer or an architect or both, those contracts that the city has, the CCNA contracts, already have a workforce development component. So, again, I just want to make clear that the apprentice ordinance isn't the end-all be-all to everything. It's one tool in the toolbox, but we do have others. But with that, I'll talk a little bit about the ordinance. And when the motion was made, you asked us to look at the City of St. Petersburg's ordinance because they've had one for a few years requiring city contractors to hire a certain percentage of apprentices. We also looked at Broward County, which has adopted but not yet implemented an ordinance. There's another city in Florida, the city of Riviera Beach, that has an ordinance. Those are the only ones we could find in Florida. And as well, I looked at a number of ordinances from other cities and counties throughout the country and actually stole some ideas from them. In addition, I want to acknowledge Brad Baird and Gene Duncan have been a tremendous help to me in terms of discussing the contracting issues with both their counterparts, particularly Brad's talked to a lot of folks at St. Pete and elsewhere who actually have to implement these types of requirements, and also talked with members of the industry, with the contractors who do city work, to talk about how this ordinance would impact them and how it has impacted them in places like St. Pete, and that's been very helpful. In addition, I want to thank Councilman Vieira. He coordinated a number of conversations I had both with the folks you saw from ABC, but also with representatives of the labor unions. They gave me a lot of ideas, which we also tried to incorporate in the ordinance. So again, it's a draft ordinance, but I want you to know that there was a lot of input into it. So just quickly, the ordinance would amend Chapter 26.5 of the City of Tampa Code, and it would add the requirement that for any city contract for a vertical construction project, and I'll explain that in a minute, of $1 million or more, the contractor would be required to use apprentices for 12% of the labor hours involved in enforcing that contract. So the first point that I know many of you may have questions about is, why are we limiting it to vertical construction? The city's thought was, let's walk before we run. When we spoke to St. Pete, when they implemented their ordinance, they got a lot of pushback from some contractors. Broward also expressed some concerns. What we also found was it's the vertical construction, the above-ground construction, where apprentices are most available. The type of trades that are involved tend to have apprentices. That's less true for underground work. So the thought was, let's start with something that we know we can be successful at, and then look to expand it in the future. So again, it's not saying that it could never apply to other types of construction projects, but the thought was, let's start with something that we know should work and then build on that. And And I identified for council in my memorandum, we have at least 3 projects that will be contracted for in the city in the coming year to which that would apply. The Fair Oaks Park project, and then the Tippin water treatment plant and the Curran wastewater treatment plant facilities are all going to have vertical construction projects of more than $1 million, so the ordinance would apply to them. Some other points about it is we limited it to, or we defined apprentices to be those that are participating in a registered state or federal apprenticeship program, unless there are no registered programs in that particular trade, in which case the company can have a company-sponsored training program. We have some exceptions. One is if it's otherwise prohibited by law. The other one is one that admittedly, I didn't define this well. I said, and this again was a recommendation from St. Pete, is, you've got to have an exception for those unusual circumstances that you just can't anticipate, where you just don't have the time to go through this. So I use the term, if the mayor or her designee determines that extraordinary circumstances exist, that it's not in the best interest of the city to apply this, we can flesh that out and make it very clear. It's obviously supposed to apply only to very unique, unusual circumstances, and not at all often, of course. What we also added, and this was something I found in some other states, that in those instances where a contractor is in compliance with the ordinance, they want to provide apprentices, but they end up only meeting a 6% threshold rather than a 12% threshold, rather than just finding them wholly in non-compliance, we would have almost a fee in lieu program, and again, I saw this in others, where you assess a fee that's designed to represent the cost benefit, the cost savings they're realizing by not utilizing apprentices, and then that money could be put toward apprenticeship training programs in Hillsborough County, or if you wanted to limit it to the city, but I thought it should probably be countywide. So those are kind of the key points of the ordinance. Again, it's just for discussion purposes today. After hearing what council has to say, we can bring back an ordinance for first reading. One of the items that has come up in some of my discussions with both city staff and council, you'll notice that in the ordinance, I said this ordinance becomes effective on, to be decided, 2021. The city administration has recognized that it's going to take some time to get this program in place. It does require city staff to come up with a fee schedule, to come up with forms by which the contractors report, by which they demonstrate a good faith effort. And then we also need city staff to monitor compliance. So we need a little time to get that in place. In addition, when I was talking with some of the union folks, they suggested that it's a good idea to have some time to educate the contracting community about it. And apparently Broward did something like that, and we certainly want to talk to them about some suggestions for how to do that. But taking some time to educate the contractors who would be bidding on city contracts about, where to find apprentices and how to use apprentices and all that, to the extent they need that, and just to educate them about the ordinance itself. So that's something that I would ask council to consider as well. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Councilman Vieira.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it, sir. I wanted to first, I just wanted to talk about this briefly. I wanted to thank Ms. Zellman for your hard work on this. We know that our city attorneys are very, very busy, and this is a very big endeavor. So thank you, Andrea, for your hard work, as well as also wanted to thank Brandon Jordan Lazo, my hardworking legislative assistant. We had, by golly, I think 8, 9, 10 meetings with Mr. Kona, ABC, Organized Labor, and other people in the last year or so in trying to work something out. And I'll talk about that. Even though we have a conflict, I do want to stress that this is a proposed ordinance, and the amendments that I'll be bringing for council's consideration that reflects compromise and that it reflects dialogue. We began about a year ago through what I would discuss to be a collaborative process where all the different stakeholders would come together and talk about the big idea of the city of Tampa pushing apprenticeships. I did that because I've never been the kind of person who pushes for something and goes, it's my way or the highway. I want to listen to people. I still want to listen to people on this issue and whatnot, but I want to make sure that we have that dialogue and discussion. I think that's important, and I think it's at the point right now where we are ripe for action on this, where a dialogue on this issue, we've talked about this issue for a very long time, long before I came on city council, should turn into action. I just wanted to make sure that every single voice in this issue was heard, that nobody felt shut out. The purpose of dialogue for me is not to make sure that the pie is cut evenly, but to make sure that everybody gets a say in what's going to go into the pie, and that the best idea in terms of the decision makers ultimately goes there. Why are we doing this? We're doing this, as many of people have said today numerous times, is because the city of Tampa needs to encourage a better pathway to the middle class. Here for our working people, for our young people, for those people that want better hope and opportunity, et cetera. And we need to do it by also utilizing our own labor pool whenever it comes to training, et cetera. That's one of the big things that this proposed ordinance does. Some of my principles that I wanted in this from day one included, number one, contractors allocating a set percentage of labor hours per project for state certified apprenticeships. That's something that this proposed ordinance does. They'll only be eligible for larger contracts. We recognize that this is something that should only be for larger contracts. Good faith efforts properly defined. A lot of times government, local government, state government, federal government doesn't follow common sense. Those ideas that Ms. Zellman works so hard to get in there, et cetera, on good faith efforts, I think recognize that. They give the aspiration in terms of our goals and values, but then they give some wiggle room. Those pants are a little bit flexible, so to speak. So I really like that. Obviously apply to only state certified apprenticeships. And as I'll talk about, I want to make sure that this city and this city council is involved with making sure that this is an ordinance that benefits all parts of our city and all parts of our community, including women, as somebody said, have been historically locked out of, I think it was Ken, historically locked out of these apprenticeship opportunities, as well as parts of our city that are all too often ignored. Parts like East Tampa, University area, Sulphur Springs, et cetera, parts that have been demanding change time and time again. Those are some principles. I think you also have to talk about the values behind this proposed ordinance. This is an ordinance that has ideas. One of the things that I always talk about is we always hear in the city of Tampa, throughout many, many cities, about wanting to attract the best and the brightest. We always hear that in Tampa we want to attract the best and the brightest, with I think the inference being that the best and the brightest, right, are those people coming back to Tampa with maybe a master's from Brown or a bachelor's from Emory or whatever it may be. But we have to make sure that idea of the best and the brightest doesn't just include the affluent, doesn't just include those who are able to go to college, et cetera, but includes those men and women who work with their hands. And who are carpenters, who are welders, who are electricians, et cetera. That's our best and the brightest as well. It certainly is something that should reach out to all people. Like I always say whenever I talk about this ordinance, it's something that is pro, for example, veteran. I know that, Iron Workers Local 397 has their Helmets to Hard Hats program, where it takes young returning veterans that, like I always say, return home with nothing but quite often their high school degree and their PTSD, and it gives them some set of tools where they can have some progress in their life. We're talking about, again, that young single mother, maybe living in Ybor City, maybe living in the university area, who wants something better for her life. That's what this does. Maybe take that graduate from Middleton or from King High School or for Jefferson who goes, what am I going to do with the rest of my life, particularly now during COVID when things are so very dim. This is an ordinance that has a lot of hope for those people. You know, we've talked a lot in the last 7-8 months about people in the streets making demands, wanting to have change. This is an ordinance that is pro-social justice. It has the city of Tampa being a partner in providing opportunities for people and for communities that have been all too often ignored. I remember a talk that I had when I was having a community meeting out at a local apartment. I believe it was at Timber Falls, and talking with a young single mother about some of the things that we're trying to do here in the city of Tampa to improve people's lots. One of the things I talked about was this apprenticeship ordinance, and I remember her looking at me with the most sincerity and level of earnestness and right in my eyes and going, if my son could be an electrician, I'd give my right arm. I'd give my right arm. You know, things that a lot of us take for granted, a lot of people in our city see it as a dream and as a lost dream, and we got to make sure to remedy that. And again, this is something that provides a real pathway to the middle class. It promotes Tampa values. For me, Tampa values of not just justice, but respect and dignity in work. That if you're going to go to work, you're going to work 40 hours a week, that we ought to meet you halfway to make sure that a lot of those basic dignities and basic things in life should be coming your way if you're going to do the right thing in work. I think that's important. It goes to the idea of collective action on behalf of people who don't have a voice. You know, more and more and more we see a gravitation towards that idea that we're all in it by ourselves, and what's in it for me? Well, politically and morally, I've never been a big supporter of that. I just haven't been. Don't get me wrong. Individual initiative, free enterprise, that's what makes our country work. But we as a government have got to come together and make sure that we have a collective voice for people, and that's what this certainly does. It supports economic development. In fact, I know Hillsborough County, I believe, is looking to pass a similar ordinance now. I see this in connection with things like, you know, redevelopment of the University of South Florida area. If we ever get those AFT dollars, all for transportation money, all these ideas together promote economic development in the county and the city of Tampa that will really, really yield dividends. It goes to hiring local and talking about an aging workforce that I know everybody knows. Mr. Kona knows that. Our friends in organized labor knows this, that we have an aging workforce, and we have to make sure that young people have got a shot at getting into this. I know that there is some opposition to this. Mr. Kona, I consider to be a friend. We've known each other for a number of years, and he's a very nice gentleman with a wonderful family. We don't always agree, but that's all right. My perspective is, when you take a look at what we're ultimately going to be voting on here today, that this is, in fact, a compromise born out of those negotiations that we almost spent 6 months to a year going through. A number of things that I wanted, without talking about legal issues, no bearing on legal issues, just in terms of substantive policy changes. When you compare this to the St. Petersburg Ordinance, the standard is 12% versus 15%. We have good faith efforts here for compliance that were a big priority of mine, because I don't like government mandates that don't have common sense. You can be as well-meaning as you want, but if you don't apply common sense, you're going to wind up destroying the people that you're trying to help, including the small businesses, because without small businesses, there can be no workers. So that's certainly something that this does. And St. Petersburg was also in the dispute having a disadvantaged worker ordinance. We don't have that here. So again, I would certainly say that this is something that I do not see as punitive. I think a lot of my fellow council members know me as, I would think, as somebody that, you know, likes to listen, that doesn't go out in terms of being a terrible risk taker, et cetera. This, to me, is an ordinance that progresses the best values that we've been talking about here on City Council, but does it in a measured way, does it in a calm way, does it in a responsible way, because the dialogue isn't done. If we pass this today, which of course we won't, but there's still a lot of dialogue to be held, as I'll talk about. This ordinance, to me, is clearly the right thing to do. You know, we continue to hear from people in terms of economic opportunity, and that's what this ordinance gets down to. So I'm going to be making a motion at the end of discussion on a couple of things. Number one, this is, in my opinion, as everybody says, it's a fine ordinance standing on its own. I think it's a fine ordinance, but there's a couple of issues that I want to move on. Number one is, and I'm not making the motion now, Mr. Chair, But first off, I believe this motion or this ordinance could come back to us, Ms. Zellman, I believe it's January 17th. Number two, and as was indicated by Andrea, I know that she had highlighted some of these issues, defining what extraordinary circumstances is, just so that we all are on the same page. We don't know who's going to be mayor in 10, 20 years if this ordinance passes. We want to make sure that we have certainty. Number two is making sure that in good faith efforts, again, that's a very good definition, but make sure that all stakeholders, including organized labor, are included there whenever it comes to folks with whom there's got to be consultation. Next is the issue of horizontal construction being excluded. You know, that was something that we saw in the ordinance, surprised some people, et cetera. There's a dialogue being held right now on whether or not there are enough projects for apprenticeships and horizontal construction. I know that's going to be a dialogue that's going to be happening between now and January 17th or whenever this comes back. I'll be making a motion for language that includes horizontal construction by operation of the ordinance, but we've got to give city staff enough time. If city staff tells me, Lewis, we want to begin with vertical and then move to horizontal after a certain time, I respect the hardworking men and women and the professionals in city staff, and we want to make sure that we get this done right. We want to learn from people's mistakes. And if we rush into something, again, out of meaning well, then the ordinance is going to have no credibility because it'll fail. So I want to make sure that we have a timetable for both horizontal and vertical construction. Next is reporting. Again, if we pass this, this ordinance is not infallible. A lot of things could go wrong. I want to make sure that in the first year after it's passed, we are briefed twice by city staff in this ordinance through live reports, including on how many projects are part of this, the number of apprenticeships that come from this project, compliance challenges from the business community, suggestions on reforms to make it better, et cetera. And then after the first year, we can be briefed once a year on it live. Because again, we want to know how it's being implemented, the challenges that city staff is having, the challenges that the business community, the contracting community is having, et cetera. We want to know. Then the last issue is to make sure that this ordinance and the benefits of it, it promotes economic dignity and independence, that it reaches all parts of our city. Now, the big challenge is we're asking the contracting community to go from a pool of state-certified apprenticeships. So how do we make sure that that pool is diverse and that ultimately all parts of the city of Tampa see benefits of that? That's where I think the burden lies with the city of Tampa in terms of making sure that we do our part so that all parts of our city see the benefits of state-certified apprenticeships. So therefore, I want to make sure that as part of that reporting, city staff briefs us in terms of the number of state-certified apprenticeships that benefit from this, that go to minority communities, that go to women, et cetera, et cetera. And I want to make sure that as part of that, that the city briefs city council and that we brief ourselves on two things. Number one, how many efforts the city of Tampa through the administration does, and in different parts of the city of Tampa, Sulphur Springs, et cetera, to promote state-certified apprenticeships. We have a lot of great partners in the city of Tampa that we can work with, people like that reach minority communities, the NAACP, we have a new urban league, the CDC, so many different groups that, again, the idea behind this is to bring the benefits of economic development and free enterprise to disadvantaged communities. That's why I strongly support that. But number two is, as part of this, is seeing what council does, because we can obviously hold town halls, et cetera, as council, and we all do that, by the way, we all do that, but making sure that the burden is also on city council members, on all of us. So as part reporting of that, we can say, I did this meeting, I did that meeting, so that we can make sure that we let the community know all of the efforts that we're doing to make sure that the benefits of this are diverse. So that's a motion that I'll be making on certain issues. But again, I wanted to thank everybody. We met for a good number of times. I remember the first time that we met, if you remember that, Steve, on this, I had like a tooth infection and I had terrible, Jim, if you remember that, Ken, I had awful pain. I'll never forget that. It was funny. But ultimately, even though we have a conflict, and I acknowledge that, I want to look at this ordinance in terms of the steps forward from learning from what St. Pete has done that we've done. I think that's something that both sides can agree on in terms of having some progress. That's my position on that. But thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Councilman Dingfelder, then Councilman Citro, and then Councilman Goods.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Vieira, you are an eloquent spokesperson for our group here.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
So I'm not going to repeat anything that you said in terms of the reasoning and rationale of why we should do this ordinance. I give great kudos to my good friend Andrea Zellman, Brad Baird, and anybody else who worked on this on the staff and legal perspective. I think they did a great job. Excuse me. I also appreciate the fact that this was a communal effort. Mr. Vieira, you're excellent at reaching out to various interested parties and trying to reach consensus.
Thank you.
We can't always make everybody happy, but I know you try your best to do that. With that said, and it's funny because I was up last night looking at the draft ordinance and throwing in some ideas, and it's kind of funny because I ended up with pretty much the same changes I think that you just suggested, and I put them in writing and provided them to City Council and the clerk and our City Council attorney, as well as Ms. Zellman and Mr. Baird. But the first one, what I said, and you just said it as well, Louis, was that we include the horizontal projects. I think the idea was, well, we can always come back a year from now and revisit it, blah, blah, blah. But you know what? This council, this city and this mayor and this administration, we always have so much going on that it's better, let's just deal with it. Let's get it over with. Let's include everything. And like I said in my memo here on the top of the page is, there's $1 billion opportunity in the PIPES program. And so even though all those apprenticeship programs might not be available right now, I've talked to the folks who are running some of the apprentice programs, and they tell me that there are definitely labor opportunities and equipment operator opportunities, apprenticeships that are readily available for underground work. I spoke to Mr. Baird over it at lunch. He doesn't seem to have too much heartburn about it, and I think we can work on it. So, Louis, I think right this second, I think we're on the same page on that one. When I looked at St. Petersburg, and I think one or two others around the state, they do seem to be at 15% instead of 12%. So I threw that out there as number two as something we can all talk about. I addressed the extraordinary circumstances language, Mr. Vieira, and I just said, why don't we just call it emergency circumstances? Because I think that would put any future mayor into a real corner. If it's an emergency, fine. If some big pipe breaks and Brad's got to get people out there to fix it and it costs $1 million, okay, that's an emergency. But most of the day-to-day stuff is not an emergency, so I think we can substitute the language of extraordinary with emergency and really deal with it that way. Number 4 is kind of a technicality, but I don't necessarily need to get into it. Sometimes the material costs of $1 million project might be 3/4 of the project to buy the pipes. Buying the pipes costs $750,000, putting them in the ground costs $250,000. Maybe it doesn't make sense. So I think we can have an exception there. Number 5 speaks to the annual report, and I won't go into the detail on that, but if you look at it, I think it's on the second to the last page under reporting, and what I'm suggesting is a lot more detail in the reporting in terms of what's the name of the project, who's the vendor, how did they do on that specific project, line item by line item. And I don't think staff has a big issue with that anyway, because Lord knows Mr. Bennett would want to see that kind of detail from them anyway. And then in regard to item 6, and Louis, you spoke to this, the administration, the community, all the parties involved need time to implement this. So what I'm suggesting is 6 months for the basic implementation for the vertical, and then I'm going to take your lead, Mr. Vieira, and say maybe 9 or 12 months to implement the horizontal part, because obviously the horizontal is a little more ticklish. So if the community and everybody involved needs a little more time, then we could do that. So anyway, I just wanted to put a little work into this. I was hopeful we could do it before January, but if legal is telling us they need till January, then so be it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councilman.
And I'll let Mr. Vieira make the motions that he wants and see
All
where
right.
we go.
Councilman Citro, then Councilman Goods.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'll make this brief. I do agree with both Councilman Vieira and Councilman Dingfelder. We have a large amount of work being done with the PIPES program. There has to be one or two or more different types of apprenticeships to go in with that vertical project. I'm also looking at I'm not going to say penalties, but fees for companies that if there's not enough apprenticeships or no apprenticeships, my concern is about any type of fee that will be charged to them. Again, I hope that we can talk about oversight in companies that are hiring the apprenticeships. Hope that it never happens, but a company might, on the front end, hire all these apprentices, but during the course of the project, let these apprenticeships go. I hope there's oversight and reporting that these apprenticeships are still there continuing through the project. Point that was made up by a speaker this morning. How much work does the city of Tampa itself do that has apprenticeship programs? Hopefully, we should be leading by example. And I hope this doesn't sound too outlandish, but our city legal, and thank you, Ms. Zellman, for this, has gone to different municipalities in different cities to find out what they're doing. But one of those cities and municipalities is going through a lawsuit. Wouldn't it be more advantageous for us at this time to see the outcome of that lawsuit, that maybe we might learn, not from their mistakes, but how we can better this ordinance? And finally, Councilman Vieira, I agree with you, and I will second any motion that you make today, that this ordinance needs to be organic. And what I mean by that is should be ever growing. That if there is different ways of finding out about apprenticeship programs, that companies or unions or builders can come forward and say, hey, we have a certain need for an apprenticeship that may not be in the picture. Those are my concerns. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councilman Goods.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your leadership today. Mr. Vieira, you know, you and Mr. Dingfelder being the lawyer type, I'm just an old cop, you know. You guys speak that jargon and can put it all in perspective. I just come straight at you with it, you know. So let me just come straight at it. A person who came from a vocational high school, which I was kind of upset when they changed the name of my high school. My high school was Tampa Bay Tech Vocational Technical High School. And they changed the name. Kind of upset me there because I came from a vocational high school. And I understand a lot of my friends today are plumbers, electricians. I was in health service myself. So I still have my certificates to this day. So I understand the need for vocational and apprenticeships because when I go to my communities, and I've been saying that for a while, talking to our CRA, East Tampa, the same thing. If we can do some rehabbing, we have these young people in our communities, we should be employing them to do some of this work, get them off those trees, get them out of the house, get them working, beautifying our communities. You know, we have a program here with this PIPE program that we approved. It's a lot of money. The problem you have, I hear all the time, sometimes we can't find people, or they're not, that particular company, or we can't find a company that does this type of work, and all of these excuses. And it may not be an excuse. That may be legitimate reasons that we aren't where we need to be. But I think we have to train people to be where we need to be. And if we have a program in all facets that can train people to be where they need to be, that's what we need to do. This is a very, very, very harsh time with our workforce. People have to have an experience. And how do they get that is through training, to learn to be on their own, to bring back that lower class, upper middle class to where they can survive. And that's been a problem when we talked about many, many moons ago, you got to go to college. You got to go to college to be somebody. We got rid of all our training programs in schools. And that hurt the workforce. I understand lawsuits. And Mr. Dingfelder makes a point a lot of times, you know, we have a city legal department. They don't like lawsuits, but, you know, sometimes we have to fight lawsuits sometimes. And that's unfortunate. I'm glad that Ms. Zellman is doing a lot of hard work. She does a lot of different projects for us, and I appreciate her work all the time. I'm glad that she was able to look at some of the Broward models, because I've been in contact with my good friend Dale Holiness, who was the mayor of Broward County, and we've had several discussions about their EBO program, their diversity programs, a lot of programs that they're advanced that we have not gotten there yet. But I've been looking at a lot of their different ordinances they have in place, and again, I'm glad Ms. Zellman did look at their ordinance down there in Broward. We talk about St. Pete. Tampa is the leader. I don't care what anybody says, but sometimes it seems like St. Pete is taking a step before us. We're the major city, the major hub. So, you know, we want to be a good partner with everybody, but we need to make sure that we are leading the way all the time. You know, I agree, and I talked to Ms. Zellman about this when we had our conversation with her and Mr. Beard when we talked on Tuesday in reference to how I felt. The council knows how I feel about good faith. Those are just ugly buzzwords that I can't stand. And it gives a perception of, well, if I had $1 million and I got 6 of my colleagues up here and I give each of them $50, that was good faith. That was good faith. Well, Ms. Zellman, I did go back and I looked at the ordinance again. I looked at what you wrote down. I'm happy with it. I wish we can strengthen it a little bit more, but I'm happy with it that we're going to make sure we have a checks and balance system with that good faith. It's very important that no one gets around. But again, having oversight as well, that Mr. Citro talked about as well. That is key to any of our projects. Anything we have in the city or any of our ordinance, to make sure we have some oversight. Even with our EBO programs, that we're working on oversight. It is key that people can get away with it, they'll get away with it. Point blank, period. And we got to kind of close the door a little bit. Someone's always going to have a scheme, but we got to be able to close the scheme up a little bit. You know, the 15 to 12%, you know, St. Pete's leading the way on that. I can do a little compromise on that. But again, Ms. Zellman, we talked about that extraordinary. I like the word emergency that Mr. Dingfelder did put in there. Again, sometimes we have to look at defining that emergency because, you know, again, different administrations could have a different emergency. So, you know, of course, you got a pipe that breaks right away. We may not can get that workforce going, but we may have this company that can do whatever. I can understand it and live with that. So the emergency, you know, can sit with me. I just want to make sure that this ordinance, we've got clear oversight, and that we are, when we talk about good faith, that we're exhausting all means and measures. And even with the school district, we may need to reach out to them as well to make sure that some of these kids are shipped into some of these programs, that they know about what the city. I said that from day one when I became a councilman. The school district is our hub. The school district, every doggone program or every type of job that the city of Tampa has in its workforce. The school system should have that, to where they know if we have this type of work, that type of work, they can say, well, we may not have it, we can send you somewhere where you can get that training. Period. Period. The school system is our hub, and I can say that because I went to a school who had vocational training. Most of our schools don't have that. And a lot of times, a lot of them can't get into Tampa Bay Tech. That's really our hub for vocational training, Tampa Bay Tech. And a lot of kids can't get in there. Be it because of maybe the C grade point average, I don't know if it's gone up to a B, but just the few number of kids who do want to get in there to say they want to be able to have some type of workforce job to go out and be able to have their own business. And that's what it's about when you talk about this apprenticeship, not working for somebody else, getting some training to be able to work for yourself. Bottom line, I understand my baby brother, you know, we got him straight. We have a family business. He learned through apprenticeship program some of the other funeral homes. John Harmon was a good friend of ours who let my little brother go there all the time. And my brother learned a knack for the funeral industry. So I understand the need of young people who seem that they don't have an out, to give them an out, to give them an opportunity. You know, I know sometimes we're not always going to agree, you know, all the time. But I always tell staff, never say what you can't do, but what you can do. And I know that ABC and the other labor unions have a few differences, but again, is it the good of everybody to make sure that we're all successful and our young people are successful to be able to be entrepreneurs and be able to get a trade so they can build their families. I think that's the gist that everyone's looking for. We can agree to disagree again, but I think we can make some compromises and let's see how this works. But again, I think we need to put everything in horizontal. I don't have a problem saying we have a little time frame to maybe work that in, but that needs to be in there now. We don't need to wait on that. Everything needs to be inclusive so we can move forward. Again, Mr. Chairman, thank you for your leadership, and I yield back, sir.
Thank you very much. Councilman Miranda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, many years ago, and I'm sure this might still have it in high school, there was a program called DCT, although it wasn't in this form, but it was really to help kids who at that time a little different than this, where you could go out and work. You go to school till 1 o'clock, and then you went to work from 1 to 5 or 1 to 6, whatever it was, and you made a few bucks for the week so you could help not only yourself but your family during that time. That was back in the 50s. Then later on, the 60s, the government came up with a program, the feds called, it was held at Adult Technical School, on the school that was on, at that time, Buffalo, now MLK, and Nebraska, right close there. And from there, it became Adult Technical School on Hillsborough and 22nd Street. And then that became a much broader forum and certainly better advice to the kids. And they had a chance to learn many, many skills. College is not for everyone, and I don't mean just because of grade-wise. It depends what that person, he or she, wants to do with their life that determines how they're going to do it. What we do have in this country is shortages of knowledgeable, skilled workers. And in plumbing, and electrical, and steel workers, and electrical, and even in painting. And yes, you have mechanics, you have body repair, you have air conditioned individuals, technicians, and owners. And this is how you upstart some other companies that some individual has got the foresight and the tenacity to keep going forward and start their own business may start. I'm not against anything that I see here. I do want to have some clarity later on as to what these conditions are. You don't leave anything like saying, you know, as necessity or whatever the word is over here that determines the emergency. Well, what is the emergency? And things like that that should be cleared up. In fact, the city of Tampa twice has tried to have their own program with a school system. And Mr. Brad Baird and I was part of that study along with Mr. Kona. And the problem was that every time we got close, they changed the administrator of the school system. So we had to back off. Now we're ready, coming on our second or third administrator, and we were going to start a program in both water and tertiary treatment plant. Why? Very simple. We realized that there was a lot of good young people that wanted to learn a good trade. And we realized that our aging employees, and I don't mean aging by 70, 80, or 90 years old, they were 55 or 60, they had maybe 4 or 5 years left, they were going to retire. How are we going to replace them? The only way you replace people in the water system or in tertiary treatment plant is by going out and getting them from another jurisdiction that does the same thing that you're doing. And therefore, that was a wrong thing to do. So we were trying to work with the past administration and this one, and we still haven't given up. We just want this administration out of the school system to settle down so we can go talk to them again and make these arrangements. And I think it'd be a great thing to have this for the benefit of those who do not want to go to college, and the city would help you. And after you're so many months or years with the city, guess what? If you want to go to college, you got a helping hand and a friend that you have the opportunity to get a college degree. Those treatments of both water and tertiary treatment plants employees are very technical. It takes a skilled worker to do that job. You can't walk in today and say, here I am, and I'm going to take over and do whatever the person that I left that job, I'm going to take over his or her slot. So therefore, I see a need. If you go out today and try to find yourself a carpenter to come do something at your house, you're going to have a long wait. Plumbing companies have 24-hour service, or so they say. It's skilled workers that makes this country move, and including the Adult Technical School, to me, is one of the best things that education's ever come up with, because it gives an individual a time and frame of what he or she wants to do in life. And maybe they weren't prepared to go to college when they graduated 17 or 18 years old. Now they're 20 plus years old, and they see a light that tells them, you know, you're doing the right thing, but you better do something more aggressive for your family than what you're doing now. And it gives you the opportunity to go back to college. And these are the things that I see about programs like this, that it may start, the individuals may be hired, and guess what? Maybe they don't like it. Well, I'm not against that individual. At least they tried. But maybe they like something else. You cannot be successful and go to work on something you do not like. You'll be miserable, your family will be miserable, and your employer is going to be miserable. So these individuals have to understand what they want to do and how they want to do it. And a program like this, I call it an internship or whatever you want to call it, it gives the individuals time to realize what he or she wants to do with the rest of their life, which is really a very difficult thing to do, because at an early age, you're trying to find out what you really want to do. So I'm here for listening to see what consensus we can come up to implement some type of a program. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. And before I go to Councilman Dingfelder, had a question.
I did, and I apologize. I should have brought this up earlier. Somebody asked a question up at the podium. They said, well, you know, it doesn't look like the city does this. You know, maybe the city should do it before they throw it out on the community or whatever. And I thought to myself, that doesn't sound right. I think we do actually do it. And Mr. Bread, you're the senior administrator who's remaining here today. But I'm familiar personally with I think it's the Parks and Recs or the Clean Streets people. They hire kids in the summer.
East Tampa Violation, they have a summer program. Matter of fact, they've hired 2 out of that program within the last couple of years. I know Sal Ruggiero hired a young man. He worked real hard. He filled out an application, and they remember how his work ethic, and they hired him. They got 1 this year too. So right now we are doing that with some younger adults as well with that program in East Tampa.
So that's an example in the Parks and Rec and the
CRA money is
CRA and that sort of thing. But Brad, I think you guys also do that in some of your departments?
We do. Brad Baird, Deputy Administrator of Infrastructure. Actually, the city, in several ways, has been way ahead in their apprenticeship program area. In several areas, they'll speak to really quickly. First, for well over 40 years, we have had co-ops in several of the departments, mobility, water, wastewater, and these are engineering co-ops that can work for as much as 4 years, 1 semester on, 1 semester off. And we also have laboratory co-ops in both of the water laboratories and wastewater laboratories. It's been an extremely successful program. We also, of course, have been very involved, 2 of the departments in the STEM program, and providing mentoring and support in the STEM program with Hillsborough County Schools. And the one I'm most proud of, and something we've been doing for 20 years now, through our optimization programs back in the early 2000s and late 1990s, we have put in place what's called a skills-based matrix, and it's a program where we hire trainees, and they come in and they gain skills, and they can work their way up in the matrix at their own pace. And this has been put in place in the water department, in wastewater treatment plant, wastewater collections, and then stormwater and transportation parts of the mobility department. And it's been very successful. It's a good thing for the organization, and it's a good thing for the employee to be able to gain those skills. And we have been way ahead of the curve on that compared to municipalities and public entities throughout the United States. Finally, Councilman Goode, you mentioned Parks and Recreation. We certainly have summer students every year that, you know, are in rec centers, and this is a little out of my area. Lifeguards, referees, of course. And then finally, at some of the, you know, higher levels, we on their own or through Big Brothers and Big Sisters, we have mentoring programs that city employees do on their own. And that has been very successful as well. So I think the city does a lot in this area. I think we should all be very proud of what we accomplish. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Thank you, Brad.
Councilman
Mr. Mayor?
Citro.
Brad? We are very proud of these type of apprenticeship programs that you're talking about. The apprenticeship programs that were brought today are the plumbers, the electricians, the carpenters. Do we have apprenticeship programs in those fields, welders, those type of things?
Yes, the skill-based matrix program that I mentioned in those departments that I mentioned they have career paths in operators, in electricians, mechanics, and standby power.
Those career paths, are they actually hands-on physical work for these electricians, these carpenters, these plumbers, these welders?
Yeah, so we don't have it in welders or plumbers. These are skill-based matrix in water, wastewater, and mobility departments. And again, they can work their way up. For instance, in wastewater collection, they can learn, they start at a trainee level and they learn the basic safety skills and those kinds of things. And then through both classroom training and hands-on, they will go to the next level, or a Technician 1 level, learn those skills, demonstrate those skills, signed off on them, and then they're able to be promoted and then used in that organization to accomplish more and be much more efficient. So those are the areas where we have needs. And we also focus in those departments in areas where we have the most needs is where we provide the training first.
And
So that it benefits not only the employee, but it benefits the department.
And Brad, I don't mean to sound combative, but the same thing that this ordinance is asking for, the city of Tampa already has apprenticeship programs, but the same thing this ordinance is asking for?
Yes, but not in the vertical areas that the plumbing, electrical. We do in electrical, but it's more geared toward the wastewater and water treatment plants. It's not toward the vertical buildings. So this would be complementary, if you will.
Thank you very much, Brad.
Thank you very much. I think everything that I wanted to say has been said, especially by Councilmember Vieira, who touched on so many different areas and topics. When we campaign, people ask us, what are you going to do about jobs? We're not job creators. We sit here and we'll pass an ordinance, we'll rezone a property, we'll pass the agenda, or we get yelled at. But when it comes down to it, what can we do to promote careers, jobs, and opportunities in the city of Tampa? And it's skills like this, apprenticeships like this. Not everybody goes, as Councilmember Miranda said, college isn't for everybody, and not everybody goes to college. And there are so many students in high school that don't know what they want to do in the future. And I've met many of them. I've been one of them myself. But when you teach somebody a skill, no matter where they go, no one can take it away from them. It's just like an education. And when you teach or learn a skill, whether it's it's plumbing or welding, sheet metal work, whatever it is, there are always opportunities out there. When we hear the phrase, the fabulous 50s, we ask, well, what does that mean? It's that World War II generation that climbed out of a Great Depression, saved the world essentially, and then they went to work, if there was work. And a lot of the people from the World War II generation that I've met were those people that were union guys. Union memberships in the 1950s were at the highest of all time, I believe, in the 20th century. And what happened to those people? They bought a home, they raised a family, they owned an automobile, they put their kids, many of them that I know, through private school, they gave them better educations, and they had a retirement, and they had health care. They had what I call the American dream. Again, when we get asked, well, what are you going to do about jobs? What are you going to do about impoverished areas in the community? How are you going to lift people up? How do you help people, help lift them by their bootstraps? On and on and on. And I think something like this that's why I admire, folks that are there doing all these professions. Because those are the people that, if you look at WPA projects of the 1930s, it was people there, boots on the ground, blood, sweat, and tears. recently I went to the Hoover Dam, and you know the story of the Hoover Dam, or if you travel around Tampa, there are buildings that are marked WPA projects. And what did these people do? They had skilled labor, many union folks and whatnot, but you know, they had they were able to grasp the American dream. And when you know, I know so many people, and there's nothing wrong with it, that they come out of school with a ton of student loan debt. And that's fine, and it's okay. But I also meet people that are 20, 23, 24, 25 years old with no student loan debt, and they're earning decent salaries, and they're buying their first homes while some of their friends are coming out of college or whatever. But when we, you know, when we do something like this, sure, is it controversial? Sure, there are issues. Sure, there are lawsuits. As everything is, there's always the threat of the attorney. But we have to ask ourselves, is it the right thing to do? And I think if it's crafted properly, and I like what Councilmember Vieira brought up and Councilmember Dingfelder, I think we can move forward and help lift people that are in poverty or people that are chasing that American dream and trying to understand, you know, that they can have a brighter and better future. So I'm happy that we've had this discussion. Is there anybody else on council that wishes to speak? Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, just briefly, I think, I won't repeat what my colleague said, but I think apprenticeships are very, very important, and I want to thank everyone for supporting them. They're important for safety, they're important for individual economic advancement, and important for the community. Especially thanks to industry, thanks to all the you know, labor organizations that invest so much time and money. It seems like everybody's on the same page about it, that apprenticeships are important, so thanks everybody for doing it.
All right, Councilmember Vieira, I know you had some motions, Councilmember Dingfelder as well. Do you want to wait till the end of the meeting or do them now?
You know, it's probably, if I may, to do them now, would that be okay?
Yeah, I mean, strike
for
while the iron's
closure?
hot and we have the discussion here.
Thank you. And just really fast, you know, I also, the values, and a lot of people have talked about this, about work and empowerment. You know, this is a local government regulation, and a lot of people look at government regulations and they go, that's awful. But to me, the values behind this, I think are nearly unanimously supported in terms of empowering people. And in terms of meetings, I would encourage council members to continue to meet with labor, with ABC, with different communities to hear folks out. I'd be more than happy to meet with the board of ABC, for example, or stakeholders, et cetera. My late father was a contractor. He was a contractor and a builder and did a lot of work with government. So I understand that. But I wanted to make a quick motion here, if I may, maybe not quick. First, I request that this ordinance specify that good faith efforts include consultation along with all the other stakeholders that were included in their organized labor. Second, that horizontal construction be included in one form or another in a timeline that is self-implementing. And Councilman Dingfelder, if you have any friendly amendments, I'm more than happy to hear them, and I'll talk about that as well. But between now and when this comes back, I just want there to be a discussion on that timeline. I would hate to have like a strict timeline at this point. I'd like to have a discussion on that because there's so many issues with staff, et cetera. Third, that for the first year after passage, council is briefed twice in this ordinance, including how many projects, and Andrew, we can send this to you, obviously, including how many projects are a part of this, the number of apprenticeships from this projects, compliance challenges from the business community, suggestions on reforms and how to make it better, et cetera, and that after the first year, this becomes annual. Lastly, that the administration report staff should, in their administration report, staff should share the number of apprenticeship outreach efforts undertaken by the administration to ensure that there is access to these programs for all people, regardless of race, gender, et cetera. And further, that we include reporting on the outreach center outreach efforts by city council members. And Councilman Dingfelder, I'll let you go over your proposed changes to that. You know, I would say with regards to the 15 to 12%, my only challenge to that is that the you know, we can have that up for discussion between now and when it comes back, but as the 12% was made as part of the negotiations that ended in an impasse, but still the negotiations, and I'd hate to go back on that number. That's just my thoughts, as just being a person who likes the progress that we made, even though we still have an impasse, so to speak. But Councilman Dingfelder, sir, if you had any friendly amendments to that, I welcome that, sir.
Anything, sir?
Yes, thank you, Chairman and Mr. Vieira.
Talk closer to the microphone.
I'm sorry.
I think we can hear.
I'm not usually that shy, am I? Louis, did you hit on the emergency versus extraordinary?
Yes, thank you for that, sir. Yes, my apologies, the inclusion of specificity as to what an emergency or that term is. Thank you, yes, sir.
Right, and I had done a clarification on 26-214 F3B that we don't need to get into detail, but maybe just suggest that legal look at my alternative. It doesn't have to be binding, but at least if they look at it, this will give them permission to go either direction. That's item 4 on my list. That's when the material costs, become a big part of it, and maybe it doesn't make so much sense on a smaller contract. But anyway, so that's a small one if you want to give them permission to look at that. And implementation, Louis, what was your thinking? I was saying maybe 6 months on the vertical and
Yes, sir.
9 months or 12 months on the horizontal?
I wouldn't per se have an objection to that, but in terms of implementation delays and times, I would like for staff to come up with a proposal that come back from us, since they're going to be, I agree with your sentiments, but since they're going to be the ones with the challenges in speaking with labor, in speaking with ABC and the contracting community, just so that they come up with a number that I think reflects the spirit of what we're talking about.
Okay. And then the other thing is, and I know you've provided some additional detail on the reporting. Some of it hits the points I made, and I had a few points that were, I guess, slightly addition. So I would just, I guess, respectfully request that legal perhaps review the proposals I have on reporting and include them as they see fit.
I have no objection to those.
Okay.
And Councilman Vieira, just for clarification, can you provide a copy of all that to the clerk?
I will. And in addition, Ms. Selman, when is the best date to bring this back? Because again, you're doing the work. I don't want to,
Yeah, I wanted to, you mentioned you'd like it sooner than January. The problem is you only have one additional meeting in December, and I believe the sired deadline for that meeting is either this Friday or next Monday.
Let's get it done.
There's
Just
not
get
enough time to do it, to get it on the December 17th
And also,
agenda,
if
so
I may,
that's
I mean,
why.
there's going to be continued discussions right now between the city representatives, ABC and that community, labor in that community, and different communities that may, I know on Monday I'm having a discussion with a different group that's not here, for example. So I would like a little bit of time for us to discuss it. I would like it in January,
Yeah.
but so I asked you when is good.
Yeah, I think whatever your last meeting in January is.
What is
I
that?
don't-
There's only actually, Mr. Chairman, Councilman Vieira, I'm looking at the calendar. The way the calendar falls, there's only one regular meeting in January on the 14th and a workshop meeting on the Equal Business Opportunity Program primarily on January 28th. After that, you go into February. So if you wanted, and the question is, how long do you, is this something that, do you anticipate taking longer and scheduling it for, let's say, a staff report in the afternoon or something like that, or?
Just first reading.
First reading, to come back, so you don't want in advance, to see it in advance, to make those determinations as to the timeline. I just wanted to be clear on that.
For an aspirational first reading, I guess. Yeah, I mean, we have first and second. Is January 14th? Yeah, and discussion. Yeah, oh yeah, we can always discuss. Yeah.
So you want
We
it to
can
come back-
table it at that time.
So your motion is for it to come back on for
Yeah,
first reading then?
We can shoot for we can do the 14th.
Okay, and again, that's our aspiration today. If you come back in a week and talking with people and you go, I need another 2 weeks, like before, that's fine. So I just want to have something on the books right now, that's all.
We'd like to get it moving too.
So if I may, Mr. Chair,
We
I
have
so
a motion
move.
from Councilman Vieira. Is the second from Councilman Dingfelder?
And again, to
Yes.
confirm the date again would be January 14th for first reading? January 14th for first reading, thank you.
All right, we have a motion from Councilman Vieira, second from Councilmember Dingfelder. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All righty. Anything else? Hearing none, we go on to item number 63.
Oh,
Yes?
on 63.
Uh-huh.
Marcy Hamilton had sent you It's a memorandum, and attached to it, she had a draft ordinance, and she caught some issues with the draft late last night, and so this morning she gave me a new revised draft ordinance. Again, it's just for discussion, it's not for adoption at all today, but I wanted, if I could, to pass out her updated draft ordinance
Okay,
for number 63.
Mr. Chairman, while it's being passed out,
let's do 64.
63?
Yeah, no, do you want to move on to,
No, I can speak to 63.
all right, go ahead.
Just because that was my motion. So to refresh our memories, and I had to refresh mine, the city had to make an emergency purchase, and we realized at the time that there was no mechanism for us to automatically find out about those emergency purchases even after the fact. So this substitute ordinance very simply modifies Section 2-279
Thank you.
to make sure that we're notified as quickly thereafter, after that emergency, as soon as possible after the emergency purchase is made. So we recognize sometimes administration, under COVID or other circumstances, has to make that emergency purchase. We recognize it, we accept it, but we want to know about it as quickly thereafter. And that's what this ordinance does. And unless there's other comment about it, I would suggest that we put it on our calendar in January for adoption.
Any questions or comments?
If I can, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Martin Shelby, if you can, just make a motion for the clerk to accept the substitute, and this will be the version that will come back on first reading. Is that what you wish?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Shelby. That would be my motion, to accept the substitute draft ordinance and put it on for first reading.
When do you want it?
I don't know. I know our calendar is pretty busy. Let's do it in February, I guess.
All right, February, we have February 4th or the 18th as regular meetings.
Let's say the 18th.
All right,
I don't think there's any urgency. There's no emergency.
Okay. We have a motion from Councilmember Dingfelder for February 18th. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Goods. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you very much.
And thank you to Marcy.
All right, item number 60.
And
Thank you. 64.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I have to actually leave to pick up my son, my ride. I've been in communications with my ride today on long story. I have to pick up my son.
Family first, family first.
Thank you. My apologies.
No problem. 64.
Mr. Vieira, thanks again for your hard work on that.
Thank you, guys.
On that
Thank you.
apprentice ordinance.
Thank
Mr. Chairman, 64 again was my motion. I'd like to defer this discussion until the second meeting in January,
All
so I
right.
can have more time to talk to Mr. Rehara about it.
Wait.
Yeah,
January
so
only has
second,
one
it'd be
regular
the first meeting
meeting.
in
So
February.
we have January 14th under staff reports.
So February 1st meeting, February?
February
February
4th is the first.
Yes,
meeting.
sir.
All right, February 4th, we have a motion to continue this to February 4th.
And my request to staff would be with specific recommendation on this.
Okay, so
Second.
the motion is from Councilman Dingfelder to February 4th to continue this item. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilman Carlson. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Next up, that Martin Shelby.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if you can hold that till the end and take 66 and 67.
All right, let's go to 66 and 67. There was a PowerPoint that I had approved for this. If we'd like to begin that. Okay, we see it on our screen. Go ahead. I see Kate Wells here and, well, quite a few people. All right, whoever would like to begin, go ahead.
Hello, Chair. This is Carol Post, Administrator for Development and Economic Opportunity. As you can see, I'm joined by Abby Feely, our Director for Development and Growth Management, as well as Randy Goers, our Director of City Planning, and Kate Wells, who's always our steady attorney at our side. Appreciate it. We have slides up. If you can advance to the next slide, we will proceed. This presentation is actually intended to account
Yes,
for
sir.
agenda
I'm
items.
looking-
Just a
number
moment,
six.
just a moment.
Carol,
Yes,
I'm looking,
Councilman.
are we on 67 or 66, sir?
We're on 66.
Okay, all right.
Yes, sir. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
No problem. We are on agenda item 66, but our intention is to present a presentation that will account for agenda items 66 and 67. So we are combining those. And as you can see, and for the benefit of our audience, we have the two agenda items there. The item 66 was relative to questions asked about the purpose and objective of mixed-use categories in land development. And then item 67 was a follow-up to the recommendations and the full presentation that had been made on October 22nd during the growth management workshop. So we're combining them into one. Next slide, please. At the October 22nd council workshop, if you recall, we gave a fairly comprehensive presentation that reflected on a long-term city planning strategy. And as detailed here on the slide, we covered a lot of ground in terms of looking at population, employment trends, transportation-related matters, planning tools that we use, and so on. Again, as you recall, that presentation concluded with a series of suggestions for consideration, but because of the length of the day, that was continued to this meeting. So next slide. We are not going to rehash all of the depth of that presentation, but I do want to just refresh for the benefit of the City Council and the public that the growth management presentation itself reflects that a refreshed, renewed opportunity for the city to refocus on long-term and strategic land use planning. And some of that is reflected in our commitment to the appointment of Randy Goers as Director of City Planning. We now have a new city planning department. And in short order, Randy and his 0.5 member of his team have established a roadmap for our city planning that entails the initiatives that are laid out on this slide. So this recalls there are already many moving parts that are taking place with respect to our future land use planning. All of the initiatives that are laid out on this slide integrate into today's discussion, and some of them actually are specifically responsive to one or more of the recommendations. We can go to the next slide, please. This slide is, in fact, the summary of the 8 recommendations that were the culmination of our growth management workshop. So just to refresh what they are, I'm not going to go through each one. I would note, though, that recommendation number 3 on this slide does correlate to agenda item number 66. So that's where our 66 and 67, which is reference to all 8, that creates our collective presentation today. So with the council's approval, we'd actually like to present each of the 8 individual recommendations and invite council discussion and dialogue and direction for each item, while being mindful of the time of day and the time needed to cover all 8 items, presuming that we can get through them today. We think this actually will enable council to focus on the merits of each item, allow there to be some dialogue with our team about the rationale for them, and to really give us a focused direction and guidance from your perspective. So if that's an acceptable approach, we will proceed.
All right. Any
Good.
questions or
Okay.
comments?
Then we are going to have a little bit of a tag team depending on the nature of the recommendation between Randy and Abby, who represent expertise on one or more of these items. And I will turn it over to them now, starting with next slide, please, which is recommendation number 1. And I will turn over to Randy Goers. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Council. Randy Goers, the Director of City Planning. The first recommendation, as you recall, was to implement some 3D visualization tools online to give our residents and an opportunity to see the impacts of the future land use plan and zoning on the built environment. So our recommendation, as we're continuing to look at the potential vendors, is to develop the right resources and hopefully have something in place by the early part of 2021. So if there are no questions, I can move forward, but if there are questions on this particular recommendation, I'd be happy to answer.
Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, this is something that I talked to Randy and Carol and some of their colleagues about. I think it's really important that people be able to see spatially what the area around them is going to look like. You know, we've had folks come before us recently who say things like, there was a beautiful park next to me, and now it's going to be a 4-story something. And if when you're buying a piece of property, you can look at a map like this, then it gives you an idea of the density that will go around you, and it also helps people understand the context of it. Anyway, you know, other cities have very sophisticated tools like this that we use, and I'm glad that that the city of Tampa is stepping up. Thanks to all of you.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right, go ahead.
Okay, next slide, please. This next recommendation is the what we call the update of the comprehensive plan. It really came out of the discussion in October about the overall vision of the city and what is directing the vision and where growth should go and where maybe it should be constrained or restricted. We discussed in October, the plan is to move forward with the update of the mobility plan, which is just about ready to begin, where we can combine the land use and mobility strategy together to update the comprehensive plan. We've been having some initial discussions with the mobility consultant. We're kicking off the process actually internally with developing the right teams. We were talking today that the public engagement part will actually begin in late January, not in March. And will go for about 3 to 4 months with 10 large community meetings with the idea of being able to bring together the information that basically says, where do we see growth going? What is the comprehensive, the plan, the current plan categories allow, what the current zoning categories allow, and what can we do to encourage growth along the corridors that we collectively wanted to encourage, and where do we need to put controls to limit growth? The objective is to come back to council probably in August, September with 2 or 3 different scenarios, different options about how we think that the city could grow, which would then allow council to engage us and direct us on which is the preferred option for the city. So we want to engage all the community. The next slide, please, to be able to show the type of engagement that we hope to have in the process. It really is built around trying to hear from all members of the community, not just a few members, but the neighborhood organizations, the businesses, residents who may not be part of a neighborhood organization. We have very organized entities out there, but we also have neighborhood organizations which aren't so organized and people who don't feel they've been part of the process in the past. We want to be able to engage all of those individuals and organizations into the process to produce a collective vision that everyone is in agreement with. So that's the concept of where we want to move forward with. Be happy to answer any questions.
Do we have any questions at this time?
Yes, sir.
Councilman Dingfeld.
Thank you. Randy, 2 things. One, can you slide a little closer to the mic because I'm having a little trouble hearing you. And number 2, sorry, I didn't want to mess up your distance there. And then number 2 is, can you go back 1 slide? I don't know who's controlling the slide. There we go. Yeah. In regard to the schedule, you guys are usually pretty good about this, but just make sure that our offices are made aware of the various dates that you're going to be out in the neighborhoods, because sometimes we might want to attend and just not to control the meeting and not to control opinions, but just to sort of be a fly on the wall and hear the public's opinions firsthand. So if it's a virtual meeting, let us be aware of it. If it's an in-person meeting, give us the details. And then also hand in hand with that, when you go out to the community, I assume you're going to go out with a presentation. And if you could provide council with that presentation, so we know, what you're going out to the community with, and what the buzz is. Sure. But that would be helpful. And then that way, when you come back to us in August, we'll be plugged in all along the way.
Yep. Yeah, we can do that very easily for us.
Thank you.
Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, just quickly, we find that there's very low awareness in the community about the planning process and what the plans are and what the government process is. Even though I thought I knew a lot about the city, once I got on the inside, I've learned exponentially more. And we see kind of new neighborhood leaders and new activists come in, and it takes months to come up to speed on what's happening. And so the point is that we can never do enough communicating with the public. We can never do enough engagement with the public. And this is one of the most important things in planning what's around your home and where you work. I've been partnering with Randy on the neighborhood commercial district plan for the Bay to Bay McDill area. He's done a great job of reaching out and has communicated effectively with the community, and so that has worked really well. But we just need to do as much as we can to communicate and get the public involved. The other thing is that we have exponential growth going on in Tampa and in Florida. We have tons of new people moving in, and we've seen conflicts between people who've been here a long time and people who are moving in. There's no awareness of the new folks on what has been planned before, what's been promised before. And so these kinds of processes, the more often we can do them, the more we can listen to the public. We can't assume that what people told us even 2 years ago is up to date. Used to you could do plans for 10, 20, 30 years. Now it's changing so rapidly, especially in South Tampa, that we just can't think that far ahead. It's good to think, but then we have to keep updated on folks. So thank you for doing this, and thanks for keeping ahead of it.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? All right, go ahead.
Okay, the next slide should be the mixed-use plan categories. Yes, and this is a recommendation to look at our current mixed-use plan categories to see how well they have been working. Are they achieving the goal? Actually, the Planning Commission staff is going to take this on as part of the partnership that we have with them. I do want to acknowledge the Planning Commission staff. They're be working with us hand in hand in the update of the comprehensive plan, as well as the partnership with the neighborhood commercial district. So I believe they are online in case there's any questions to them, but they've been a good partner in many of these initiatives. But we want to look at the mixed use plan categories. There's been a number of questions, I think, over the last couple of years about what is mixed use, how does it work? Is it really giving us the kind of environment that we're looking for? If you go to the next slide, there's a few examples of what constitutes mixed use under our current plan and with some of the actual projects, where you can see where it's a horizontal mixed use. There's the project at MetLife is what we call the horizontal mixed use, where uses are across the site. You have single use development at Terry Home Dodge and the rooms to go, and then a vertically mixed use on the right. And so the objective is to assess what's been developed under mixed use, take a look at what other communities are using for mixed use, and really try to decide what is the type of mixed use environment that we're trying to achieve and what changes need to be made to this category or to the policies to get us there. So our goal is to have the Planning Commission staff come back in around the second quarter with some recommendations on how to, and a plan amendment to implement those recommendations. So if there's any questions, we'd be happy to
Councilman
answer
Carlson.
those.
Yeah, sorry for all the quick comments, but I think this is really important because we know in the feedback we got before we started the neighborhood commercial districts that people in neighborhoods want amenities, especially grocery stores, food stores, other services nearby where they live, and they want walkable streets and neighborhoods so that they can easily get to these. And we know from transportation studies that the more they can walk to amenities, the fewer trips we have on the road. We also know from some examples that we have to worry about noise levels there. The last thing I'll say without mentioning any specific cases is
Councilman Carlson, can you speak up?
Sorry, one thing I'll mention without mentioning any specific cases is that we have had some applicants find loopholes in this mixed-use category where they were able to do certain things by proposing a very small amount of business. So I would just ask you to look at the loopholes also and think about the issues like sound that affect the combination of office and residential. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, Bill, I'm glad you picked up on that. I had just made the note, my note said bogus mixed use. So, but I think hopefully staff is aware of this and they'll fix those loopholes. Randy, I can't remember if you addressed the bonus density provisions and the payment for density provisions in 4 through 8.
That's coming up, Councilman Dingfelder, Abby Feely, that's coming up in the next slide.
Okay, perfect. All right, thank you.
All right.
I did just want to comment, I did put that, that mixed use slide together for you to show you really that our mixed use categories throughout the city don't have those designations for requirements of minimums nor requirements of mix of uses. So that's something that we'll be evaluating as part of this effort in order to look at. And I know the several projects you are referring to where people are getting additional bonuses and additional intensity for having that second use, but not really, it's not what we would constitute as a real use if it's only 400 square feet or 1,000 square feet of 100,000 square foot development. So we will be looking at that as well, as to what some minimal standards or even maximum standards for ensuring that if you are receiving it, it's proportionate to what's being provided. Okay, the next slide, please. This is the administrative lot line discussion. In fact, I was just putting a memo together to ask for some time on your January 28th workshop to bring back this item to you. We are currently looking at the lot splits that have come before council in the last 2 years to analyze and evaluate a potential for an administrative process to address lot splits. I think the original motion had a 5% discussion. Per my initial evaluation, 5% wasn't necessarily enough. So I'm looking to get that data together for you to show you what has come before you, what would potentially be a good barometer to put into the code, and provide those code changes back to you here at the end of January. Does anyone have?
I think that's very important.
Councilman Dingfelder.
Well, we all know that some of these, it's kind of weird. Some of these lot splits are highly controversial in some neighborhoods, and in other neighborhoods, people could care less, which is, I don't want to try and analyze the sociological or psychological reasons for that, but that seems to be a reality. Mr. Miranda's pointed out that, you know, we should try and treat all neighborhoods the same, and I generally agree with that, especially when it comes down to rules and regulations. We need to be, you know, fair and treat everybody the same. But what I was thinking about, Abby, was maybe what it could be like is we could start with an administrative process where you'd post, you know, where maybe you could post the notice and say, the administrator is evaluating this over the next 30 days or whatever. If you object to it, then maybe the objection would elevate it. And Kate, I see you on the screen, and you don't have to give me an answer today, I'm just throwing it out there. But maybe an objection would immediately elevate it to the council level where it was before. So in other words, if it's posted and noticed and nobody in the neighborhood objects, then you guys as staff can resolve it and under whatever protocols we come up with. But if it's posted and noticed and there's objections, then they default back to kind of where we are today, and it becomes more of a public decision in council. I'm just throwing it out there as an idea.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir, Councilman Gooch.
You know, it has been controversial, these lot splits. You know, sometimes I feel bad for others, and sometimes you got to make a decision. You know, I'm hoping that we really have a robust discussion on that because, again, some neighborhoods have do have rules and some don't. And then again, sometimes people aren't properly noticed, and that's what I seem to find, that neighborhoods aren't properly noticed at times. And I hear it all the time, just like a situation I got on 37th Street with a big development, senior center going there. And that's a really nice little small neighborhood that have a lot of influential people, and they feel like were left out on the conversation of having this tall building going up right over their houses. So I just wish we could find a way with this process to also make sure the neighbors are aware and they can have also a voice on what's going on. When I found out that, hey, no one had to go to council, it was straight to the zoning, and the permitting was right, and there was no discussion about it. Now I'm hearing a whole bunch of flack about why didn't we get a chance to hear about this. So, this stuff is very, very complex. I mean, it's sometimes my head gets screwed all the way around, like, well, how does that work? How does that doesn't work? But I think we got to find a good medium ground to work on that, especially with these lot splits. And again, with some of these building permits that are going up in some of these communities, then people say, I don't know. Well, why is it don't know? Is it anything to make these folks sign off on? I don't know if there's a state law, city orders, and we can mandate these people do certain things to make sure that our residents know what's going on. So I think that's a portion that we got to look at, understanding what the neighborhood looks like, what it was before. Neighborhoods do change, and I realize that. But I think we have to look at what's the change in the neighborhood and make sure we're meeting with those neighborhood association presidents or leaders so they understand that change may be coming, or there's some new stuff coming in the neighborhood, to make sure they're on board. And usually when people have a discussion and they talk about these things, they usually can have a good outcome versus here it is, and it's like we didn't even have a chance. So those are the type of things I wish we would look at when we start making some of these decisions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Carlson.
In case anybody from Virginia Park or other South Tampa neighborhoods are listening, I want you all to know I had a long conversation with Ms. Feely and Ms. Wells the other day, and they both have a lot of experience in this area. Ms. Feely in particular has spent a lot of time in Virginia Park in the past, and they have great ideas on this, and I wanted to push forward something, some motion or discussion about it, but I feel like we're in good hands, and they're going to come up with some great ideas for us. So although it's been a long time waiting for many neighborhood associations, I think the city is showing a commitment by staffing up and adding great people in, and the folks that are here have experience, and they're going to come back to us with some ideas that we'll be able to discuss soon. Thanks.
Thank you very much. All right, carry on.
So, Mr. Chairman, one other thought, and Councilman Goods actually reminded me of this. I don't know if it relates to this item 4 or a different item, Abby, but Councilman Goods talked about notice, and I generally believe that our notice system works. Okay, they put up a sign. Sometimes it gets knocked over, but generally they put up a sign and they have to notice within the 250 feet circle, and they have to provide proof, from the post office or whatever, that they actually mailed those to every property owner within the 250 feet. Now, if you rent, you're not going to get notice, so that might be something, I don't know if we can look at, I don't know how we'd know who the tenants are, so that's kind of opening up a Pandora's box. But earlier in the meeting, and I don't know if you guys were watching, Stephanie Pointer from South of Gandy gave an interesting idea, which is that larger projects, like the high-rise that you're referring to, or the mid-rise that you're referring to, Mr. Goods, get a larger notice. Larger projects, might have an impact that's a quarter mile or more, especially the traffic impact or the building mass or whatever might be bigger than that, that 250 feet, and might warrant better notice. So again, I don't know if this doesn't really fit with number 4. I don't know what it fits with, but I think, and if there's a motion at some point in time, or if you need a motion, I think it's something really, really interesting to think about.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Dingfield, on that line, again, we have a great city attorney who's always thinking, and I guess he was on the same track I was on. So other cities have what they call a neighborhood compatibility meeting. when you have projects that need the neighborhood's consensus on some things or what the neighborhood wants to do. Apparently Largo has one, so maybe we can take a look at what Largo does as far as their neighborhood compatibility meeting and how they operate. That might be a road path for us here in the city of Tampa.
And Mr. Goods, if I can just follow up just with an observation. The city of Tampa does not have a planning or zoning board. And in a lot of jurisdictions, there is a lower board where the neighborhoods do have the opportunity to come out, where the developer or the petitioner does have an opportunity to hear the opportunity to hear the neighborhood's concerns before they come to council. City of Tampa is rather unique. You have 2 full public hearings before city council, and sometimes a lot of these issues come out during your first reading. In the absence of that, it might be a good thing to look at, is the concept of having a neighborhood compatibility meeting. And if there is going to be a comprehensive look at Chapter 27, the city of Tampa is unique in having 2 full land use hearings for rezonings. I don't know what the administration has planned, and I have not been party to the discussions, but those are all things that I think might be worthy of discussion to again, bring the neighborhoods together and bring the parties together before it becomes necessarily an issue at city council.
Well, Mr. Shelby, we thank you for your suggestion. We have everyone here at the table. You've had some experience with this in other places, so I always take your leadership and advice, so I'm going to pass that on to those folks at the table to look into such matters and bring back to this council while they're doing their research, and that might be a good way for us to move forward. Thank you, sir.
And Councilman Goods, this is Carol Post. I appreciate the objective as well. I think, as Randy referenced in an earlier slide, we have a renewed focus on being inclusive across all of the activities that are going on. So I think that very much is consistent with the administration's objectives and philosophy. I would just note that at I think the last council meeting, part of the Chapter 14 amendments that were adopted was an element of unifying and standardizing the notice requirements. A lot of the feedback we've received over the years is that our notice requirements had gotten complicated. Depending on what you were doing, you needed to mail, or otherwise you needed to post, or so on, and there was different requirements. If you recall, Andrea presented that. That code has now actually just been modified to unify and standardize our notice requirements. So while we always say nothing is off the table, what you're suggesting would sort of just turn that sideways, where we were trying to unify, simplify, and streamline. This might introduce yet a new dimension. So just for consideration.
Thank you. And again, everything's on the table. So, if I always take a suggestion from my city attorney, and that was a good suggestion. So if that's the case, we still can still take a brief look and see what other people are doing, just to make sure that we're on the same page, the same road that you want to go down. So just
for sure.
All right. Continue with the presentation.
Sure. The next slide is that bonus density discussion. We had presented this last month, and I had informed you that this is a larger undertaking. We do need to go back and revisit the formula, as well as evaluate our amenities that are currently in the code. I think last month I gave you a little bit of history about how bonus density had morphed itself from a 3 out of 10 of the amenities to a formula based, and now we're kind of looking at that formula and whether or not that is actually a very predictable and useful formula for developers who are looking to exercise bonus. And then also, really, what is that intent of the bonus? What were we trying to achieve here? So I'm going to be working on that, and that is going to be a workshop that will come back to you in the second quarter of 2021. In addition, we're going to be working on some of the affordable housing initiatives here, and that as well will be playing into that bonus update. So I want to make sure we're synthesizing those two items as we're moving forward to ensure that we're addressing our priorities, our growth strategies, and then also a predictable and easily implementable formula there for the bonus.
Councilman Dingfelder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Abby. I think this is a real important issue. We even have a plan amendment next week where this issue comes up. I won't go into details, obviously, in advance, but you know, I think we have to look at this bonus density issue in the context of where we were at when we first started dealing with it a decade ago or more, in the early 2000s or in the mid 2000s, when we were either in a recession or we were headed into recession, and we had to incentivize, or we felt that we needed to incentivize developers to come here, please come here and build. And now, if anything, you know, they don't have any room to build, and they're tripping over themselves in terms of trying to, you know, get in line to build. So I think that we need to take a close look at that. And then the other part of the equation is I know in some scenarios, when they want that additional density, they had to pay, I can't remember the details or what we call it, et cetera, but they did pay into certain pools of money that would help provide you know, things, assets, better parking, curbs, roads, et cetera, for the surrounding neighborhood to offset the impact of that development. So I guess that's a balance there. We don't want to disincentivize development, but at the same time, I don't know how much we need to, you know, financially incentivize development anymore. So I'm sure you'll be taking a look at all of those kind of competing policy interests, Abby, and company, but those are definitely questions that clearly we want to work with the mayor on, but we also want council to be working on those as well.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Along that line, Mr. Dingfelder, if you recall, we had several folks that came before us with bonus density, and that money went to way other areas, not in the general area. That's a concern, so hopefully we're looking at that as well, because if that project is being done in a certain neighborhood, but yet the money's going way on the other side of town, then what good is that for that community that you just fringed on? So
I remember that discussion. That was on the North Boulevard, and the improvement was happening on Nebraska, and it was quite a ways away. So yes, that formula for how the money is coming in and where it is going is what I hope to evaluate and bring back to you, because it should be a meaningful association between the project area, and the improvement.
thank you.
Good point.
All right, continue
Memory.
on.
Okay, next slide. This is combining two recommendations that came out of the October 20 meetings. It really is revolving around the discussion about overlay districts and form-based code districts for individual neighborhoods. And where we sort of moved to, there's really two parts here. There's a part that is the planning part that I'll talk about, and then Abby will talk about the review part, which plays into this. And since I took over the director of city planning, I've had the opportunity of talking with a few neighborhoods. I'd like to be able to talk with more. But you get the sense that within a neighborhood, they have very specific issues and ideas that they feel affect them. But when you talk to several neighborhoods, you begin to see that there are issues that affect multiple neighborhoods. It's the same type of issue, but happening in different areas. So our goal is to take a look at what are those issues that are affecting multiple neighborhoods, and what can we do to affect change to alleviate those conditions. The best vehicle that I think we have is as part of the plan update. We're out talking to the community, and we're talking about the opportunities for the overall vision. We know we're going to hear from neighborhoods, from residents that talk about what's happening in their own specific neighborhood. So that same process that will help us define the overall vision will also help us understand the common issues or concerns that are common among several neighborhoods. Out of that, we'll be able to come up with some plan amendments that they relate to the comprehensive plan or recommendations for the code, make some code changes and so forth. So that's how we will handle, at least how we hope to handle those type of concerns from the planning side. And I'll ask Abby to describe how the city can handle it from the review side.
Thanks, Randy. I think in relation to this motion, there is some discussion as to what we currently use for administrative approvals, the criteria that are contained within the code for design exceptions. Some of these modifications that neighborhoods are reacting to are modifications that are either allowed by right or are being approved administratively under certain criteria. So the thought there would be to evaluate those criteria and perhaps modify them based on that evaluation to see how we may be able to strengthen them moving forward. Some things are subjective types. People prefer certain styles over other styles. And, you know, we did have, you do have your variance review process. We used to have an administrative variance process that did become the design exception process in the code. So it would either be perhaps to modify those criteria in that or to potentially remove that administrative design exception process based on an evaluation of whether or not it is effectively working.
Thank you very much. All right. You have one more item?
Okay. And this is the recommendation about the development in the coastal high hazard area. There's been a lot of discussion about the type of development which is occurring and the rate of that it's occurring. If you go to the next slide, it shows you an image on the left is what the coastal high hazard area looked like in up until 2016. That was the extent of the coastal high hazard area on the left. In 2016, the legislature changed the definition. You can see that it grew substantially and at 2016. In fact, prior to 2016, areas, we look at a little bit hard on the map, but areas in south of Gandy, Rattlesnake Point is not even in the coastal high hazard area in 2000 up until 2016. Now we move forward from 2016, and a significant area of the city's coastline is now in the coastal high hazard area. And so in 2016, the comp plan policies probably should have been updated when this map was updated. Whatever reason they weren't, and so we're behind the curve. And from our policy standpoint, next slide, please. In October, we had talked about how we were going to use, hopefully, the money that we would obtain from the state for the grant to begin looking at this. But we decided that for the coastal high hazard area, that we would start to look at it now, not wait for a grant and the selection of a consultant, which could push us several months into the future. So we're going to commit to looking at the coastal high hazard area, the issues about how much development, the hurricane evacuation, the shelters, all the mitigation requirements, and come back to council around the April-May timeframe, the second quarter of the year, with some recommended plan amendments for the managing growth in the coastal high hazard area. So we hope to be able to have something before you earlier in the year, or at that time of the year, to be able to address the concerns that have been arising as a result of some of the development in the coastal high hazard area up until now.
Thank you very much. Councilman Dingfelder. Yes, sir.
Wasn't there a recommendation on there previously about a possible moratorium? Did you mention that, Randy?
You know, we in October was on as a possible consideration. We came back and began looking at it in terms of what that might entail. There's some legal standards. Kate is here to be able to talk about what that would what that might look like. But then we stepped back and said, what is it that really needs to happen? What really needs to happen is to address the policy requirements to move forward and hopefully have something in place in the next 4 to 5 months.
I think the second part to that, Councilman Dingfelder, if I can interject, is that, you know, I always look at things holistically. I've presented many cases before you, and council always looks at things holistically, and that we have this balance, and you start to play with one part of a project, it pulls on another part. But the applications that come before you, you know, fall under different windows, and in relationship to projects coming in this area, I believe you still have the tools in your toolbox to be able to be evaluating those and the impacts that they're having to the overall area, whether it was in the CHHA or not, whether that is compatible, appropriate, balanced, in a way that we can be evaluating these projects and looking at that both in the context of its location in the CHHA as well as in its context overall in the city and on our city systems.
You know, Abby, we've known each other for a long time, and I'm not trying to be rude, but what you're saying sounds good on paper. But unfortunately, we just had 3 big examples of cases, and I say the word cases meaningfully because they almost became big lawsuits, where we didn't have the tools. And ultimately, we were placed in a position where many of us wanted to turn down the project, but we were told that we didn't have great legal grounds to turn it down. I'm not trying to revisit all those, Kate, and I won't, but that's the reality. We've sat here, you know, and dealt with that and disappointed the community with that answer. So when I saw the proposed moratorium at the last workshop, I thought, yeah, that's probably where we need to go. And I don't think it's just in the coastal high hazard area. I think it's really, you know, a multifamily project, let's say built at the corner of Inner Bay and Dale Mabry might not be in the coastal high hazard zone, looking at the map, but it sure as heck has a big impact on evacuation for everything south of Gandy. And to me, that's really what this is all about. It's, you know, it's not about how they build that project, you know, whether or not it's built 15 feet tall or 20 feet tall, you know, above sea level to withstand it, you know, that big storm. It's how do you evacuate all those people out of that peninsula. And I know, you know, right now, we don't have anything in our comp plan, as far as I've been told, that can put a hold on those projects or allow us to legally deny those projects. They seem to answer the questions in regard to transportation and the other issues, standard issues that come in front of us. But I believe we have a problem, and I'm sure I'm not alone on that. And because we have a problem, and we don't necessarily have a solution, then to me, a temporary moratorium is the way to do it. And it's temporary. It's temporary moratorium until we can figure out exactly what the problems are and what the solutions are and how we can change the code and how we can change the comp plan to address that and to discourage additional multifamily in the peninsula. And when I say the peninsula, I'm actually, and I don't know, maybe there's not that much opportunity for additional multifamily north of Gandy, but I mean, I'm even talking about up toward El Prado or Euclid, or even Beta Bay, because the entire peninsula is just a disaster waiting to happen in terms of evacuation. So anyway, I'll let other people speak to that. I hope they do.
Yes, sir, Councilman Goods.
I mean, and again, folks, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but when Abby says we do have the tools, if we had the tools, we could have stopped a lot of things that went on that the community didn't want if we had the tools. So I'm kind of wondering, well, where are these tools at? I need to see those tools, understand that, because, again, Mr. Dingfelder said, we had several lawsuits, and we conceded with the magistrate, and did what we had to do. But if we have these tools, then we didn't know what they are, and they need to be clear and defined in our packets. So if we come across this, we know how to defend that, and then the community is not upset with us saying that we didn't do what they asked us to do when they're asking us to do something. So I'd like to know what those tools are, if we have them, because I'm sure if we, in my opinion, we don't have them, people are gonna still come forward and try to, again, get around with the transportation and certain efforts. So if we have the tools, we need to see those tools. And I'm just saying.
Councilman Goods, I believe that those tools are in your PD criteria and are in your waiver criteria for, I'm not saying all of those developments, but I'm saying many of those developments come before you asking for the exceptions. They need 10 waivers, they need a parking waiver, they need to increase their height, they need to look at those things that are not within the rights of the property that they currently hold. And when we're looking at those and looking at the overall compatibility of the project as it comes to you, not as a Euclidean zoning, but comes to you as a site plan controlled zoning to get relief from standard codes, that we need to be evaluating those in a way that are furthering these other objectives that are in the comp plan. And maybe we haven't been doing that so well so far, and we need to be invoking a stronger review process in order to ensure that they are compatible and that they are not having adverse impact to the surrounding area. So I think
I can
we have
respect
some
what you
letters
just
there.
said,
I'm
Abby.
not saying that's the whole solution. I'm saying that I think that we do have some of those evaluation criteria as we look at these applications coming before you. And I'm going to be working with staff on our team to be ensuring that as we're going forward, we are ensuring that our analysis are encompassing those elements as they come before you in those staff reports.
Well, I can respect what you just said. Maybe we're not doing a total assessment of the process. Maybe we're missing something. I don't know. I'm not an expert on this here. So you guys are. We depend on you for those answers. Kate does a great job of our pre-phone calls to explain this and this and that in criteria. So I want to thank her for the job she does do. And again, we might be missing something. I don't know. But again, to say we have all the tools, my thing is, well, we say that, and I need that tool. So if we don't have that tool, and we need to look at this comp plan to have a moratorium or look at changing something with the planning commission, whatever, then I think we need to look at so we can have these tools in our toolbox. So when these communities complain, it is their community. I know people want to come in and do certain things, but you have people who live there way before others who coming in there. So I think we need to look at that and make sure we have the right tools to be able to use. And again, I thank you for your honesty.
Thank you very much.
Councilman Goods, if I may just add to what Abby said, and I appreciate your perspective on that. Just to reiterate, at the October 22nd Growth Management Workshop, the item for consideration was a temporary, and again, it was a litany of ideas that were ready to be addressed, which would be a temporary suspension of variances and rezonings in the coastal high hazard area. So, and really highlighting what Abby said is to build by right is not something we would support having a moratorium around. What we were suggesting is those areas where the development or the applicant is seeking to vary from what the right that they have is what seems to be creating some complexity. And that is where there are some tools that can strengthen the criteria around which you're empowered to either grant or not grant those exceptions. And so I would say, period there. In addition, everything we just presented reflects that we do not have all the tools that we would want in our toolkit. That is why we now have a planning department and new resources and a renewed attention to our comp plan and the consistency it has with our land use designations and so on. So we do believe that we are a few years behind in giving you a full slate of tools that you need to be able to drive the city's land use to match the strategic vision for the city. But those two things are in unison will sort of help us get there. And these things don't happen overnight, but you see that there is a plan in place for this now.
Ms. Wells.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Council. Kate Wells, Chief Assistant City Attorney. I wanted to respond just to a couple of comments that I've heard. Councilman Goods, you mentioned that there were a couple rezonings that you were unable to give the neighborhood what it wanted. When City Council is considering a rezoning, you are not making a legislative decision. You are making a quasi-judicial decision, and council is required to review the application against the standards in the land development code that apply to that request and to make a finding of compatibility with the comprehensive plan. You can't always give the neighborhood what it wants.
That's correct.
Because of the type of application you are reviewing. So I just wanted to make that distinction. And certainly, you know, Randy and Abby have talked about the planning efforts that are underway so that we can look at those issues that council has expressed dissatisfaction with so that we can address it differently in the future. But just wanted to make that distinction with regard to rezonings and what the role is. And Councilman Goods, I know you know that because you and I talk about that every month. But for purposes of today's discussion, I thought it was important to distinguish that. To the extent that council wishes to consider a moratorium, we can talk about that. I can talk about the legal standard. But as Carol Post mentioned and Abby and Randy, it's not something that the administration is recommending moving forward while we're undergoing the other planning efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate.
Councilman Carlson, then Councilman Dingfelder.
Just quickly, I share the concerns of my colleagues, in particular about South of Gandy. I've met with the South of Gandy folks and lots of other neighborhoods associations many times and have heard their concerns. And because of that, I've had many conversations with staff, including a long conversation a couple weeks ago about this issue. And I've also asked the staff to meet with the neighborhood leaders, and they've done that several times also. And I think that this team is in earnest trying to find a solution to the problem. I share everyone's frustration that I'd like to come up with a quick fix. And without getting into a long conversation here right now, my sense is that with this team on board and that maybe the folks that they're going to add, they want to find long-term systemic solutions, not just a quick fix solution that might get us sued and might be easily undone. And so I think with the presentation they're giving and the other ideas that I've talked to them about offline, which I won't discuss now, I think they're going down a path of coming up with very strong solutions. It's taking longer than anyone in the neighborhoods would like, but I think that the solutions will be better for the long term for everybody. Thank you.
Councilman Dingfelder.
Well, Kate, I think you hit it on the nail head, and I think that's the point of the community, and I think that's the point of council, is that the standards in the code and the standards in the comp plan are ineffective to limit or prohibit much of that development, and we saw it in 3 clear cases. And again, I don't want to rehash those cases. They are, you know, they're done and it's in the rearview mirror, but we lived it, you know, and the community lived it. And I'm not saying, I know all too well, the law says, you know, that we can't always make the community happy and that sort of thing. But this is life safety issue. This is a life safety issue of evacuation, period. I'm not talking about building design. I'm not talking about anything. I'm talking about evacuation. An evacuation from a peninsula that's very unique. Okay, I mean, I don't know any other places around the state that have this type of concentration of people living in a peninsula like this that is not only subject to storm surge, but we're subject to the evacuation from Pinellas as well. So when they start flooding coming over those bridges of Gandy and Howard Franklin into our peninsula, that doubly chokes up that peninsula. And I'm glad you have the map up with those bright red colors, because that's what it's about. I'd like to hear what the standards are for a temporary moratorium. I think I remember this exercise back in the early 2000s, and I can't remember what the context was, but I'd like to hear what the standards are. If you guys were willing to put it on a piece of paper 2 months ago, at least as a suggestion, then I'm going to assume that this council has the ability to establish as a matter of policy that we can implement the temporary moratorium. And if the administration is not with us on it, it's unfortunate. I'm not going to throw stones, but it's unfortunate because they're not listening to the fears of that community. And we're talking about how many, 150,000 people that live in that peninsula. So yes, Ms. Wells, I'd like to hear, with council's blessing, I'd like to hear what those standards are for a temporary moratorium.
Certainly. So generally speaking, City Council has the ability to adopt a moratorium as the proper exercise of its police power if it can be demonstrated that it is intended to serve or protect the public health, safety, and welfare. Since a moratorium will affect individual property rights, it's important to exercise caution and to comply with the following legal requirements. And these are requirements that I have pulled based on cases involving moratoriums. The moratorium must be adopted in good faith and should not be discriminatory. It should be based on facts which demonstrate the need for a moratorium. It must be limited in duration and may only be adopted in strict accordance with the procedures in section 166.041 of the Florida statutes applicable to the adoption of zoning regulations. And following the adoption of the moratorium, the city must expeditiously move forward with the necessary legislation to address the problem or issue which caused the city to resort to a moratorium. I think with respect to the issues we've been talking about today, City Council must make several determinations before proceeding with the imposition of a moratorium. First, you must identify the type of moratorium you wish to oppose. Are we talking about building permits? Are we talking about rezonings? Are we talking about comp plan amendments? And the type of moratorium has to necessarily relate to the problem you are seeking to resolve. So within the moratorium, we would identify the problem and how the adoption of the moratorium is going to remedy that problem. Finally, the duration of the moratorium is critical. Anytime you have a longer term moratorium, and if the city is not aggressively pursuing, researching and implementing the regulations intended to solve the problem, there is then a question as to whether the moratorium was adopted in good faith. When I looked at how different jurisdictions have gone through the process of actually adopting a moratorium, the more conservative approach is a two-step process, where City Council would first adopt a resolution pursuant to the pending ordinance doctrine, directing staff to prepare an ordinance and delay processing of any applications, again, depending on the type of moratorium you seek to pursue. So delay processing those applications from the date of the adoption of the resolution until the pending moratorium ordinance is adopted. And then the second step is to adopt the ordinance establishing the moratorium in compliance with section 166.041. And this would require 2 advertised public hearings with notice in advance of the hearings, and one of those hearings being held at least after 5 p.m. During that time. So that is just very quickly kind of the legal requirements, the issues to be addressed by City Council before making that decision, and then how we would actually implement or adopt the moratorium or the ordinance establishing the moratorium.
Wow, Kate, you remembered all that, huh?
Been doing some research lately. Thank you.
Is that good?
Yeah, it was good, and I'll make a motion when everybody's done talking.
Anybody else? Anything else? Councilman Dingfelder, you have a motion?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know I get a little passionate, a little emotional, and I apologize if that offends anybody, but when you're talking about public safety, I think it's important, and we've just been through a hurricane season that nobody's ever seen before. They ran out of letters, and they went into the, more, who knows what those letters were, and we almost got hit with that one that was almost outside of hurricane season. These are very real issues, and they're issues of public safety, which if we're not here for any other reason, we're here for public safety. So I'd like to direct the legal department to start the process and prepare a resolution for our next meeting in 2 weeks. And prepare the resolution based upon the following criteria that, and Ms. Wells, I appreciate your research, but it appears that obviously it's not discriminatory, except for the fact that I think we want to address multifamily larger than a certain number of units. I mean, I don't think we need to address duplexes or even a quad or something like that, but maybe it's multifamily projects, larger than 4 units. I don't think that's I don't think that's particularly discriminatory. I think that's just fact-based. If you have multifamily, it's going to have a bigger impact on evacuation. The facts are very clear. We have a problem. We have an evacuation problem. I think it's been well proven and well stated that adding additional density is just going to exacerbate the problem. So we have a significant problem. In terms of duration, I'll let legal come up with a recommendation, but I would suggest perhaps it's ultimately a one-year moratorium in the ultimate ordinance, and that will give everybody enough time to address the issues that need addressing, and the issues that need addressing is to address the comp plan and our zoning code, so it will give us the tools to evaluate all of the issues, including evacuation, which are currently not adequately addressed in the zoning code or in the comp plan. And then finally, I would propose that this only apply to rezonings, future rezonings, and future comp plan amendments, not building permits. If somebody already has the zoning they need, and all they have to do is pull the building permit, I'm not going to suggest that we remove that right. But any future rezonings or comp plan amendments prospectively, I would say would be that we would apply this temporary moratorium to.
All right.
And then the only other criteria is how far, where does it start geographically? I'll let staff give us a recommendation on that, but like I say, I don't know that this is just a south of Gandy issue. I think it might be a south of Beta Bay issue, or maybe even a south of Kennedy issue. Not that there's that much opportunity for more, construction, although we do have Bayshore, Bayshore high-rises that add additional people. So I'll look for staff for a recommendation on that, but I would say don't just necessarily look at it as south of Gandy. It might be Euclid, El Prado, Beta Bay, or even Kennedy. So.
We have a second from Councilman Carlson. This is for December 17th, under staff reports.
Mr. Chairman, Kate Wells, December 17th, the deadline to submit that resolution is tomorrow. So I'm going to need some additional time, especially if you're deferring the geographic area to be addressed by staff. So I would ask to bring the resolution back during the first regular meeting in January.
Yeah.
Councilman Miranda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've been listening very intensely, and when you ask for something like this, I think you have to compare it to the rest of the city. And this is just an opinion of one who's not an engineer, who's not a storm forecaster, but when you look at the whole city of Tampa, how do you move in and out? You only got 2 bridges and the causeway, east and west. And when you look at the expressway system and you look at the roadways going north, which I guess you're going to have to go north, you're certainly not going to go west. where's the differential between South Tampa, East Tampa, downtown Tampa, Ybor City, and North Tampa? I say the variant will be small to none, because when you get clogged, it's not going to be coming from Tampa. It's going to be from the communities around Tampa that the highways are already clogged. Let me give you an example. When you look at our expressways right now today, and you look from 3:30 to 5:45 or 6 o'clock, that's just normal traffic. And when you come heading east from the west side, what happens? There's a snail crawl through the interstate system all the way through downtown until you get somewhere past at least Sly Avenue or further north. If you go east, if you head east, when the community's already, that expressway, Interstate 4, cannot handle the traffic it has now. So when you have a rush, however, on the good side of things, I don't want to sound like a individual just saying all the things that are negative. On the good side of things, if it's a hurricane, you got 2 or 3 days to skip. Now, if you're smart and think of the family and forget about the lost time and forget about the income, and you know that hurricane, you got 24 hours that it's coming this way or in the proximity, you better leave then, no matter where you lived at. No matter if it's South Tampa, East Tampa, West Tampa, downtown Tampa, North Tampa, anywhere. You have to leave when they tell you. We can't even wear a mask now, on and off. That's why the virus is so spreading so quickly. And that's why the people sometimes get stuck. Louisiana got hit 3 times, some directly, some indirectly. And the people that left, when they came back, they had very little, but they had their lives. The ones that did not leave, some of them didn't have anything, including their life. So we take a lot of things for granted in this wonderful country that we live in, and we're privileged to live here compared to the rest of the world. Just think about that. But when you want to do something like that, you got to have a timetable of what the communities that make up this great city, what is the timetable for them to move? And I guarantee you that the timetable from leaving central Tampa, from downtown to anywhere else, is within minutes, because it's going to be clogged. You're not going to be able to leave here unless you leave 24 hours in advance. As you go further north, the further you go, the more density of cars. Already what used to be the country is like a suburb of somewhere else. You got whole cities being built as development. 1,000 homes, 2,000 homes, different things. Now you got 56, 54, 52, 50. It used to be one of them going east and west. Now you got 4. So when you look at those things, and if you head north, either coming from the north to south to Tampa, or you're heading north to go to Ocala or Gainesville or something like that, you look at that to your right on 54 and 56 is what happened there on the road leading up, the roadway going up to the expressway. I guarantee you is 3/4 to a mile long. And it's not an emergency. It's just somebody wants to go somewhere, go to work or have some pleasure or whatever. So when that happens, how are you going to get out? You better leave when whoever is in charge of telling us to leave, and you'll have a chance. If you live in South Tampa, West Tampa, East Tampa, North Tampa, or downtown Tampa, and I think I covered just about all of it. I'm not against what you're saying, but I don't believe that if you stay, God bless you, you're going to have a problem. So you better pack your belongings and be prepared and evacuate. If you do not evacuate, you're going to be stuck in the hills. And there are not too many hills in Tampa. High water, in my opinion, and I hate to say this, Bayshore Boulevard is a beautiful city, one of the most beautiful places in America. You can live there, drive there, you just feel something different. I can't say Bayshore, because the volume of water coming in is greater than the volume of water going out. The people will leave. But saving part of the city of Tampa, downtown will be underwater, not in inches, but in feet, by looking at the map, what I saw here. Some of the coastal areas are going to be flooded and maybe partially destroyed and not destroyed in total. because hurricanes have no preference for you, I, or anyone else. When it comes, it comes. And if you look at the hurricane season this year, it was odd that you had 2 hurricanes at the Gulf at the same time. If you look at the hurricanes this year, we had more named storms than I can remember. Why? Because we're not taking care of one thing called the environment. We're creating something worse and worse and worse every year, and we talk about it, and we're going to do this, and we're going to do that. Well, we haven't done what we said we're going to do. Yeah, we're trying to do, yes, we brought hybrids, yes, we're going to buy electric cars, but it takes much more than buying electric cars and buying a hybrid to fix what we have in this country, in this world, really. We're all worried about the Industrial Revolution and keep it going, keep it moving, keep doing this, buy this, sell this, throw this away. But we never worry about the plastic that we're putting down the drain. We never worry about the styrofoam that doesn't break up. That's why a lot of restaurants are now, some that I've been to lately, when they give you takeout for you to take home, it's not the old styrofoam. It's a mixture of some type of cardboard that if you leave it in the refrigerator, it'll disappear by itself. So these are the things that I'm looking at, and it's not going to save this society one iota if the traffic north of us, you can't go south. That's where the hurricanes usually come from. You can't go west, but you're going to get stuck nowhere. You can only go east or north. And if you go east or north now, this population was there that it's quadrupled from what it was just 15 years ago. There's more neighborhoods have been created, malls have been created, stadiums, they even had this year in Pasco County, snow. You can go down slide. People went, they should go, something different. But what I'm saying is about saving lives and moving really depends on the notice that the governments give, and more important than the notice is the individuals that receive that notice, what do they do with it? That's all, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to hand the gavel to Councilman Citro and step out for a minute. Anything further? No?
What?
You got a follow-up?
Yeah, I just wanted to respond quickly to Mr. Miranda. Charlie, I agree with 95% of everything you said. The only thing I would say in response to what question that you asked is, what's the difference between South Tampa and the peninsula and the rest of the city is sort of average elevation. Because as somebody who's lived, a lot of his life in South Tampa, and I've looked at the maps, the average elevation of many houses throughout South Tampa is 5 feet above sea level, or less. And the minute you get up near the interstate and north or even east, you are into 10 feet above sea level, 15 feet, 20 feet, or even higher in Seminole Heights. So the only reason I mention that is, let's say if I'm living in one of those areas of higher elevation, 20 feet or above, I might have a choice as to whether or not I want to stay in my cinder block house and try and ride it out in what they call shelter in place. If I'm down there in the peninsula, I pretty much don't have a choice, because if I know that storm surge is coming, and it's anywhere, God forbid, 5 feet or 10 feet or what have you, we're in an extremely dangerous situation, kind of like Katrina, and I think that's what the difference is, and that's why I'm making this motion, is because the danger level in the peninsula is unique and it's dramatic, and we can't, in my opinion, we've waited too long and we can't wait any longer. So the other issues, like I say, I agree with you completely. Ms. Wells, one thing, you made a good point. I don't want to leave this for staff to decide, because the administration is not really that supportive right now. So what I'm going to clarify on this, at least for today's purposes and today's motion, is that this would be from bay to bay south. The bay to bay would be the line. Obviously from one side of the bay to the other. So that's my pending motion. Mr. Citro, I think you're in charge.
I would like to think so, but no, I've just been handed the gavel. Was there a second to Councilman Dinkfelder's motion? Carlson, thank you very much. There's a motion been made by Councilman Dinkfelder, seconded by Councilman Carlson. Is there any further discussion?
Looks like Ms. Wells' hand is up.
Yes, Ms. Wells, please.
If I may, again, requesting that this resolution be brought back to council in 2 weeks just really doesn't give my office or staff
I'm
the
okay,
time
I'm
that we
okay,
need to
I'm
turn
okay
this
with,
around, because the deadline is tomorrow.
I'm okay with the January suggestion.
Thank you.
What was that date again, please?
What was the day you suggested?
14th?
January 14th?
Yes, yes, sir, yes, ma'am.
Councilman Miranda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not against the motion, but what I want to see in this motion going forward to find out, have whoever is responsible and has the knowledge in government or wherever that along with this motion comes back so they can tell us exactly what the scientific and what the elevations are and what's the flood leveling and the destruction that's going to happen in case a hurricane comes, not only for that area south of Beta Bay, which was first, one area was Kennedy, then it was somewhere else, and finally Beta Bay. I want to know what the timetable is for evacuation and what the flooding area is, and I'm sure they can find out. I don't have that ability to do that, but the administration does, to find out so that I can support that 110%. I'm going to vote for it going up only if it has that clause in it, that we have an understanding of what it takes to evacuate the city of Tampa. I'm not worried about property. If a hurricane comes, property takes second fiddle to life, just like the virus and COVID-19. It's one and the same, but some of us wear the mask at times, like I do. Some of us don't wear it at all.
Mr. Miranda, I accept your friendly amendment to my motion to include, it would sort of be a side part of the motion, but definitely accept it.
Thank you.
Councilman Goods.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair. That was kind of where I was going to go to, Mr. Dingfelder, to, we're going to do one thing, but we need an evaluation of safety all over, just in case. So glad Mr. Miranda, being the wisdom person he is and the gentleman statements that he is on this council, I'm glad he was able to put that on the table and you accept his amendment, Chair.
Mr. Chair, we have already taken the motion. It's been seconded. I believe discussion is finished and it's ready to be voted on.
Councilman Citro?
Yes.
May I just make a request, if I could, to the motion maker? You've made this motion. This is complicated materials. It's been added to with respect to, I think rightfully, adding in some elements of fact-based assessment of the need, which is one of the criteria that Ms. Wells represented to us. Given the tasks that are in front of us and the many tasks already articulated that we are tackling here, I would respectfully ask for a couple of more weeks and push this to an early February to be able to give you a meaningful response back to this. And frankly, with respect to the conversation Councilman Dingfelder raised, we did put this as a potential item for discussion and consideration during the workshop. It is not necessarily that we do not support it, but there are complexities across the gamut. And so I think we all want to be sure that we have the best information available and that we are able to account for all stakeholders in terms of how we represent this back to the council in a meaningful time frame.
Excuse me, Mr. Dingfelder, Mr. Chair, if I may hand the gavel back to you, and if I may add to the comments, I agree with Ms. Post. This is a major undertaking, and I would like to see this, if not a few more weeks after that, at least into the later part of February, if that is all right with Councilman Dingfelder.
Councilman Dingfelder, you have February 4th, February 18th, and then we go in a workshop, which that's going to be a busy day.
Right. Yeah, my motion will stand in terms of directing legal to draft the appropriate resolution and then subsequently the ordinance to move forward with the temporary moratorium. If staff feels they need an additional couple of weeks until February 4th, I'm amenable to that. I don't want to Fortunately, we're not in hurricane season, you know, et cetera. But you know, I'm okay with that, Mr. Citro and Ms. Post. What I'm not saying is that, yeah, let's just wait and table this discussion. That's not what I'm saying. My motion stands as it is, but I'll defer the motion, and legal can come back to us February 4th.
All right, motion
Is that
from
clear?
Councilman Dingfelder. Who was the second?
Carlson.
Councilman Carlson, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
And Mr. Chairman, I just want to clarify, Councilman Dingfelder used the word defer. Do you mean to defer the date that it comes back?
I said I'm only deferring the date that it comes back. I'm not deferring any other part of the motion.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
And the vote, Madam Clerk?
It's unanimous.
It passed unanimously.
Thank you.
Anything else? Anything else over on your end?
Just the, I guess we just let the final slide, council, if they go to the next slide, I think it's just our wrap up of our work
Okay.
program. So these are all the things we have planned. We'll just take into consideration the motion and work with legal on what's required for February 4th as well. If there's any questions on the schedule or the projects that we have listed, be more than happy to answer those.
Councilman Carlson.
Randy in department, to the extent that you can put any of this or all of this on the web and give us a link to it, it would help, because then we could post it and email it to our constituents so that they would be aware of it. I know you all are going to be communicating too, but links to the website are really easy for us to distribute things.
We can do that.
Thank you very much. And that's it?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Councilman Goods.
Let me thank the staff for the work they've presented today. We know you're working hard, but we have a job to do too. And we don't want you to feel that we're just throwing stuff at you, just throwing things at you, but we've got some concerns that have come from citizens that seem to be of a very pressing need. But we do understand your work, and you're working very hard, and we just ask that you work with us, and we'll get through it. But we've got to get some of these things accomplished, because these are some of the things that the voters did ask for us to do. We can't give them, like Mr. Wells said, we can't give the citizens everything they want all the time. But when the necessity comes to certain needs, we have to try and try our best. So again, thank you for all the work you've been doing and the work I know you're going to continue to do. So thank you very much again.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right. Does that settle 66 and 67 in its entirety?
Yes.
I believe so. All right. We go to our final item. Item number 65. City Council Attorney Shelby was going to present an amended resolution that removes the public comments voicemail option from the notice requirements. Mr. Shelby.
Mr. Chairman, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but you also have, you sent out a memo earlier in the week. It's on the addendum regarding new business, giving direction to staff for council to consider the return of scheduling, vacating petitions, and review hearings back to
Yeah.
the daytime meetings.
No, I was going to bring it up during new business, but
Okay, good. That'll be fine. I just wanted
Yeah,
to
yeah,
make
I
sure we
have it
didn't
in
miss
front of
it.
me here.
That goes, okay, great. Then let's go to this one, council. What I have filed with the clerk, I found a scrivener's error. So what the clerk has is a substitute to create a scrivener's error. Do you need a motion to accept the substitute, Madam Clerk? Okay, just if we could have a motion to accept the substitute, please.
can we have a motion to accept the substitute? Councilman Goods, do we have a second? Second from Councilman Citro. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
And again, council, this is to strike in your emergency rules of procedure, which were created in April for the purposes of a meeting that was solely virtual at the time. And now that you're back in person, you've had experience with the effect of your agenda as a result of coming back to in-person and still allowing communications media technology, remote participation. So if it's council's pleasure to make this official, I present this for your consideration.
Do we have any questions or comments? I have a few comments. You know, and I can't control it, none of us can, but I don't think we should be meeting in person because we're approaching such a high number of positive COVID testing. I believe almost 10,000 yesterday. It was 9,000 and change. Yes, I understand it's the holiday season and there's holiday travel and this and that, but the numbers don't look like they're getting better, at least not within Hillsborough County. I wish we could be totally virtual. I think that's the prudent and right thing to do in order to keep people safe. However, it's up to the decision of the governor, and here we are in the 4-person quorum, which is essentially a full regular city council meeting. But we have the kiosk, we have email, we are allowing people to call in to register to speak. People can come in person just like we've been doing for decades. So I understand the concern of some individuals, but the voicemail option was temporary while we were in the virtual setting because we didn't know how long this pandemic was going to go on, and it's continuing full force, which I hope we come to a conclusion and a solution soon. Having said that, that's all I wanted to say about that. Does anybody else have any comment or question on this? Do we have a motion to accept the recommendation regarding removing the voicemail option?
And it would be a motion to move the resolution.
A motion to move the resolution. Councilman Miranda.
I just want to ask, are we talking about the individuals who now call in like we've had today in the past, and when we go to the normal way how it was before the virus came on, that would be taken out?
Just the voicemail portion where they can call and record a message.
Mr. Miranda, Councilman Miranda, if I can, the chairman's correct. This only applies to those times. You may recall when you had a meeting that went on till 5 o'clock, and fortunately that day there was nothing on the multiple recordings that were still awaiting that council hadn't been heard. That didn't apply. None of that applied to the consent docket. So fortunately, those were distributed to council after the fact. But Florida law does not allow the use of the voice recordings as a substitute if council doesn't hear them. And the only way you'd be able to hear them in advance of a vote is to sit down after they're distributed to you on a Wednesday night to be able to listen to all the recordings. And the amount of work that the clerk has to do to be able to do that, we found is substantial. So no, sir. It only applies to recorded voicemails that are were on a dedicated line. It does not involve people who speak live via communications media technology remotely and do it so during the meeting in your presence on the screen, on the phone as of now. I don't know if that ends. I think that was a long answer to a short question. I'm sorry.
All right, do we have a motion to accept the resolution?
So, just a quick question on it.
Yes, sir.
I'm very torn on it. On the one hand, our meetings, get extremely long, because we're listening to people in person, and then we're listening to them when they call in live. And then, I can't remember, this morning, did we have it recorded, or we didn't?
No, we did not.
We didn't have, well, anyway, up until today, and then we had another half hour, an hour of recorded calls, and they're all important. Everybody's input is important, but from a practical perspective, we have a lot of business to conduct, and it pushes us into a long day, kind of like today is becoming. So I'm very torn. But then some people have said, I'm not available at 9, 10 in the morning. I've got to go to work. And I don't want to come down there and deal with the risk. And therefore, their alternative was to leave us a voice message that got broadcast publicly. So that's where I'm torn. I'm leaning toward, during COVID, to continue to allow this voice call-in during COVID, And then hopefully, if maybe COVID starts easing up in the late winter, early spring, then we can go back to where we were, or some combination thereof. So that's
Councilman Goods.
You know, these decisions are never easy when you're dealing with the public, because everybody wants to be heard. We made a decision a week ago. And thinking back now, I know it's a lot of work on staff, especially the clerk's office. I know they're short over there, and Sulene's working her fingers to the bones. I know she is. I don't know if the chief of staff can lend a hand and help us to maybe get past this section right now, since we have the COVID. Mr. Dingfelder is right. I had a call last night from actually Ms. Noreen Copeland about an issue with the CRA in the virtual meetings there. So it is an issue. Some of our folks are afraid to come out. Some of them are working, and some of them just can't get during a work hour if they have an issue. I can't understand that. Maybe we should table this, gentleman, until we can hear from the chief of staff, and maybe get the clerk office some help over there or something, if that's the case, as it relates to trying to get these voicemails. I really don't know the answer, but you never want to exclude the public from making their comments. I think it's been an issue, even though there's a few that have complained, but I've got some calls on it. Not afraid about making a decision. I just want to make sure that we kind of make the right decision during the COVID time right now. And I'll let Mr. Shelby's looking at me, so maybe he has some words that he might want to say.
Can I say something for you?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Councilman Carlson.
This isn't about whether we want to listen to public input or not. I can tell you my day job is about public involvement and public input. This is about whether someone wants to have be involved in a public forum to voice their views to the public, not to us. We hear emails, we get emails all day long. We get flooded with emails. We get voicemails on our cell phones. We get voicemails at our offices. We get letters that people send. We get packages that people drop off. We hold meetings with people, virtual meetings, Zoom meetings, phone meetings, in-person meetings. We attend public gatherings. We are accessible to hear from the public. It's not about whether we want to hear from the public or not. We have plenty of opportunities for the public. The normal process is that if you want to participate in front of the live audience, if you want to engage us to our faces, which is the American way, then you always had a choice to show up in person. Now we're providing an additional choice, which is if you're afraid of COVID, you don't have to show up in person. You can do it by GoToMeeting, which is a Zoom tool. So we are providing the opportunity for people to not show up in person. They can do it by Zoom. It is difficult to have to wait. It's inconvenient, but that is part of the process of participating in a live public meeting. If you want to give, voicemail really is a passive way of communicating. If you want to give a passive message, send it to us. Send it to us by email or some other form. We're happy to read or listen to whatever voicemail. If you want to yell at us, tell us that we're wrong, tell us that we're right, whatever, send it to us. But if you want to participate in a live conversation where you might hear feedback from us or you might hear feedback from the audience, we have two ways of doing it right now. And before COVID, we did not have this GoToMeeting version where you could do it live. By the way, I think that if we're going to take public comment on GoToMeeting, we ought to do it all with video. I think that we shouldn't have some on video and some not. Right now, we're only doing land use on video. The purpose is just like, those of you who have been at Faneuil Hall and seen, where Samuel Adams and the others all met. It's about being in public and seeing what the public says. Not if you want to send an email or leave us a voicemail, we can get that. That's passive. If there is a concern about, instead of, really this is about whether someone wants to leave 7 voicemails or send an email to all of us, they can hit a button and send an email to all of us at the same time. But if there is not a mechanism for someone to leave us all voicemail messages, as someone suggested this morning that maybe the voicemail messages in a certain dump be posted on the website, maybe we could set up a separate process where there's a special voicemail that would somehow automatically populate it next to the meeting calendar or the meeting agenda. But if you want to participate in a live conversation, then I believe that you should be willing to participate live. All of us, when we were activists, took the time and showed up to participate in those meetings. We listen to lots of feedback, but if you want to participate live, there needs to be a live option. If you all don't want to pass this today, and keeping in mind that we're going to take away GoToMeeting at some point, because that's also temporary. If you don't want to pass this today, what I suggest is that we pass a motion to ask the Chief of Staff to come up with some other alternative so that the voicemails can be posted on the website. But we don't read the emails. We get hundreds of emails a week. We don't read all of those emails. We couldn't possibly read all those emails. We can't possibly come back and give a transcript of all the individual conversations that we've had. Those are all passive communication, just like a voicemail. If you want to participate live, we're providing 2 alternatives to that right now. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I can.
Yes, sir.
And I don't want to prolong this. See, one of the concerns that I have is the meeting started at 9 o'clock and it's 4:30 in the afternoon, and you haven't heard what would have been conceivably, I don't know how many. And one of the problems with recorded voicemails when you play them is you don't know how many are going to come in. And just as you can gauge, if you have a whole room full of people and only a certain limited period of time, you can say, okay, we're going to limit you to 2 minutes, but you have no control with the recorded voicemails. You just have to hear them once they're there. And I just want to, I think there's and forgive me if this sounds harsh, I don't mean it. If there's anybody who respects the Sunshine Law and the spirit of the Sunshine Law, it's me. But I will tell you that this is not, well, let me phrase it in the positive. This is what is called by the courts, by the Supreme Court, as a limited public forum. It is a forum for a particular purpose. It is a meeting of the Tampa City Council, the legislative body of the city of Tampa. And what does that mean? It means it is your opportunity to fulfill your obligation under the charter, under the state constitution, under Florida statutes, and under the city code to take official action that keeps this city government going. That is job one. And unfortunately, Council, as an observation, there was a recent meeting where you did not get to your city business till about 5 or 5.5 hours after your meeting began. Now, my job is to help facilitate you getting your job done. And it brought me back to something that I had discovered when Councilman Vieira, who unfortunately had to leave, was chair, but literally, and I could send it out to council, to address the efficiencies of the meeting, on March 11th, which I believe was the day before the state of emergency was declared, he sent out, working with the chief of staff and working with the administration, ways to streamline your meetings. So why do I say that this is a limited public forum? Because what that means is you can place reasonable time, place, and manner regulations. They are permissible, but a content-based prohibition must be narrowly drawn to effectuate a compelling state interest. So you have the ability to control public comment to be able to allow you to get your job done. And other cities and other governmental organizations have ways of doing this. One way that in my discussions with Andrea Zellman, some of you may be familiar with the fact that the county uses cards. Speaker cards, and you can actually figure out what they're going to be speaking on, and you can address the order of speakers accordingly. You do that right now in some form or fashion because your web form is almost like a speaker waiver card. Isn't that correct, Madam Clerk?
That is correct.
It's very much that way. So there are ways to make your meetings more efficient. But with regard to the purpose of the public input is to be able to have the opportunity to talk with you before you take final action on your vote. And it doesn't even have to be done the same day, frankly, under Florida law. My point is this, Council. Your job here is to conduct official business, and it is your meeting. Even though it is a public meeting, it is not the public's meeting. And even though the agenda is public, it is City Council's agenda. So I just ask you, and I'm happy to work with the chair, I'm happy to work with city council, I am working with Ms. Zellman, and when Councilman Vieira was the chair, I did work with the chief of staff to be able to address these issues because, quite frankly, I don't know whether council's been getting the comments that I've been getting, but there is concern as to the way we can reorder your order of business to make things more efficient, to be able to get to the public's business upon which you must take official action early in your agenda. And that's one of the things I'd like to be able to, as we move forward, do that. But as for this, council, if it's your pleasure to not pass this today, then tomorrow, next regular meeting, you will have to sit through however long it's going to take for the recorded comments before you can vote on your consent agenda.
Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, I just want to add that I don't think that this is about convenience or work of staff or anything like that. It may be an inconvenience and all those things. It's about providing a public forum for the public to speak live. And everything else to me is passive communication. By the way, a minute ago I mentioned that we don't read emails in meetings, in public meetings. I want to make it clear that we read our emails. We get hundreds of emails, but we read them sometimes late at night. We read them, we listen to our voicemails, we take seriously the meetings that we have with the public. And if you all, anybody watching sees, we very often try to give folks credit for their ideas that they've given us, the suggestions they've given us. Very often, we get some of the best ideas from the people who speak at the podium, and they're ideas that we never would have thought about. And so we definitely need that. But speaking at the podium is not the only way to do it. You can also email us or call us and meet with us. I would suggest that we move forward the motion, but add a request, if we're allowed to, add a request that the chief of staff come back with an option to create a single voicemail hotline that would enable us to populate voicemails to SIRE either embedded in or adjacent to the agenda for the meeting, so that the public can, we're going to listen to all the voicemails. The issue here is whether the public, everybody else in the public is able to listen to it. And so one of the suggestions this morning as an alternative is to have them posted on the website so the rest of the public can listen to what that input is. And if that's something the public is interested in, then we should get the chief of staff and staff to look into that.
Anybody else?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
If Mr. Charles made a motion, I think that there's no need to make the motion of the resolution today if we're going to try to get with the chief of staff to find a solution or to help out. So I would ask that we defer till we get with yourself, Mr. Shelby, and Mr. Bennett, and see what other options we may have so we can make a final decision, the best decision for this council and the community.
All right.
So
we're going to defer, and I'll try to figure it out with Mr. Shelby and
should we make
chief
a
of staff.
motion? Should we? See what you think. I'd like to make a motion that chief of staff or staff come back to us at the next meeting to recommend a way to create a single hotline for the public to leave voicemail messages that can then be heard by the public, ideally by the public and council, ideally embedded in the agenda for the meetings or adjacent to that agenda in SIRE.
I have a concern, and the concern is this, that when you use social media or the internet to do that, it's not the same as a limited public forum. So you are creating something that is government-based or has government sanction, but you will then not be able to have any impact perhaps over its content and its control. So that's something that we certainly would have to look at. It's one thing to be able to conduct your meeting and to put reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions. It may be another thing to use social media to accomplish what it is you want, and that might have greater implications. that we might need to look at, but it's certainly worthy of taking a look at, and if that's council's pleasure, certainly we can investigate that, if that's what council wants us. Is that, in lieu of this then, in lieu of this resolution, is that your motion to come back in 2 weeks with a recommendation, working with the chair and the chief of staff, or the chair and the chief of staff to?
Yeah, can we do it next week instead, though?
Oh, next week is a CRA, you'd have to do it at the
Oh,
night
it'd have
meeting.
to be the
17th,
2 weeks.
yeah.
I would just prefer, Mr. Chair, if, you know, I know Mr. Carlson wants to add those things in, but I think it'd be a great idea for, again, the chair, Mr. Shelby, and the chief of staff to meet and talk about your idea, but in lieu of a motion, I think it's best to just go ahead and just defer and have the chief of staff and come back in that 2-week period.
And that would be fine, and I would very much prefer to also include legal, Ms. Zellman and her
Correct.
staff.
All right, that's fine.
I'll withdraw the motion. Thank you.
Great. So we'll work together with everyone, and we'll figure this out.
Okay.
Thank you
So
very
now wait,
much.
Question, what happens in 2 weeks? Will there be, obviously, it's still in your rules that it'll be noticed for recorded voice calls, right? So I suspect it'll be.
We'll have to do that until you come back, you and the chair, and come back.
Okay, we'll have to.
Yeah, we'll figure it out
Yeah.
quickly, and if it's there, it's there, so legally, there's no issue with the notice, and.
Correct.
You know, worst case scenario, it stays, the recorded, option.
It's not necessarily worst case scenario, it just means that your meetings are going to have to, you're not going to be able to move your consent docket until you can hear those voicemails.
Can I make a suggestion? For at least one of the meetings, the clerk emailed us the voicemails, and I listened to every one of them.
Exactly.
I listened to all of every one
Right.
of them.
But was that before or after the vote?
I don't remember when.
It was after the vote, which makes it problematic.
So, I mean, but, yeah. So anyway, it is a public document. If the intent is for us to listen to it, then maybe we have a couple deadlines, but at least sometime before, sometime by Wednesday, 5 o'clock or something like that, they would send us whatever they have, and then we can listen to them. If the intent is for the participants is to let other people hear it, not just us. We're listening to them anyway. If the intent is for other people to listen to them, then the suggestion that one of the speakers made this morning is to put it on the website somewhere. And so that's what we're investigating. But I would suggest that that they email it to us next time, and then if somebody from the public wants to hear those voicemails also, they can email the clerk or one of us, and we'll forward it to them, and so they can hear it until we get a longer term solution.
So as we stand now, with that motion being withdrawn, then we are going to have to restore the voicemail line and notice it accordingly, and then be able to have that for the 19th. Is that correct?
17th, right?
Excuse me, 17th?
That'd be correct, Ms. Shelby.
Okay,
That's
thank you.
correct.
Okay, thank you for that direction.
In addition to the CRA meeting.
What is that?
You have the CRA next
Correct.
week.
Well, you have
continue.
you do have a CRA meeting. I assume that this will affect your CRA meeting as well. I'll have to, I'll be in touch with Mr. Massey.
Yeah, we have to send out the repost it again, possibly. I mean, it is what it is. The public is having their say, and again, we just want to make sure we do the right thing. And I think the right thing is for you, the chair. You want legal there, and Mr. Bennett to come up with some solutions, and I think that's the best option, in my opinion. I'm one more person.
I'm happy to do that. I fully intend to bring back some recommendations and some options that you'd be able to.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Can I get a motion to continue that?
Can we have a motion to continue this item to when, the 17th?
December 17th?
So moved. So
All right,
moved.
motion from Councilman Good, second from?
Second.
Councilman Citro, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Great. Thank you very much. That settles the agenda. We'll go to new business. Councilman Goods, do you have anything for new
Yes,
business,
Mr.
sir?
Chair, I have a few items, sir. Thank you for your leadership today again. I would like to make a motion to give accommodation posthumously to the family of Mr. Robert Lewis Allen, a resident of Tampa for 70 years and previous president for the North Hyde Park Pacific Association, who passed away Tuesday, November 17, 2020. I present the accommodation to the family personally.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilman Good, second from Councilman Citro, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Go ahead, Councilman Good.
Yes, sir. Thank you again, sir. I would like to make a motion to give our Parks and Recreation Department accommodation for being a gold medal finalist for the 3rd consecutive year. And I'd like to, for Miss Elia O'Sullivan of the American Academy of Parks and Recreation to present their gold medal plaque to the Parks and Recreation Department at City Council. I would like this presentation to take place on December 17, 2020.
We have a motion from Councilman Good, second from Councilman Dingfelder. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. Anything else, sir?
Yes, I have 2 more. Just for the Parks and Rec, they do a great job over there with the things they've been doing the last couple of months and what they've been doing all year.
Yep.
Yes, sir. I would like to make a motion to give the family of the late Bishop Matthew Williams, who recently passed away, a resolution from the members of City Council as he served as the pastor of Brown Memorial Church of God in Christ in Tampa for more than 35 years. The resolution was presented at his services on Sunday, the 6th, 12/6.
Motion from Councilman Goods. Do we have a second? Second from Councilman Citro. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Anything else, sir?
In the last one of the day, sir, I would like to also make a motion for the administration to look into renaming the street in front of Brown's Memorial Church in honor of Bishop Matthew Williams.
Second.
What street is it?
26?
No, I want to think it's like 20. Should like 25th Street. I'll have to check and see, but I believe like 20, maybe 20. It's 25th, I believe.
Inevitably, staff's going to come back and like put up a little sign to designate a
It's
block.
like either there, either a side street. So just what their determination is, because they have a small little side street there on the side of it, and there's one in front of it too. So
We have a motion from Councilman Goods. I believe the second was Councilman Citro, correct?
Correct.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That's it, Councilman
thank you,
Goods?
Mr. Chairman.
Do you want this to come back before council, or you just want staff to look into it?
Yeah, it needs to come back to council, or so I can know what their recommendation is.
You have a date for that, sir? You want to do January
Yeah, we'll give them some time.
14th?
That'd be fine. January 14th is fine.
January
Give them some time to do
14th.
it.
All righty. Councilman Dingfelder, do you have anything, sir?
I've got 6 items, but no, I'm just kidding.
Take your time. Take your time. We're going to break for dinner at 5 and then come back at 6.
I'm good today. Thank you,
good?
Mr. Chairman.
Councilman Carlson.
Good meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Citro?
Yes, sir. Very quickly, I motion for the parking department to appear for a workshop to discuss the concerns about parking on 7th Avenue in Ybor City proper and the surrounding neighborhoods. And I would like to have that January 28th, 10 a.m.
We have a motion from Councilman Citro.
Second.
Do we have a second? Councilman Carlson with the second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Anything else, sir?
Yes, one more. Motion for allowing Miss Sherry Silk from the Humane Society of Tampa Bay to appear before City Council to give an update on our new shelters in West Tampa, and that's on January 14th,
We have a
9
motion
a.m.
from Councilman Citro. Do we have a second? Second from Councilman Dingfelder. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you very much. Anything else, sir?
No, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilmember Miranda.
I got one, sir. Receive and file.
Wait. I have something real quick. That's the best part of the meeting, but I got to squeeze this one in. I want to bring up here that in regards to our vacating petitions and review hearings that are held in the evening, if we could revert to daytime meetings, we can do like a time certain about 1:30 p.m. Because you see our evening agendas are getting heavier, so we can move these items as they originally were for the daytime. I'm bringing this up now because we need that 30-day legal notice requirement, so this would begin in January and beyond from that. That's my motion.
Motion has been made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
All right, and Mr. Shelby, I have this memo here that was actually drafted by Chairman Vieira, March 11th, in regards to the order of business for council meetings. You want me to bring that up now?
No, Mr. Chairman, I think it's appropriate to wait till Councilman Vieira comes back.
Okay, yeah. All right, sounds good. Can I get a motion to receive and file? Councilman Miranda, you made that motion?
Yes, sir. Made it. Third.
All right, Councilman Miranda with the motion, second from Councilman Dingfelder. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we're adjourned. Thank you.